The story begins with Dawood staring out the window and pretending to be lost in thought. According to the butterfly effect, humanity's fate can change from a single simple choice. In other words, it's like a nodule, at least to me. Because up till now I've made quite a few regrettable choices. Just as he thought that, a girl's voice outside suddenly startled Dawood. My love, are you listening? I knew you were in there, so I came. You'd better open the door. I asked Ophelia, the guild house steward. She said you have no classes today. Are you planning to ignore me forever? Hearing the familiar voice, Dawood's face went deathly pale as if he were about to die. Sweat poured off him and he screamed inside. There's no stalker like her. Then, as if to prove Dawood's fear, the girl outside thrust her sword straight through the door, as if to break in. Then I'll make my own entrance, she said calmly. Dawood cursed at her silently, that lunatic. Panicking, he reached out and shouted to stop her. That's against the rules. The student council president administers punishment for rule violations. In reply, his girlfriend dropped a shocking bombshell. Unfortunately for him, she was the student council president. No sooner had she finished speaking than the door split into pieces and shattered into fragments. Then the strange girl stepped into the room and scolded, "You've been avoiding me a lot lately, exactly 32 times. You even counted," Dawood complained. The stranger paid no mind and calmly made a proposal to the protagonist. "I'm asking you this. Dawood Campbell, will you marry me?" said a girl wearing what looked like a uniform, a long sword at her hip. Before the protagonist could answer, another girl's voice spoke up beside him. "What are you saying, Princess Tristan?" replied a purple-haired girl sitting by the window with animal ears on her head. "You really went after a taken pot? Is that how your family behaves?" Seeing her, Tristan's expression turned serious and cold. "Isn't that a bit flashy for an assassin? There will be plenty of witnesses." In response, Sira stuck out her tongue playfully. "Killing all the witnesses is my motto, Princess." Down below, Dawood blinked and hurriedly interjected. "Wait, I'm extremely uncomfortable right now. I haven't even considered marriage." No sooner had he spoken than his roof was blown apart, and a blue-haired girl landed inside. Seeing her arrive, Dawood couldn't help calling out, "Ruru." And sure enough, Ruru had the same goal as the others. She turned to Dawood excitedly. "Live with me, Dawood. The wedding preparations are done, all that's missing is you." At that, a black-haired girl appeared with murderous intent and swung a chain at Ruru. "How rude," she barked, while Ruru taunted back. "Lord Dawood, what do you normally do to let these half-measures surround you? As your fiancé, I won't stand for it." No sooner had she finished speaking than a red-haired girl rode in on a flaming broom. "Zip it, all of you. The women fighting over Dawood Campbell belong to me." And so the girls glared at each other with burning eyes. Each knew the other would not give up Dawood easily. There was no hesitation at all. They all lunged at each other at once, and Dawood was trapped in the middle of the chaos. He could only shout in despair, "Why are you all babbling to each other on your own? So how did this even happen? Let's see. It's because a survival game dragged me into this situation. It's called Savior Rising, or Sorry for short, a bright academy story for passionate young people. It has a bit of a sacred world vibe, but the characters are familiar and stable. And when I beat the game and watched the ending, I found it pretty fun and a little rewarding. But the next day I was sucked into the game. Makes sense, right? Hey, it's not like I cursed the game and some godlike developer targeted me or anything. I'm not attached to the protagonist either. Anyway, I possess the character Dawood Campbell. He has no power at all and is just the heir of an obscure viscount. He's merely a third-tier background character in that world. Agriculture is the main economy of the Campbell Viscountcy. Also, there are no dungeons here like the ones found across the Empire. They're barely mentioned in Sari's main plot. So the Viscount's son, enrolling in the Royal Academy, became a sensational story. On the day Dawood was about to depart for school, his father and all the people of the domain came to bid him an overwhelming farewell. His father couldn't hold back his emotions. "At last you're leaving. Dawood, you are the pride of our domain. Take care and don't cause trouble. Elfonte is where the children of every noble family in the Empire gather. The best thing you, as a Viscount's son, can do is avoid drawing attention, understand?" The father's overly detailed warning made Dawood give an embarrassed laugh. "Ha ha, I told you I understand." Then he checked his status sheet. Status info, Dawood Campbell. Strength, agility, endurance, luck, authority, skills, none. Mastery, no special talents, no special gift. Staring at his pitiful status sheet, Dawood broke out in a cold sweat. With such weak stats, how could he possibly survive the academy and graduate safely? The numbers were all dashes. Even an experienced player like me had never seen starting stats this low. Right now, the system's main task for Dawood is to enroll in the academy and be assigned to a class. According to the game system, if you ignore the task, the game ends. because Elefante Academy will fall into chaos from the villain's brutality. I absolutely won't do anything that could risk my life. Thinking that, Dawood shot his father a confident look. Don't worry, I'll try my best not to attract anyone's attention. I won't nurture any grand dreams of raising the Viscountcy's fame. I'll keep my grades below average. With that, he said his goodbyes and boarded the train to the Royal Academy. But fate seemed to be teasing him. Things never went smoothly as he wanted. Isn't the female lead supposed to act on her own? Not attracting attention is what a truly solitary person should do. My academy life is starting, so why am I sitting on the same train with her from the very beginning? Before Dawood stood an extremely beautiful girl with silver hair. She used the train ride to read and sip tea, but don't be fooled by that pretty appearance. From my gaming experience, I knew exactly who she was. Elnor Erinarize La Tristan, the bloodthirsty final boss who buries countless corpses in that world. In the scenarios, she and the protagonist repeatedly clash and gradually lose their minds. The dormant existence of the gray demon eventually swallows Elnor's body and turns her into the final boss that no one but the protagonist, after completing final development, can confront. Across from him, Elnor kept reading but seemed to sense Dawood staring, and she warned, "Do you need to see a doctor? You don't look well." Hearing that, Dawood saw the villainess notice him. His face went pale and he quickly waved his hand. "Ah, no, I'm fine." Elnor continued, though her eyes never left the book. "Me sitting here instead of first class was a deliberate choice to show that our ducal family is high nobility. Sorry for making you worry. Anyone who sits in the same carriage with me makes that face." Her tone was a bit cold but gave Dawood a strange feeling. He thought to himself, she's nothing like I remember. Keywords used to describe Elnor are always pursuit of perfection and boldness. So what does this sensitive side of hers mean? From Elnor's viewpoint, seeing no answer from Dawood, she prompted again, "Why aren't you answering? Are you curious about something else?" In response, Dawood scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, no, it's nothing. You're really very kind." Hearing that, Elnor paused her reading. She looked at Dawood and asked, "Kind? Are you hearing something, or have we met before?" Faced with that question, Dawood immediately became flustered. He silently cursed himself as crazy and hurried to explain, "Ah, no, I just heard you're quite strict." Seeing his awkward demeanor, Elnor sighed and returned her focus to the book. "You're truly a strange one." At that, Dawood could only force a lopsided smile. "Yes, I've heard that a lot. Heh heh." After saying that, he began silently praying to himself. "I'm just a background character. Don't get involved. Don't involve me. I should stay quiet and look outside." Come to think of it, the scenery around is magnificent. There's even a boulder rolling toward us. Thinking that, Dawood seemed to snap awake. His eyes bulged out, and the giant rock was already flying close to the window. With no other way to protect his life, Dawood immediately turned to beg Elnor, "Student Council President, forgive me." Saying that, he reached toward her, and a second later the giant rock struck the carriage, causing a massive explosion. Plumes of smoke shot up into the sky. But despite the sudden accident, Dawood and Elnor were safe, because they were currently protected by some kind of necklace. Dawood knew this, so he lunged forward and hugged Elnor tightly to get inside the necklace's protective range. Elnor always carried the relic that identifies and crafts armor for a mature skeleton. With all stats dashes, I wouldn't survive, Dawood thought, clenching his teeth as he silently waited for the blast to pass. Only when Elnor's reminder sounded did he come to. "Are you okay? Can you sit up a bit? You're heavy." Her words made Dawood startle and realize his face was pressed against her ample chest. He blushed and hurriedly sat up, stammering, "I'm sorry." Before Dawood could finish, Elnor cut him off. "It's fine, you did that to save me. This is the first time a man has approached me so boldly. But thanks, I understand your intention, so don't apologize." Elnor's words made Dawood flush with embarrassment, because she had completely misunderstood. The god Dawood had thrown himself at her just to benefit from the armor. She didn't know his true intent. Elnor also sat up, fixed her hair, and asked his name. From the protagonist's viewpoint, faced with that question, he suddenly felt uneasy, as if answering would make him run into her all the time. What should I say? If I tell her, what will she do to me? Thinking that, he still gave his full name, Dawood Campbell. Elnor nodded. "All right, I won't forget this. I'll repay you later." Right after the villainess said that, Dawood received a system notification. "You have attracted the attention of a villainous character. Conditions for receiving special gifts have been met. You have obtained the desperate survival skill and fatal charm." Seeing the notification, Dawood's face went blank. Time passed quickly. A team of medics had already arrived at the train accident site and were treating the injured. Is it because this train came from Elefante? Thanks to special security measures, casualties were few. Those who had been checked could now go. Next, Dawood sat in the carriage to continue his journey. While traveling, he took the chance to review the system's special gift notifications. The first gift, Linked Fate. When you receive more attention from those with villainous traits, you will gain various rewards. The system notice made Dawood stroke his chin and ponder why he couldn't discover the activation conditions back at his domain. Not to mention finding villainous types in that carefree land. Finding even a neutral person was hard enough. No wonder this gift never activated. Should I check what I just received? Unable to contain his curiosity, Dawood quickly inspected his new items. First was Desperate Survival, rank unknown. Your stats increase when you fall into dangerous situations. The effect scales with the level of danger. The next skill was Fatal Charm, rank unknown, which easily attracts the attention of those with villainous traits. The more extreme the situation, the stronger the effect. Dawood felt conflicted about the two skills, both relieved and worried. Desperate Survival would definitely help in combat and keep him alive. But on the other hand, Fatal Charm, do I really have something like that? A villainous trait. In the game, characters with that trait included a warrior driven mad by battle, a berserk sword god, and one who slashes anyone who steps within 3 paces, a violent assassin who kills anyone as long as he's paid, a genius mage who has lost all feeling for the world. They're all troublesome people, but now whatever, right? The important thing is I got a skill that helps me survive. Strangely, the skill rank was recorded as unknown. Even as an SR veteran, I'd never seen that before. What could it mean? Across from him, the doctor, seeing Dawood's face changing, asked with concern, "Hey, are you okay? Should I run another psychological evaluation?" "Ah, no, I'm fine," Dawood replied quickly. Thus time flew by. The carriage brought Dawood straight to Elfonte Academy, cut to a large square inside the academy. At this moment, a professor's voice rang out as the freshmen gathered. "Although the unfortunate incident occurred, I thank you all for arriving safely. This year's freshmen are truly impressive." Back to Dawood. He paid no attention to the professor's speech. Instead, he remembered his conversation with the doctor in the carriage. At that time, the doctor had asked, "But you're just the son of an obscure viscount with no connections, right?" "I was also once a student at Elfonte and came from an obscure noble family. Tristan Domain has many enemies. It's best you stay away from her from now on. If you keep hanging around that group of high nobles, you'll get into trouble." "I'll remember," Dawood replied. At that moment, the system reminded Dawood of something related to Elnor. 2 days remain until the Phase 1 Faith event. Thinking of that, Dawood let out a heavy sigh. No kidding. Whether I want to or not, I'm involved with her now. At this academy, all the gossip means nothing when she's a candidate to become the final boss. Just standing next to her was like signing your own death warrant. Before Dawood could think more, a loud shout rang out ahead. "Dawood Campbell, you bastard, why are you spacing out?" Hearing that, Dawood jolted out of his swirling thoughts and looked toward the source of the voice. A few students were looking at him with teasing eyes. "Heh heh, look at that country bumpkin, everyone's already paired up, only you are left. Your opponent gets auto-assigned." The brown-haired guy said this while pointing at Dawood. Seeing that, Dawood hurriedly ran down and cursed at himself. "Right, the practical combat trial starts immediately after the enrollment ceremony." Scratching his head, Dawood asked, "Excuse me, who was I paired with?" He said it with a calm face, but inside he was panicking. He knew that if everyone else had chosen their opponents, the remaining person was likely the strongest. Sure enough, a girl with orange hair reached out toward him and introduced herself. "Hello, do you need a hand?" Looking at her beautiful face and bright smile, Dawood couldn't manage a smile when he realized who stood before him. She was the greatest genius in the world. In the future, she would become the savior. She is the protagonist of Savior Rising. Dawood could only reach out to her, tears welling at the corner of his eyes. Am I doomed? He wondered inwardly. Time passed quickly, scene shifts to the office of a female professor. Her colleagues were complaining. "Count Christ just arrived, Viscount Galantes is here too. When will Miss Tristan show up?" Not to mention them, the female professor was worried sick. Has she lost her mind? The preliminary duels are happening. How can she be this late? As she thought that, as if answering her wish, footsteps sounded ahead. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Elnor approaching, covered in blood, walking slowly forward. Her appearance startled everyone. The female professor immediately demanded, "I have a lot to ask you. Where the hell have you been?" Elnor replied that she had been handling something, but just from her state it was clear that the something was serious. The professor sighed and gestured to her colleagues. "Sorry, but she and I have something to settle first." After everyone left the room, the professor asked, "Anyone dead?" "Not many, maybe around 12, Elnor shrugged and explained. "They were there to carry out an assassination. They rolled a huge boulder toward the academy train and tried to stage it as an accident. I know who they are, and I happened to be nearby, so I dealt with them. Hearing this, the professor advised her to let the school handle it. Before the professor finished, Elnor turned and snapped. You expect me to be fair and merciful to everyone, to forgive those who tried to kill me. Across from her, seeing Elnor's resolute face, the professor gave up on persuading her. Fine, but change your clothes first. The preliminary duels are still going on. If you go now, you'll face Elijah, once-in-a-millennium genius. Elijah Chrysanax and Dawood Campbell. What the? The professor stammered, mispronouncing the protagonist's name. The name sounded somewhat familiar to Elnor. She suddenly blurted out, Dawood Campbell. Hearing that, the professor was surprised and turned to ask, Really? It's him. How do you know him? He seems completely unremarkable, the professor said. Images of the protagonist's awkward posture began to form in Elnor's mind. She unconsciously smiled faintly and whispered, That guy is kind of strange. Back with Dawood, he was trembling as he gripped the wooden sword. While everyone watched his shaking form, they cheered and jeered. Come on in, you pumpkin country bumpkin. How many moves can he even do? What a joke. He's lucky not to be injured. Ignoring them, Dawood understood how dire his situation was. His stats were rubbish. If he took a hit from her, he might be done for. So this might actually work in my favor. It's definitely a dangerous situation, right? I have nothing left to lose. I'm sure the villains I'll face are among these people. If I don't die, at least I can draw their attention with the intel advantage and these weak stats of mine. Maybe I'll survive, Dawood thought to himself. Meanwhile, across from him, Elijah saw the protagonist's tense, sweating face and worriedly said, Hey, be honest with me, you're actually pretty weak, aren't you? You're right, I was about to beat you senseless, but if this is the case, I'll let it slide. Hearing that from the swordswoman, Dawood curiously asked, Beat me senseless? Me, why would you do that? Elijah's face grew annoyed. You're the one who was with that Elnor girl, right? I hate her, not just her. I hate the Tristan clan. They're all demons. Back in Dawood's viewpoint, he understood everything at once. She actually said that she's bold. Although she couldn't explain well, the story shows she opposes the Tristan clan in many matters. I get it. Family scandal. Thinking that, Dawood explained, I just happened to be in the same place as her. Turning to Elijah, she rejected the explanation. But you remind me of her face. You annoy me, so I'll hurt you. But should we pretend to fight each other? Hearing that, our protagonist could only bitterly sigh. Honestly, that offer sounded tempting, but if I don't get stronger quickly in 2 days, my life will be in danger. The only way to survive is to make those here pay attention to me. Thinking that, despite being terrified, Dawood tried to steady his trembling body and forced himself to say, I can go all out and fight you. Actually, I kind of like her. At once Elijah's expression darkened. The atmosphere around her seemed to shift. Elijah tightened her grip on the wooden sword and coldly asked the protagonist, Are you serious? Of course I'm serious, but if I really want you to fight at full strength, this is the only way. Dawood screamed inwardly and confirmed once more. It was as if he truly disliked her. At the same time, the system issued a reminder. Fatal charm activated. You are increasingly drawing the attention of villains. A reward has been added to your gift bar. Back to Elijah. When she heard Dawood's words, she decided not to hold back. Is that so? Then I won't regret this. She drove power into her legs and shot forward like an arrow tearing the wind, pulling her sword back for a lightning swing. At that speed, her strike instantly cleaved the tip of Dawood's sword in two. Fortunately, he kept his eyes wide on Elijah's movement, so he managed to tilt his head back and barely evade. Although Dawood couldn't hide the panic on his face, his dodge surprised Elijah a bit. Oh, you dodged that, so you're not exactly weak. Then I'll hit harder. Elijah assumed an attacking stance again, and this time she was more serious. Just looking at her sword posture made Dawood's hair stand on end. A series of glaring red system alerts kept warning Dawood of detected danger. Danger wasn't life-threatening. Desperation for survival activation thanks notification just appeared, and Dawood felt an invisible power surging through his body. Then, by a natural reflex, he suddenly threw a punch straight forward, and it happened to hit Elijah's face. As a result, the fist was rank X, the highest rank. Elijah's body flew backward like a cannonball and slammed straight into the wall, the impact causing a huge explosion. This left Dawood and all the other new students wide-eyed and speechless. Dawood Campbell, whose stats were all at rock bottom on his first day at Elfonte Academy, had successfully defeated a top character in this world. As a consequence, the academy professors immediately convened an emergency meeting. In the meeting, a green-haired professor spoke up. First possibility is that this kid, Dawood, is hiding his true strength. At that remark, a teasing voice rang out. You changed your mind about him fast, Conrad. Professor Conrad replied calmly rather than angrily. Anyway, this doesn't make sense. Everyone here is knowledgeable. Surely they know he had no combat skills or strength before the duel. But that strike packed a punch. What do you mean packed a punch? A professor opposite asked. Conrad fell silent for 2 seconds and then explained further. What I mean is not only Elijah Chrysanax, but no one would be fine after taking that blow. At first I guessed the chance he could beat future warrior Elijah Chrysanax was 0. But by using forbidden substances or tools or some method, he temporarily boosted his strength. The other possibility is that he truly is a prodigy. His words silenced the other professors in the meeting. None of them could reply. After more than 10 seconds, a beautiful blue-haired female professor adjusted her glasses and shook her head, adding, "But his victory is hard to accept. Kendrid, Viscount of the Borderlands, Elijah's patron, won't sit idly by. However, if we ignore a student with such great potential, it would be a huge loss for our academy. Soon we'll know whether he's a fraud or not. So let's wait and see what unfolds." Conrad, the green-haired professor, asked puzzled, "What do you mean by that?" The female professor replied patiently, "This incoming class has many interesting students. Some are so unique that we need to treat them specially. If this student really is as special as you say, I'm sure he'll find his place in this year's incoming class." Thus, Dawood defeating Elijah with a single blow sparked a heated buzz among everyone and even made the breaking news. All eyes turned to him. Dawood Campbell. Who is he really? Maybe he's the son of an Imperial Knight commander, or perhaps the greatest talent ever to study at the academy. A rising star shocked by failure right after enrollment. Looking at the newspaper in his hands, Dawood sighed as if near death. The news about where he came from and in the game. Are they serious about this? He tossed the paper aside and checked the system notice related to the information gift for Elnor Aranari's La Tristan. Trust level 1 increased to trust level 2. Reward. Character event D1 from Count Lupin, curiosity level 1 gained 50 points. From the Count, interest level 3 gained 140 points. Looking at these notifications, Dawood quickly understood a few things. So it goes from curiosity up to interest, then to trust, and I can use the points I earn in the point shop. The one most curious is Elnor, but why the mastermind? The person who shouldn't be interested in me is so fascinated by me. Despite yelling and complaining, Dawood quickly claimed the reward. It was Elnor's gift. He received the Tristan clan's swordsmanship trait. The unexpectedly good reward made Dawood's eyes widen. The clan is famous for swordsmanship? Let's see. The problem is their clan has ties to demons, but screw it, whatever. After saying that he noticed Elijah now had curiosity level 4 toward him. However, she couldn't claim a reward yet. Why was he here with them? Rewards are only for villains who have a positive interest in me. She's not a villain, and she doesn't have a positive interest in me. Just as he thought this, and before he could study the reward further, a knock sounded from outside that made him startle and turn his head back. Then a familiar voice called out, "Is this Dawood Campbell's room?" "It's me, Elijah Chrysanax. May I come in?" From Dawood's viewpoint, he had sworn not to get involved with protagonists or antagonists. So when this heroine approached him, his face turned pale. He clenched his lips and wondered why she was here. Would she go away if he didn't answer? Outside, as if reading his thoughts, Elijah said, "Hey, I know you're in there. If you don't answer, I'll break down this door." Her threat made Dawood shout back, "Are you crazy?" Outside, hearing Dawood reply, Elijah softened her tone. "You're in there. Can you open the door? I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Dawood stammered. Just things so we can get to know each other better," Elijah answered. Time passed quickly. Elijah paced the hallway and sighed in complaint. He should have just agreed. Why is he so tense? What's wrong with him? I don't know how to make friends with boys. The more she thought it, the more irritated Elijah became. And while she wasn't paying attention, she bumped into someone, causing the food bag the other person carried to fall to the ground. "Oh, you should watch where you're going," someone opposite admonished, and Elijah hurried to pick up the food bag for the person. But when she looked up and realized she had bumped into Elnor, Elijah froze. In her mind, an image appeared of a blonde man, standing on a sea of flames, urging her to flee. Looking at Elnor, Elijah couldn't help trembling. Her hand clutching the food bag tightened until the veins stood out. "I'm fine," Elijah answered hesitantly and loosened her grip on the sword hilt. I gripped the sword out of instinct. Elijah worried and watched Elnor silently, wondering if she could beat her in her current state. "Elnor Tristan, she must have seen my hand, right? But why didn't she think to react to it? Does that mean she doesn't even need to respond to me anymore?" Across from her, Elnor indeed paid no attention. Instead, she reached forward and demanded, "Give it back, return that." In response, Elijah's trembling hand returned the food bag to Elnor, while secretly wondering, Dawood, how is he connected to this girl? After returning the items, the two of them brushed past each other. As she walked, Elijah said to turn right down this corridor to reach Dawood Campbell's room. Hearing this from behind, Elnor stopped and called out, "Wait a moment." Hearing the question, Elijah looked slightly surprised and casually said, "I've been with him this whole time. I don't get it." Elijah's answer darkened Elnor's face as she asked, "Why?" Elnor's attitude shifted so quickly that Elijah was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Elnor acted so hostile. Elijah scratched her head and said, "To make friends. Among the new students, I just want to befriend people." Before the swordswoman could say more, Elnor glared and coldly warned, "New students are forbidden from socializing with the opposite sex." "Forbidden?" Elijah asked in bafflement. Before she could finish, a red gleam appeared in Elnor's eyes, and she said, "I just established that rule, so from now on you must not set foot near his room." Elnor's imperious words made Elijah suspect something shady. "Excuse me, but what is your relationship with him?" the student council president asked. Elnor turned away nonchalantly and added, "He's nothing to me. Still, remember what I just told you." Back to her thoughts, Elijah grew more suspicious the more Elnor spoke. "There's something between those two. Even if it's just to gather information, I should still keep trying to befriend him." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a massive building. Today, countless new students gathered here because it was the day of the class cooperation exam at Alfonte Academy. This test is designed to thoroughly analyze every aspect of a student. Students are divided into teams after one-on-one contests, and because I defeated that warrior candidate, I was placed into the highest-tier team. Everyone else looked proudly confident, only I felt anxious. The biggest problem is that girl. I rejected her yesterday, and now she's on my team. That's painful. Thinking that, Dawood spat and stared at the system screen beside him. Elijah's curiosity level toward him had reached level 5, but she still couldn't claim the reward. When an important character's interest level is about to change, a special event will occur as the interest state shifts. Seeing this, the protagonist could only give a goofy smile. "Ha ha, she increased her interest in me again. What's going on?" Thinking back to the letter and food at night, does that mean someone is watching me? Why is all this happening to me? But anyway, focus on the exam. Surely not too much will happen this time, right? After all, this is part of the main plotline. Ahead of the group, Student Council President Elnor crossed her arms and announced, "Hello everyone, I'm Elnor. I will be in charge of this exam." Her appearance startled the protagonist. "What? No way, what a coincidence." Elnor's event was supposed to happen today, but was she really overseeing us? If so, it would be strange if nothing unusual occurred during the exam. As for why Elnor was assigned to lead Dawood's team, the strongest team, that was because of Dawood himself. At the professors' meeting the day before, they agreed that if Dawood really was a talent capable of subduing the warrior candidate, they wanted to see his performance in the class cooperation exam. They decided to have the student council president oversee the exam as a precaution. Back in the present, the swordswoman Elnor turned and reminded them, "First, move to the testing area, we'll receive the questions there." And so the group filed into the building where the test would be held. But not long after they started, the corridor suddenly went pitch black. "Wow, this place looks so cool," someone exclaimed as the lights had just gone out. Seeing this, swordswoman Elijah instinctively turned to Elnor beside her. "You said we'd get the questions after we arrived, right? Is this part of the test?" Elnor fell silent, scanning the area with her eyes but saying nothing. As for Dawood, he was the clearest about the current situation. His system had just sent him a notice. The Elnor event had come into effect. Event? The next assassination. The surviving assassins were still targeting her. Protect this subject. Reading the notice, Dawood could only sigh miserably. This is a trap, not an exam anymore. Ahead, a few students nervously spoke to each other. "We'll handle it, don't worry, we should move. Who knows what might happen here?" Back with Dawood, he scanned the room and realized something. "Wait, now that I look again, these people are all members of the protagonist's team. If I remember the plot correctly, this is where they first met. So the people in this room are fairly important to the story." Thinking that, a light bulb went off in Dawood's head. He immediately pointed to the map carved on the wall and voiced his thought. "I think the central hall is the most suitable. There should be equipment and supplies there. More importantly, it's a wide area where defending against ambushes is far easier than in these narrow corridors. You all must have felt it too. President and Elijah, we aren't the only ones here, and I'll head over there." As he spoke, Dawood pointed in another direction, which made swordswoman Elijah curious, and she asked, "Huh? Why?" "Because it's necessary," Dawood replied. Elijah still didn't fully understand his intention and reminded him, "Why that way?" "That route is completely away from the central hall." Dawood answered with a very serious face, "I can't say, but this is important. I'll explain clearly later." Yes, very important. I wasn't lying to them. What's more important than saving my own life, right? That said, even without understanding the protagonist's true intention, the group quickly split up. Elnor's team moved to the main hall while Dawood took a completely different path. In the quiet corridor, Dawood exhaled lightly. This has to work. It seemed that defeating Elijah made his words more believable. I just need to hide until the event ends. After all, the assassination target this time is Elnor, so they definitely won't pay attention to me. I just need to find a corner and sit quietly until it's over. That was Dawood's plan. However, if things always went his way, it would be no fun. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. I'm here to fix the power. Can you show me the way? My eyes aren't good in the dark. Hearing that, Dawood glanced at the man and the system immediately warned him. Danger detected. Back with Elnor's group, they had reached the Grand Hall area. By now, all the new students felt the presence of assassins hiding in the darkness. Then a girl dressed like a cleric in the group anxiously asked, "Hey, Elijah, do you think Dawood alone will be okay? What if something happens?" Elijah, who fully trusted Dawood's plan, replied confidently, "Even if he's scheming something, he must have a plan. Besides, it seems like something's about to happen to us anyway." Back at Dawood's position, he was leading the stranger behind him. As they walked, the assassin thought the vanguard was wiped out by that crafty woman already. But that was only if we weren't here. Even this guy was easily deceived. A professional assassin like me can judge someone's skill just by watching their movements. This guy's a complete amateur. I can toy with him before finishing him. I'll take over his body and eliminate Miss Tristan. Thinking that, the assassin stopped pretending to be someone else. He tore off his disguise to reveal a completely different face, drew a sharp, short sword, and said coldly to the protagonist, "Well done, it's time I reward you." Back in Dawood's corner, when he saw the assassin's true face, he breathed a relieved sigh. All his worries seemed to lift. "Phew, thank heaven, just as I thought, it's you, Hazem. If the opponent had been even a bit stronger, I might have been in danger. I'm seriously relieved. Your swaggering walk is exactly the jerk I remember." Desperate survival ranked A. Across from him, seeing Dawood so calm made the assassin a little furious. What the hell is he saying? I'm speechless. Still, he's just a weakling. I'll end him immediately. No sooner thought than done, the assassin lunged forward. Meanwhile, Dawood gripped a staff in his hand. The duel between them officially began. Cut to Elnor's group's location. Their battle with the assassins was underway. More accurately, the assassins were getting thoroughly beaten. Each assassin's body began to be hurled against the walls. All kinds of magic, swordsmanship, and spells were being used everywhere. The assassins' cries of pain and moans rang out continuously, as they couldn't withstand the students' overwhelming power. "What's this? These guys are weaker than I thought," said a red-haired student. On another side, swordswoman Elijah issued an order. "Falkas, freeze them." Then she glanced toward Elnor. With a single swing of her sword, she easily sent 4 assassins flying into the wall before her. The strike was so powerful that when their bodies hit the wall, it left large gouges. Next, Elnor plunged her sword into an assassin's arm and interrogated him. "Other than you, who else was sent? If you don't answer, I'll break your neck." As she spoke, she slowly twisted the blade, opening the wound further, and he screamed in agony. Unable to bear the pain, the assassin spat everything out. After hearing that, Elnor asked again, "You mean Hazem of the Crescent Moon? Is he inside this building or nearby?" In response, the assassin, still not beaten enough, spat back arrogantly, "I won't tell you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Elnor stomped his face into the floor and demanded, "He's here, right?" Below him, the assassin felt like his skull was about to be crushed. Out of options, he betrayed Hazem and confessed, "Yes, he came with us in the rear." Swordswoman Elijah, watching this, asked curiously, why she went that far. In reply, Elnor slowly turned back and warned, "They tried to kill me, and Hazem of the Crescent Moon is an assassin who can take on another's form by killing them." According to her, who would be the easiest target for him in this building right now? At that, Elijah immediately thought of a name and asked, "Could it be Dawood? Did he use himself as bait to lure out the strongest enemy? They are the assassins hunting her. Why would he go so far away? What is the relationship between her and him?" Elnor cut her off before Elijah could finish. "I told you we have nothing, at least as far as I know." Returning to Dawood's fight with the assassin Hazem. At this moment, Hazem's thoughts kept racing. "I'm a professional assassin. A guardian spirit is normally a buffer against slashing attacks that only reacts to weapons. So why is it present here in a place like this? The academy is ancient and mysterious, so maybe that makes sense. It's fine, an assassin himself is a weapon. But why did things turn out like this? Right now, Hazem's situation wasn't much different from that of his subordinate assassins. Dawood had drawn blood from his mouth with nothing but a wooden staff. The strikes the protagonist unleashed were lightning fast, and Hazard couldn't react in time before taking countless blows. At the same time, Dawood received a system notification. Successful use of sword technique. Your Tristan sword proficiency has increased. Seeing that, Dawood paused for a beat to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Hazard sat propped against the wall, coughing up blood. He finally understood why Dawood was so strong. Tristan's swordsmanship? Maybe I shouldn't have touched him from the start. Thinking that, Hazard said bitterly, so it was you who lured me into a trap. Who are you? The assassin's sudden question left Dawood bewildered. He had no plan. He'd simply slipped away from the crowd to avoid being drawn into the fight. Besides, Hazm's delusion was the result of the protagonist's mind charm skill. The mind charm had been activated. The villain was astonished by your meticulous scheme. Thanks to the game system, you can't use weapons at a safe point. That's why I led him here. It seems you don't intend to answer. Fine, kill me then. Hazm said calmly, as if his own death weren't unbearable. But contrary to what he expected, Dawood had no intention of killing him. I'm not going to kill you. Spread this message to the others. Don't get near Miss Tristan. Tell them that even an assassin like you nearly died. When he said this, Dawood had actually calculated ahead. He didn't know who gave the orders, but it was likely they'd strike again. If that happened, the chance that Elnor's gray fiend would be unleashed would increase. So stop that possibility from the start. Across from him, Dawood's request made Hazm curl his lip in mockery. What if I come back after this? Dawood answered with a very serious tone. Then try me, because next time I'll protect her again. Hearing that, Hazm frowned and asked, is Miss Tristan really that important to you? Suppose she is, Dawood replied. Immediately after, a string of system notifications arrived. Mind charm activated. The villain's favorability skyrocketed exponentially. Seeing the notice and sensing something, Dawood hurriedly turned around. Sure enough, swordswoman Elnor was standing right behind him, and had heard everything he said. Time quickly passed until the next morning. Elnor's close friend was collapsed over a desk, exhausted, with a mountain of work and papers piled up. It's chaos. I understand why the Prime Minister's furious and ordered the arrest of the mastermind immediately. I already have a mountain of work here. The Academy's internal affairs are a mess. But based on the timeline of the assassination, it was confirmed there was a spy. Elnor, I know political schemes aimed at you are commonplace, but this is the second assassination attempt. Clearly they're determined. But this event is different. Whoever is behind it will almost certainly strike again, and those beside you have all been commended. Despite that, everyone was knocked out without casualties. The issue is Dawood Campbell. He's the only one not recorded for commendation. There was no reason for him to be unrecognized, and I don't know why. It's as if he's deliberately avoiding the Academy's attention. In response, Elnor answered with a distant look, I don't know. Her offhand reply annoyed her close friend, who warned, if you say, I don't know again, I'll hit you. Go ahead and try, Elnor said calmly, which made her friend so furious her eyes bugged out. Without hesitation, she hurled an ink bottle at Elnor and shouted, What's wrong with you anyway? Up front, the swordswoman casually caught the ink bottle and asked back, What do you mean by that? Explaining, the close friend voiced her feelings. You've been zoned out all day. Why can't you focus at all? I don't know why, but if you won't say, I'm not helping. Back to Elnor, she didn't want to hide it and spoke plainly. I feel like I'm attracted to someone. Hearing this, the secretary's motion froze. Her eyes widened as if she'd misheard. What did you just say? I said I feel attracted to someone. You just mentioned him. At that, Elnor's face flushed slightly. Her assistant chimed in, asking, Do you mean Dawood Campbell? After that question, Elnor said nothing, and the two fell into an awkward silence. A second later, Elnor's close friend snapped out of her daze. She hesitantly pointed ahead with an expression like someone hearing that dinosaurs had come back to life. Wait, hold on, you like that country bumpkin? I never said I like him, Elnor clarified, but her friend didn't believe her at all and began to lecture. I don't know what about him makes you swoon, but if the Grand Duke Tristan hears this, what will he say? In response, the swordswoman set the ink bottle back on the table and reiterated, That old man will definitely be furious. And I'm not infatuated with him, not that monkey. The assistant muttered under her breath, scratched her head, and added, Whatever. Regardless, he treats you well, right? Normally, you'd be suspicious. As a Tristan lady, you should be more careful. Elnor nodded in agreement. That's true, but I just want to test him. I only need to observe him closely, she said as she stared at Dawood's photo on the desk. Back at the protagonist's place, he lay on his bed, dazed, staring at the notice in his hand and not understanding what's going on. The paper read, Regrettably, Dawood Campbell, we are currently unable to determine your class. The research team is conducting a project to produce the optimal result. You may expect good news in the future. Reading that, our protagonist could only complain to heaven. What was he supposed to expect? Just throw me into some old class and forget it. But if I follow the rules, shouldn't I be placed in a special class like Elijah's team? Why are they leaving me out? Thinking that, Dawood sat up to check the system notification. Main quest 1 completed. Information updated. Main quest, resolve the incident at the freshman welcome ceremony. D3, exclusive equipment material reward. The next system quest made Dawood reflect. He slowly recalled memories linked to the event. The freshman welcome ceremony is where a character's class is determined. Marksman, warrior, mage, cleric, and so on. Your specialized class is decided by which path you focus on. As Elijah uses a sword, I'll build a character focused on strength. Accordingly, I'll receive exclusive equipment materials suited to that. Saying that, Dawood tapped the screen. The interface switched to information on Elnor and Elijah. Elnor's trust in Dawood rose from level 2 to level 5, temporarily increasing affection. A special reward is available. She's a key character. When affinity shifts to affection, a special event will trigger. 3 days remain until the meeting event. For Elijah, her interest in Dawood reached level 5, nearly shifting to affection. She's a key character. When affinity shifts to affection, a special event will trigger. 3 days remain until the meeting event. Looking at how the key character's interest in me keeps rising, Dawood could only rub his face in headache. The only problem is that the protagonist's final boss and the main quest events are converging. Something big is definitely about to happen. Next, as if to comfort Dawood's fragile spirit, the system granted him Elnor's reward. You have received the copy skill. You can copy 1 skill from a target. At that, all of Dawood's frustration evaporated. His eyes widened like a startled calf. Oh my God, what is this? Copy a skill. This is insane. I can copy the final boss's skill. Yeah, but using this now would be a huge waste. Even though Elnor is at the top of the Academy's food chain now, like main heroine Elijah, Elnor is a final boss with growth potential. She'll gain more broken skills later. So there's no reason to use copy right now. For now, I'll prepare for the event in 3 days. Fortunately, I already know some things that will help survival. Thinking that, Dawood's eyes began to sparkle. Time quickly passed until evening. Scene shifts to the old equipment warehouse. Dawood now wore all black with a half-face mask. He was using a low-tier agility potion, a low-tier stealth mask, and light boots of silent steps, items all bought with shop points. Feeling his body lighten, he nodded in satisfaction. Using shop points really is nice. After bypassing the protections, he finally reached what farmers call the treasure farming spot. With that thought, he crept up to the warehouse, scaled the wall, and leapt inside. He also used a stamina recovery biscuit to restore his endurance faster than ever. It sounds like an ad, but the effects are real. Now it's time to rummage around, Dawood whispered and quickly dove into searching through the stacked junk before him. Nibbling the biscuit, he examined each item carefully. I'd found everything else but not the most important thing. Then he slid out a box and immediately found what he needed. What he sought was a small golden censer. There it was, the pinnacle of divine artifacts, a censer housing ancient power thousands of years old. Nice, finally I have everything I need. With that, he hurried to pull the censer from the pile. But things never go as smoothly as he imagined. Although small, the censer had been holding the stack's structure stable. The moment Dawood removed it, the stack lost stability and began to wobble. Then, of course, what had to happen happened. A second later, the entire pile of old equipment collapsed down, kicking up a cloud of dust in the warehouse. And by chance, when the dust settled, Dawood discovered he was holding a beautiful girl with glossy black hair. But our protagonist didn't have time to admire her beauty. He realized who she was. She was Yuria Greyhaunter, the Chapter 2 boss, nicknamed the Cursed Sword Goddess. The item he had just picked up actually belonged to her, so she often came here. Thinking that, Dawood began sweating with tension. Then Yuria's body flashed, and she immediately leapt out of the protagonist's arms. At the same time, Dawood received several urgent red alerts. Dangerous situation detected, life-threatening emergency, S-rank auto-activation requested. Facing the notices, Dawood could only stammer, sorry for waking you. Before his sentence finished, Yuria had already appeared behind the protagonist. She swung the chain attached to her sword straight at Dawood, the motion whistling through the air. With that single swing, the blade shredded all the wooden crates in front of them. Dawood had to jerk backward to dodge the strike. Faced with Yuria's overwhelming, storm-fast attacks, every hair on Dawood's body stood on end. Our protagonist had no choice but to flee like a terrified duck. Yuria's attack range was so vast that even if he wanted to counterattack, he couldn't get close to her. The last time was just a spar with Elijah, but now it was life or death. Even with special grade strength, his body still ached. Thinking of this, Dawood realized he couldn't keep running forever. So, to protect his life, he raised his hands to reassure her. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't intend to do anything. Please, I beg you. Across from him, Yuria didn't seem to hear his words. She continued to swing the chain like a machine. The sword began to carve up the ground until it was unrecognizable. Meanwhile, Dawood kept dancing with death, narrowly avoiding the sword. But no matter how he dodged, everything has its limits. At this point, Dawood was gradually being cornered by Yuria. Then the swordswoman threw her sword hard, aiming straight ahead with wind-tearing speed. But for some reason, right before the sword pierced Dawood's face, it suddenly stopped in midair and couldn't advance any further. With no other choice, Yuria had to jerk the sword back. Regarding this, Dawood had actually calculated it beforehand. He knew what he had to do to avoid being cut to pieces. All of this was because of a curse Yuria was under. A distance of 3.5 steps, any enemy within that range would be killed, but conversely, she couldn't take another step forward. That was the mechanism of the curse. At this moment, Yuria pointed the sword at Dawood and whispered, "Can you step forward, please?" Across from her, Dawood naturally understood what she wanted, so he refused immediately. "Why? So you can cut me." "That's right," Yuria admitted nonchalantly. Dawood looked at the determined expression of the swordswoman and nearly wet himself. "Is there no way for me to escape?" He had just thought that when suddenly a strange sound came from Yuria's stomach. "Gurgle." Immediately, her face flushed red with embarrassment. But this gave our protagonist a way out. "Wait a minute, this is her area, where she separates herself from everyone. Even teachers don't come here often. This means," thinking that, Dawood probed, "Hey, do you want to eat some cookies?" Saying that, he proactively took out his stash of stamina recovery cookies to lure her. However, Yuria was very alert. She felt a bit angry and said, "I won't fall for your trap. Are you trying to lure me with food?" Back to Dawood. He didn't intend to say much more and immediately threw a cookie forward. And Yuria's body automatically opened its mouth to catch it like a little puppy. Looking at her own action, Yuria felt a bit embarrassed and stammered, "That was just a mistake." Back to Dawood. Her action didn't surprise him at all. Everyone gets hungry in this state. You can't talk to someone who is starving. Afterward, after letting the swordswoman eat her fill, Dawood could finally sigh in relief. "Hugh, I nearly died there." Behind him, Yuria, while eating, asked, "But anyway, who are you? Why are you here?" Our protagonist naturally couldn't say he was there to steal, so his brain kicked into gear and he thought of an excuse to brush her off. "I was asked to feed you. Someone I know asked me to take care of you." "An acquaintance?" Yuria said with eyes full of questions, waiting for Dawood's answer. Meanwhile, Dawood had calculated, saying that will be useful in the future. There's no way I could meet Yuria this early in the game. He thought, then continued his acting. "Ah, that's right, don't worry. Your sister is doing well in the Holy Kingdom. The Emperor won't pay attention to you two for a while, but you know that without me saying it. I have to hide now, I'll come back later." Saying that, memories related to the swordswoman's background appeared in his head. Yuria originally came from the Holy Kingdom. The reason she hid in Elefante was because of the Holy Emperor. Yuria's sword was known as an evil object, so as its vessel, she also had to endure the 3-step curse. It's better to tell her about the only relative she has left. She can overcome many things with just that small hope. Just like that, Dawood was lucky enough to carry the incense burner and left the warehouse safely. Time passed quickly until the next day, when the group of freshmen were gathered on a cliffside. Before the group, a beautiful blonde professor smiled and said, "Now, that is the school, the training room, and that is the magic building. Can everyone see clearly? Everyone needs to choose a major and a minor at the orientation ceremony in a few days. Knights, mages, production engineers, and priests, everyone knows this, don't you?" Below, a student asked his question, "Do the tribes also study together with the Holy Kingdom?" Answering this, the teacher nodded and explained, "Yes, that's correct. We teach the same things here for war and representation, so don't think about transferring, okay? I will explain more about the major subjects." Behind her, Dawood already knew this information, so he calmly stood with his arms crossed and thought randomly. This is an orientation event providing more information about this world, but I can't ignore it. If not, everything I've prepared so far will be meaningless. Afterward, a brown-haired student asked a question Dawood was also interested in. "Dean Ophelia, that is the famous Void region, isn't it?" Seeing this, everyone turned to look forward, where they witnessed a certain area being covered by a screen of red light. Then they all turned to look at Ophelia with curiosity. Without making them wait long, Ophelia nodded and explained, "Yes, but that place is forbidden. If you go there, you will be punished." Back to Dawood. He stood quietly watching the area ahead. That is the Void region, the place left after the historical battle between heaven and hell. That is where God's messenger fought the warrior who received demonic power. Hundreds of years have passed, but the collision of death and divine energy continues. This is the most important place for demons to be kept free. Therefore, the Holy Kingdom, the Tribal Alliance, and the Empire created a golden triangle to watch over it, including Elfante and other academies. Beside him, a big red-haired guy excitedly raised his hand to express his intention. "Dean Ophelia, can we go closer to observe it?" To his question, Ophelia agreed but didn't forget to remind. "Let's see, standing right at the edge of the Archangel's protective shield is still okay. We can be safe while inside it." Hearing this, Dawood couldn't hide the joy on his face. "Good, the plan now is to leave for lunch and come back. I'll do some things." Angels, who are known to be able to move mountains and seas, and the Archangel, whose power is even greater, created this shield. Thanks to that, students can exist in this dangerous place. Unaware of Dawood's thoughts, Dean Ophelia said excitedly, "All right, we will have lunch here." Responding to that, Dawood walked over and asked quietly, "Can I eat elsewhere? I feel uncomfortable here." Ophelia nodded and reminded the protagonist, "Don't go too far or you will get into trouble." "Yes," Dawood replied and hurriedly left. Not far away, a few students looked at Dawood with annoyed eyes. "Tusk, that hick is showing off just because he got a little attention." Unaware of this, after Dawood left, he quickly found a place no one noticed and pulled out the incense burner he had pilfered from Uria's place. He poured into the burner powder from a unicorn's horn, phoenix feathers, and a piece of coral, causing the burner to emit wisps of light purple smoke. While Dawood puffed his cheeks to make the burner burn stronger, he thought to himself, "This is the ultimate portable incense burner of the achievement. I came all the way here to use it. It allows me to touch things that ordinary people wouldn't even dare dream of." At this moment, following Dawood's gaze, the purple smoke rising into the air caused a vortex to appear in the space. And from inside that vortex, human-like figures slowly appeared. They radiated a powerful aura that forced Dawood to cover his eyes. Afterward, from inside the vortex, Dawood heard the voices of a few people. "You said the Allied forces were where?" "No, I told you to level everything. You just simply put the drain in and left." "Ah, they said it was done by a boy named Jirian." "Look over there, kid. Do you think just digging it up is enough?" someone said irritably. "Hey, the ground is very hard." Another replied while using his foot to kick the shovel to make it stick deep into the ground. Then the previous voice spoke up again. "Isn't the shovel you're using harder than the ground?" Speaking of this, the voice suddenly paused when they noticed the protagonist observing them through the vortex. "Wait, is there a problem with that human? He's been staring at us for a while, but isn't it better for him to be quiet than to come over and bother us?" Saying that, the bald angel suddenly noticed the person next to him taking this opportunity to rest. His face darkened as he spoke coldly. "Who allowed you to stop? Why is your shovel standing still?" Hearing this, the frizzy-haired guy could only tiredly continue his work and laugh awkwardly. "Ah, it's moving now." Beside him, the bald angel didn't seem satisfied and continued to shout, "No, you have to level it out. Stop digging, you idiot." Behind the gate, Dawood stood silently watching the scene of the angels digging the earth. It seemed the scene in the heavenly realm wasn't quite what he had imagined. Afterward, an angel drove a giant truck up and honked to notify everyone. "Greetings, the holy mud bricks are here. Come down and help me unload them." Hearing this, the group of angels turned their attention to the truck and asked, "How many bricks are there in total?" "It's infinite," the long-haired angel said while flipping the tarp off the truck bed. But when a female angel saw him eating cookies, she began to scold. "Hey, why are you sneaking cookies?" Answering her was a disdainful look from the long-haired angel. "You're the driver, right? And I'm not a soldier, am I? So it's best not to worry about others and save your strength for driving, right?" Elsewhere, the bald angel was still shouting at his subordinates. "Hey, don't you see your senior working hard? Hurry up and speed up." Behind him, the frizzy-haired angel hurried over to ask for a turn carrying bricks. At least that seemed lighter than shoveling dirt and not having to hear his superior's curse. "Oh my God, first-class Merchant Elnor, just leave that stack of bricks to me." In another corner, a young angel just handed a brick to his leader and asked, "Captain, the food hasn't been transported yet?" Responding to this, the captain's voice sounded a bit reluctant. "Sorry, but the food transport truck broke down on the way. Everyone is trying to fix it, so it will arrive a little late. Please wait a moment." Back to Dawood. Witnessing this scene, he could only give a wry smile. So this is why angels aren't always free to descend to the mortal realm. And if I had to describe these angels, I'd say they look like they're in the military. They divide into clusters and ranks along with chains of command. So the other world in this game has its own laws too. I can only meet angels after passing Chapter 2, and interacting directly with high-level angels can only be done even later. I know what they want, It's something extremely simple. Thinking of this, Dawood began to lay out countless attractive food boxes in front of him and said loudly, "Wow, thank you for the food." On the other side, the group of angels began to notice Dawood, or rather, notice the delicious food he had brought out. That guy is still watching us. Ah, what is he holding? He looks like he's eating so deliciously. Can we ask him for a bite? The frizzy-haired angel asked stutteringly. However, he was scolded by the long-haired angel. You aren't qualified to descend yet. What are you dreaming about? Hurry up. For Dawood, he knew the laboring angels were starving. So he invited them. Lord Angel, please eat well before doing such heavy work. I'm afraid you might faint. Then Dawood's words seemed to have triggered a type of law of that world, and helped all the food in front of him be transported into the hands of the angels behind the gate. Seeing this, everyone became overjoyed. Even the bald angel, usually grumpy, happily said to the group, "This guy is something else. All right, let everyone take a 10-minute break." Afterward, after checking the food portions, the group of angels' eyes lit up. Are there only rolls? There's even steak here. Wow, what a sophisticated human. Looking at their joyful reaction, Dawood rubbed his chin smugly and thought, the laws of this world are completely different from my physical world. So just one portion of mine is more than enough for all of them. Time passed quickly. After finishing the food Dawood gave them, the bald angel nodded and turned to praise him. "Ha, so delicious. What a banquet suitable for people having to do manual labor like us. Bring that over here." "What was that?" Dawood asked curiously. "The incense burner next to you. You did this for us because you need something from us, right? Let me bless it. Bring it over here." Hearing this, Dawood didn't hesitate for a second and hurriedly carried the incense burner near the gate. Then the angel refreshingly said, "Let's see, what do you want? But it has to be within reason. I will try my best to meet your expectations." The reward from the uncle left Dawood startled, as everything was proceeding much more smoothly than he had imagined. Wow, it's really happening just like that without any negotiation. I even prepared a card to bargain with. Are there any other story arcs in the original that are this easy? Dawood silently pondered to himself. However, before he could even ask a question, the angel uncle seemed to have read his mind and spoke up. "Why are you treating me so well? You're thinking, it's not someone else, right? I can explain this. I can see that you have been provided with very good information. You possess a unique skill within you, but you have failed to develop it. Even if it's just a little bit, it will bring you many benefits in the future. You should start cultivating it from now on." The angel uncle spoke with a tone full of certainty, making Dawood gulp hard under his gaze. "This is reading through me, right? Perhaps so. With just one look, he seems to know the true nature of all things. Is he talking about that gift? Does he mean my attribute, the affection for evil?" Ignoring Dawood's inner thoughts, the angel uncle continued. "That gift is much more powerful than you think. However, how you sharpen and utilize it is up to you. Because of it, you will be captured by a monster that is cruel yet incredibly friendly." Hearing him say this, Dawood no longer had any doubts. Damn it, I knew it. After sealing that incense burner, I realized all the tactics and possibilities I could utilize. I definitely have to find an optimal plot path to ensure my survival as best as possible. Returning to the angel uncle's perspective, for some reason, he suddenly reverted to his youthful state with long, flowing hair. A common human would have immediately fallen into a state of fear. "But you seem incredibly calm, don't you? I see a magnificent man in the stage of formation. I assume I won't have to worry about anything anymore, right? I've finished the blessing." "Ah, yes, thank you," Dawood replied naively, as he had only seen the uncle sit and talk for a while without witnessing any energy usage, yet the blessing was already done. Elsewhere, another angel, seeing the uncle talking to Dawood, asked the sergeant, "Why are you telling a human things like that?" The response was a slightly annoyed look from the angel uncle. "Have you finished moving those holy mud chunks yet?" "Ah, yes, I'm almost done," the other angel replied and hurried away. Returning to Dawood, in truth, he still did not fully grasp the cryptic words of the angel. Cruel yet incredibly friendly. What on earth is that supposed to mean? And magnificent man, is he overestimating me too much? Dawood asked himself internally. Meanwhile, before disappearing, the angel uncle offered encouragement. "Believe in yourself, even in the smallest things I have imparted to you." Immediately after these words, the gate in front of Dawood was retracted. Returning to Dawood, he remained stunned by the words just spoken. "I'm only trying because I don't want to die." Regardless, that was a warning from an angel. I had better think about it carefully. Thinking this, he turned to look at the incense burner to see what blessings it had received. Very quickly, notification screens appeared before his eyes. C-rank Holy Incense Burner, containing special power from a divine entity from another world, contains 2 skills. Asceticism, C-rank, uses a small amount of mana to temporarily convert all bonus points into reserves. Cooldown, 20 seconds, can be evolved with proof of destiny. Protective Shield C rank, uses a small amount of mana to create a one-time shield and receive a buff. Cooldown, 20 seconds, can be evolved with Holy Mark. Reading these descriptions, Dawood himself was a bit surprised that he could trade a bit of food for such a delicious blessing. That angel gave me some very useful blessings indeed. Constitution stats are proportional to health, so this will directly help me increase my survivability. My desperate survival skill also helps me boost my stats significantly. I will make full use of these skills. And the most important part is evolution. In this world, created items can naturally enhance their performance. Receiving something like this so early in the story is an extremely lucky occurrence. But the problem here is that both skills only require a small amount of mana to use. It is truly a perfect dream for someone with no mana-related attributes. If I currently cannot use much mana, I will have to find some other way to supplement it. And that is the exact reason I came here. At this moment, Dawood was in a place that looked like a plaza, with countless other students standing all around. The person in front of him complained when he saw Dawood standing in deep thought. Is lack of focus one of your strengths or something? You said you wanted to form a two-person team, right? You know what a two-person team is, don't you? So where is your teammate? Responding to this, Dawood smiled very confidently and said she would be here soon. His confidence made the staff member burst into laughter. Ha ha, who would come here for a nobody like you? Seeing the disbelieving look on this person's face, Dawood reaffirmed it once more. I'm not lying, this place will be packed with people soon. My teammate isn't just famous, you'll see. Finishing that, he checked the watch on his hand and thought that according to the plot, she should be here now. Then, as if to fulfill Dawood's wish, the voice of the swordswoman Elijah suddenly echoed from behind. Hello, is this the monster research room? Hearing the familiar sound, our protagonist turned his face and waved to greet her. This change in Dawood's behavior was all due to the meeting with the angel uncle. The truth is, I don't want to get involved with the protagonist, but I have perhaps changed, especially after listening to the advice of that angel uncle. Opposite, the greeting from Dawood made Elijah feel a bit strange, and Dawood proactively proposed what he had said before about getting to know each other. Getting to know each other is still okay now, right? Returning to Elijah, she was standing blankly before Dawood's previous words. You are truly extraordinary, Dawood. Nothing you tried here worked, so now you remember me. Because of the tactic to make them jealous, I've been bothered way too much already. Just how delusional is he? She whispered to herself. Time passed quickly, shifting the scene to the simulation dungeon at Elfonte Academy. At this moment, Dawood and Elijah were paired up and currently in a simulated battle. However, looking at the flickering red eyes in the dark, the swordswoman Elijah felt a bit anxious and asked the protagonist, Dawood, are you really sure about this? Hearing this from her, our protagonist behind her complained with a face that looked like he had just woken up. Trust each other a little. I thought you wanted to be friends with me. Do you remember that the first time we met, you wanted to hit me? I remember, even though I was the one who got hit, Elijah replied hesitantly. Then, immediately after, as if sensing that the monsters in front had begun to attack, Dawood gave instructions. If you want to be friends, just follow what I say. At 9 o'clock, there are 3 in total. Following his reminder, Elijah hurriedly turned to the 9 o'clock direction and naturally saw a wolf lunging toward her with a mouth full of fangs. However, thanks to the prior warning, she only needed to swing her sword to easily decapitate the wolf. But not letting her rest, Dawood behind her smiled and added, 2 more coming from above. Time passed quickly. At this moment, they were facing several giant bats. Relying on his knowledge, Dawood quickly recognized this type of monster and provided a way to deal with them. Their weakness is at the top. Aim for the body, don't aim for the wings. Hearing this, Elijah in front swung her sword quickly, immediately splitting the bat in half. However, she also felt a bit frustrated and gritted her teeth. Stop giving orders. Why don't you come up and help me a little? To Dawood, he seemed not to hear the complaint and continued giving orders. 2 daggers will fly toward you from both the left and right. Just bat them aside. Try to endure for 10 seconds. Responding, Elijah swung her sword to bat away the 2 daggers flying toward her to both sides. Then Dawood smiled and gave the next instruction. Very good. Next is a type of paralysis poison. The sprayer is on the right. Destroy it quickly. Next is dodging the arrow flying from my side. Just stand still there. 3, 2, 1. There is an attack from behind. A series of instructions was given so rapidly that Elijah began to fall behind. She barely turned around and luckily blocked the strike from the giant one-eyed monsters. The heavy blow pushed her petite body backward. As for Elijah's feelings at this moment, she felt infuriated because all the heavy lifting fell to her, while Dawood behind her just pointed fingers and gave orders. Unable to contain her frustration, she shouted, "If you knew all those things, wouldn't you do better than me? We would level up faster if we cooperated." Behind her, in truth, Dawood did not want to help. It was that he couldn't even if he wanted to. "Look, I really want to help, but I can't. I'm a trash character with F-rank stats in every aspect. To explain this, in a simulated match, there is no killing intent, so the desperate survival skill cannot be activated. These are just artificial entities performing pre-programmed actions. Because desperate survival isn't an omnipotent skill, I must quickly raise my stats." Dawood silently reminded himself, while the swordswoman Elijah in front shouted to encourage herself. "Come on!" With that, she gripped her sword tightly and lunged toward the protagonist with a slightly fierce face. This action made the smile on Dawood's lips go stiff. Am I too cruel? However, contrary to what he thought, Elijah was actually protecting him because a monster was sneaking up on Dawood from behind. Fortunately, Elijah reacted in time. With just one strike, she easily decapitated the one-eyed monster, saving Dawood from a visible loss. This image left Dawood stunned for a second, but immediately after, from both sides, countless colorful paper streamers suddenly flew out, accompanied by congratulatory sounds. "The speed is too fast. You have broken the record." Hearing this, Elijah's eyes showed disbelief. She turned to ask, "What is this? I fought alone, but I broke the record. Even though this is a two-person stage, what on earth is happening?" Responding, the protagonist just smiled nonchalantly. "Is it luck? The next area will be a bit harder. Let's continue." "Wish you luck." His nonchalant words made the fire of anger in Elijah's heart blaze up. She gritted her teeth, her eyes looking as if she wanted to devour Dawood alive. At the same time, in the special observation room, the professors were witnessing Dawood and Elijah's battle through a magical device. After watching both of their performances, a girl dressed as a magic department head, Purse, nodded and admitted, "It seems we have to allocate more budget for the simulation matches next year." "Do you think so?" Conrad replied. Conrad gently placed his hand on someone's head and answered, "Likely. This is from the design department, isn't it? More importantly, it seems I am very lucky that the person I have my eye on is performing it." Hearing this, Purse was slightly surprised. "You mean that girl, the one chosen for the next term? They are progressing extremely fast. They are worth nodding." Conrad knew Purse had misunderstood, so he explained in more detail. "Not her, but him, Dawood Campbell." Hearing that, Purse cast her eyes to observe Dawood and felt a bit displeased. "Criticizing that fraud? Isn't he just clinging to the warrior candidate?" On this side, Conrad sighed, guessing right away that Purse knew nothing. "That is the problem with wizards who like to spin pens like you. A warrior candidate could never break the record on their own. Any normal person would see the warrior candidate as stronger and playing the key role in the battle. But he is the key. The positioning of his teammates, the way he gives orders with perfect timing, the seamless support ability. Each of his actions shows a terrifyingly precise judgment, as if he had been to the battlefield thousands of times." Thinking this, Conrad couldn't help but suggest, "Hey, Purse, let's bet." Shifting to Dawood and Elijah's position, the two suddenly heard Conrad's voice through the loudspeaker. "I am Conrad Balthador of the Night Department. After observing you two, I have started to feel interested. The Magic Department head and I have made a bet. Can you two break the record that we set when we were freshmen? If you two truly succeed, I will give you the right to make any request toward Purse. But if you feel pressured by this, I won't force you. Your current record is already an amazing achievement." This request was almost impossible from the start. Dawood didn't need the professor to say anything more. He immediately took the bet. "No problem, we can do it." Dawood's quick agreement left Elijah behind him bewildered. Meanwhile, Professor Purse felt Dawood was a bit arrogant and criticized him. "Oh, look at him." Ignoring this attitude, Conrad spoke up. "I bet you will win. Now begin." Shifting to the practice area, at this moment, Elnor's close friend was complaining. "What is this? I understand you came here to relieve your mood, but lately you've been overdoing it. What on earth is happening with you?" In front, Elnor, with a face soaked in sweat from training, spoke up. "There is something I want to recall. When I was young, my mother taught me this move, but I don't remember it anymore, so I am practicing from scratch. A demon exists in the Tristan bloodline. This dark rumor has two sides. One is the extraordinary inhuman talent they possess, and the other side is the occasional outbursts of madness, erupting violence, and the collapse of reason. That is why, even though those of the Tristan family achieve extraordinary accomplishments, their later years are full of tragedies." At this moment, as Elnor drank water, her close friend asked, "That's not serious, is it?" "Right," she replied. Elnor shook her head. "No need to worry, I don't care." "Really? Is that true?" The assistant girl looked skeptical. This made Elnor slightly annoyed. I told you there is nothing that can bother me now. Hearing that, Elnor's close friend immediately said a sentence. The information you requested, I will report immediately. I just heard this news from a junior. Dawood Campbell is currently with the warrior candidate of the next term, Elijah. The girl who fought Dawood before. Elnor frowned and asked, You mean the two of them have paired up? The assistant nodded. Yeah, perhaps because the simulation match requires a two-person team. Opposite, Elnor closed her eyes, trying to calm down a bit, then let out a long sigh. I see, take me there. You just said you didn't care. The assistant yelled, but she didn't know if Elnor noticed that the water bottle underneath had been completely crushed by Elnor, returning to Dawood's group's position. At this moment, the swordswoman Elijah truly couldn't understand what our protagonist was thinking in his head to be able to easily meet Professor Conrad's challenge. She asked, What do you intend to do? I know you have skills, but even so, is it worth testing the all-time record? Yes, Dawood calmly replied without any hesitation. This made Elijah look at him with eyes full of skepticism. Your confidence is indeed unusual. Is there any reason for you to do this? For Dawood, of course, he was already a veteran of this game, so this minor challenge was not a problem for him. Aiming for their weak points will be easier because artificial monsters have consistent movement patterns, but I can't let her know that. Dawood thought internally and replied vaguely. That is because you are here with me. His words made the swordswoman's face turn slightly pink, and she exclaimed, You are truly unbelievable. Inside the monitoring room, Professor Conrad, after seeing the two had prepared, spoke up. I am Conrad. Are you two ready? Ready, both said in unison. Hearing that, the Night Department professor nodded. Perfect. So now there is one final step to adjust the difficulty. The higher you set it, the more points you get. Without any hesitation, Dawood immediately requested him to set it to the highest difficulty. Beside him, the Magic Department head purse felt annoyed by the protagonist's confidence. Her brows furrowed as she complained. Unbelievable, these freshmen. I like this energy, but this is too much. The highest difficulty is almost like real combat. They might die during the challenge. Responding, Dawood seemed to hear through the speaker, so he replied, Even if that's the case, I believe it's still worth a try. Returning to Professor Conrad's perspective, seeing Dawood so confident, he decided to trust him once, so he agreed, then follow his lead. Next, he officially started the simulated combat system. Loud sounds erupted, making the beautiful face of Elijah sweat from anxiety. Beside her, Dawood saw this and smiled to reassure her. Don't worry, the warrior candidate title is a done deal anyway. Speaking of the female Professor Purse, at this moment she was happily enjoying tea brought by a subordinate, then complained to Conrad. I can't believe you. Conrad replied to this complaint, and Professor Conrad reminded her of one thing. Is this the first time you've done this? Didn't we do the same for the previous freshman batch? Conrad's explanation didn't receive Purse's agreement but seemed to only make her more annoyed. But that's completely different. This time they could actually die. Unlike her attitude, Conrad still put his trust in Dawood's group. Just wait and see, Professor Purse. I believe there is a reason for his confidence. Even if things become overly dangerous, we can just go in and save them, right? All right, killer mode activated. Prove yourselves, freshmen. At this moment, according to everyone's view, from up high, countless monsters of all types were aiming straight for Dawood and Elijah with bloodthirsty eyes. Looking at this scene, the swordswoman Elijah could only angrily yell, Damn it, let's do it. Elsewhere, the design department staff member was crying internally. Our design department is basically doomed. Speaking of Dawood, the more dangerous the monsters were, the more interested he felt because the system had just sent a red notification. Danger detected. We have determined the threat level is life-threatening. Immediately after, his desperate survival skill was activated to the highest level, filling Dawood with energy. Without a moment of hesitation, he swung his sword quickly, aiming straight at a rhinoceros monster falling down. The protagonist's sword swing immediately created a blade of light, severing the giant head of this monster in one stroke. Seeing this, Professor Conrad in the monitoring room couldn't help but shout, I knew it. This is exactly what I was looking for. Do you see now, Purse? Behind her, Professor Purse was startled by the shout, spraying her tea everywhere. Meanwhile, the design department guy's eyes were wide open. At the same time, the swordswoman Elijah, witnessing Dawood's power, felt all her anxiety dissipate. Dawood, I knew it. Speaking of the female Professor Purse, she also hurriedly ran to the screen. After witnessing Dawood making mincemeat of the monsters, she was stunned. Wait, how could this happen? A moment ago, he was completely useless. Responding, Professor Conrad voiced his thoughts. I think he was just pretending, but I don't blame you. If I hadn't known about his skill transformation, I would have reacted just like you. Over time, the monsters will become stronger, and so will he. That means it is a parallel development. Just like that, this practice match began to unfold in an overwhelming direction for Dawood's two-person team. The number of monsters inside the training room also quickly decreased. Nearby, the swordswoman Elijah plunged her sword deep into the body of a giant red spider, holding its massive form firmly in place. She started shouting, "Do it, Dawood." Hearing this, Dawood, who was behind her, immediately used her shoulder as leverage and vaulted high into the air. Next, he utilized Tristan's sword technique, unleashing countless slashes onto the giant red spider in the blink of an eye, forcing it, along with the other monsters, to begrudgingly accept its defeat. After the two of them took down the monster, a notification sound rang out. "Congratulations! That is extraordinary power, Dawood Campbell and Elijah Chrysanax. You have both successfully broken the all-time record." However, things weren't over yet. The giant red spider didn't seem to be completely dead. Before collapsing, it used its final bit of strength to swing a massive leg directly at the protagonist while he was still basking in his victory. "Dawood, duck!" Elijah yelled from behind. But before the spider could carry out its intention, its body suddenly exploded into countless pieces. The one who had just acted was Professor Conrad, who had rushed to the scene. "Congratulations! It seems you've set a record that won't be broken for many years to come. I never expected to have a freshman capable of clearing out Elfante's artificial monsters, as if it were a walk in the park. Thank you for your efforts, warrior candidate." Saying that, the professor sheathed his sword and teased the mage Purse, who had just arrived. "I won, Purse. Must feel great, huh?" Purse retorted in frustration. Afterward, both of them received their rewards from the two professors as agreed upon earlier. Looking at the paper in her hand, Elijah shouted in surprise. "Permission to rent an item from the Vision Vault and the right to ask the Dean of Magic for any favor. That's amazing." Beside her, Dawood glanced at her paper and remarked, "This isn't something a freshman is usually granted access to. We're being rewarded equally, aren't we?" Returning to Elijah after her excitement subsided, she asked the protagonist with curiosity, "Hey, Dawood, I've noticed this before, but why are you always able to keep your cool? Whatever happens, you act as if you already know how the situation will unfold, or like you've already calculated it. The way you act just gives me that feeling." At this point, Elijah thrust her fist forward and laughed. "Hey, boys usually do this with friends, right? I mean, the fist bump is over there." Dawood sighed, "Well, if you say so." But he still extended his fist to bump against Elijah's. With this, Elijah's level of interest in Dawood reached level 5, nearly reaching the level of trust. "See you tomorrow then, Dawood," Elijah said excitedly before scurrying away. Dawood watched her back and shook his head. "I don't know if she's friendly or just strange." In response, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "You're telling me." Hearing this, Dawood glanced to the side and startled. Student Council President. Across from him, Elnor didn't care about Dawood being startled. Instead, she asked bluntly, "Do you like me?" Faced with this question, Dawood was truly sweating buckets. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that no red warning notification appeared, meaning the desperate plea wasn't triggered. "It seems she doesn't intend to do anything to me, but wait, isn't this too obvious? I'm not her boyfriend." Beside him, when Elnor saw Dawood didn't answer, she asked again coldly, "I'll only repeat this once. Do you like me?" For this second question, the system gave Dawood a cautious warning. "Danger detected. Danger detected." This notification made sweat start to soak the back of Dawood's shirt. Every hair on his body began to stand on end. He reminded himself that he felt he needed to say something. Thinking fast to protect his own life, Dawood started to bluff. "Hey, Student Council President, even though I've been training with Elijah all this time, I still want to see you." His words left the Villainess stunned. While Dawood, having finished speaking, cursed at himself internally. "What are you doing? Dawood Campbell, you actually believe that? You idiot." Beside him, it's unclear what Elnor was interpreting, but she offered a light smile and whispered, "So you're saying you've missed me all this time?" Hearing that, Dawood nodded like a chicken pecking at grain and went along with it. "Yes, that's exactly it." "Why?" Elnor asked suspiciously. Dawood was completely speechless. Because the last thing he wanted was to be near Elnor, so how could he possibly have missed her and have an explanation for it? Dawood started to stammer, unable to answer. Then, as if thinking of something, Elnor smoothed her hair and continued, "Forget it, maybe this is just one of those types of friendships. I understand now. Is it because I saved you on the train? Just remember that priority list." In front, Dawood's expression was like someone who had just crawled out of a cave, not understanding what was happening. What list is she talking about? What is going on? Dawood asked himself in his heart. But before he could come up with an answer, Elijah handed him an invitation and said, Don't worry about that. I came here to give you this. To Dawood, this letter made him feel a bit terrified. Is this a love letter or a challenge? What is this? Nothing like this happened in the original story. Unaware of the protagonist's internal thoughts, Elnor looked away shyly and explained, I intended to give this to you tomorrow, but remember to open it when you're alone. Saying that, the student council president quickly left, leaving Dawood behind, who could only blankly accept the invitation like a machine. Time passed quickly. After returning to his private room, Dawood immediately opened the letter and read it. He quickly understood Elnor's goal. So she wants me to be her companion? Tomorrow is the freshman welcome party. I forgot about this. Becoming her companion isn't a big issue. I just need to spend time with her at the party. The only issue was the punishment. If he rejected her proposal, not only would her affection drop, but it could make others hostile toward him. Thinking of this, a knock on the door from outside caught Dawood's attention. He went out to open the door and saw that the visitor was Elijah. I thought it might be you, Dawood said quietly. Meanwhile, Elijah's eyes brightened with a hint of joy. She stroked her chin and laughed. You catch on pretty fast. Here, she said, handing an invitation to the protagonist. Another one of these. Dawood sighed, which made Elijah's eyes fill with curiosity. What do you mean, another? Has someone else given this to you? Ah, no, I mean, what is this? Dawood hurriedly corrected. Deep down, Dawood had already guessed what the invitation was about, and he nearly died on the spot. Don't tell me she also came here with a request. Returning to Elijah's perspective, she didn't explain much and just said with a playful face, What do you think? It's a surprise. I decided it during that simulation battle. I have to go now. It's all thanks to the rules the student council president set, but read it quickly. Finishing, the female lead immediately ran off, leaving Dawood behind with a blank face. In the end, he could only hold his head in pain and return to his room to check the letter. Why are there so many strange people in this world? I wonder what this is. I think, could it be another companion request? If it's from Elijah, it could also be a challenge request. But she said it was a surprise, so I'm done for. This is a final boss companion request to the protagonist. Wasn't this supposed to not happen in the original story? Could they not give me an easier choice? If I choose Elnor, I'll be seen as an evil figure by the protagonist. If I choose Elijah, I'll make the final boss hostile and might die because of the priority list or something. What if I reject both? I don't know what to do anymore. This must be happening because both of them are still in the interested stage. This is a big problem, should I accept both? The more he thought, the more Dawood felt that if he only chose one and left the other, it would feel like death himself was beckoning to him. Time passed quickly until the day of the freshman welcome party. The scene shifted to an incredibly luxurious and lavish ballroom. At this moment, countless students were gathered inside. Someone's voice began to ring out. Hey, aren't you a student in Class A? I'm a Class A student, Professor, they're here. Within the group, the swordswoman Elijah in a glamorous outfit fanned herself to dissipate the heat in the hall. She sighed, Phew, so many people, this really is a pigsty. But regardless, thank you for coming with me, Dawood, she said while turning to look at the protagonist. Dawood, with his hair parted to two sides, replied with a cold face, Yeah. Scene shift to a certain fountain. At this moment, another Dawood with a different hairstyle was sitting here. To explain this, Dawood going with Elijah was just a clone the protagonist had just created. It was a clone costing 1,000 points that Dawood bought from the point shop. It allowed for the creation of a copy, and the beneficial effects of the original would also be applied to this clone. At the same time, the system sent the protagonist a notification. Event, double date. You have decided to go on a date with both. That's wonderful. But don't let it be discovered until the event ends. If you fail, there will be a punishment. Back to Dawood. Looking at his information on the system screen, he sighed, I had to use up all my points. Even though it's just at my place, maybe it will work. But even with many people, this plan could fail miserably. If someone sees me and the clone in the same place, I'll be discovered. I'll use the cool gentleman option to set the personality for the clone. Then, before Dawood could finish thinking, a fierce roar suddenly rang out not far away from a monster being held in an iron cage, which startled Dawood. That's just a monster from the outside. It seems they intend to experiment on it, and then it will escape. That will begin the main event, and all I need to do is survive. With Elnor and Elijah, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Next, for some reason, the system suddenly gave another notification. Pheromones, you are no longer just a boy. Purchased, applied. This notification made Dawood dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Then at the same time, Elnor appeared. You're here, what is that smell? Did you spray something on yourself? She frowned. Dawood replied awkwardly, No, the flowers here have a natural scent. Before Dawood could finish, Elnor's face suddenly flushed red. She shared, I know this scent is coming from you, but it's driving me crazy. Looking at Elnor's flushed face, who seemed like she was aroused, the biological siren in Dawood's heart wouldn't stop ringing. This warning made Dawood constantly wave his hands as if wanting to brush that scent off his body. What the hell are you talking about, pheromones? Please just stop, Dawood screamed in his mind. However, his words were met with sad information from the system. The pheromone effect has been applied to the target, Elnor. Target is trying her best not to be interested in you. Beside him, the icy Elnor began to flirt with the protagonist and said, Dawood Campbell, I wonder why I only realized it now, but you're more masculine than I thought. Faced with this, Dawood truly couldn't be happy, as he felt death coming one step closer to him. He prayed silently, please stop. Afterward, to temporarily pause this atmosphere, Dawood suggested, why don't we go to the event? How about we stop by some booths near here? Elnor saw no problem and nodded in agreement. Sure, lead the way. Back to Dawood's perspective. His suggestion to take Elnor out was also calculated. By now, the clone and Elijah must have met. I must ensure I don't run into them. I hope nothing happens. Maybe nothing will happen if this continues. All the clone and I need to do is escort both of them. Thinking that, Dawood suggested again, hey, how about we go to that snack stand and grab something? Hearing this, Elnor glanced at him with a meaningful expression and answered, all right. Afterward, Dawood led Elnor to the barbecue stand and said, how about trying this wild boar skewer? This is the worst suggestion for Elnor. You care a lot about your figure. I have to reduce the impact of the pheromones. That's what Dawood intended. However, it was as if heaven wanted to cooperate with him and this villainess. Her eyes began to sparkle, and she said softly, how did you know I liked this? Is it just a coincidence? Hearing this, Dawood started screaming in his head, oh my God, if she sees I don't like wild boar, I have to maintain the relationship and keep my distance, and I have to ensure Elijah stays as far away as possible. Afterward, the two of them went to a booth selling decorative accessories. Looking at the glittering items in front of her, Elnor's steps stopped, and she said to Dawood, hey, it seems they sell accessories here. Do you need anything? Faced with this, Dawood immediately refused and asked back, no, let me buy something for you. That was what the protagonist said on the outside, but internally he was thinking, buy a gift for Elnor? No way, I have to reduce her affection, I have to give her the worst gift. Thinking that, he looked at a button and picked it up. This button is good, what do you think? In a normal situation, when a guy gives a girl a gift like that, perhaps the only thing waiting for him would be getting his number blocked. But the impact of the pheromones on Elnor was truly stronger than Dawood had imagined. Even when receiving such a gift, Elnor happily accepted. I really do need a button for my new uniform. She smiled, while Dawood on his side bit his lip. This is getting tough, he thought to himself. Next, the two of them temporarily stopped walking around and sat down to drink water in a certain area. Then Elnor asked, come to think of it, have you chosen your major yet? Answering the question, Dawood nodded and shared, I have. I intend to enter the theology department. The protagonist's choice made the villainess curious, and she advised, theology, won't you reconsider? With your talent, it would be a waste not to enter the night department. No, there's something I want to learn in the theology department. Dawood replied, thinking that he had a reason for choosing this path. My life and the collapse of the Holy Knights are essential for me to survive. They are important to achieve the ending I want. It's the secret organization event, an event that will happen in the future. The boss of this chapter is particularly weak against Holy Knights. Across from him, Elnor felt even more curious and asked, something you want to learn? Dawood replied that to protect precious things, he needed to learn it there. Elnor asked what Dawood wanted to protect. Hearing this, Dawood turned on his acting mode. His face became contemplative, as if remembering something. Since I was small, I've wanted to protect that. Across from him, Elnor asked if it had anything to do with why he was getting so involved with her. That's right, Dawood nodded. But before he could explain much further, Elnor interrupted. I know the Tristan family curse well. I'm talking about the curse that turns all our family members into lunatics. Hearing this, Dawood shrugged and asked, isn't the only way to stop it through mental training? And this statement from Dawood made Elnor's eyes grow cold. She stared at the protagonist and said in an icy voice, you know the solution. Faced with this question, Dawood didn't intend to hide anything and said bluntly, the angel's blessing is a miracle where two archangels bless one person, or at least that's what they say. On this side, the villainess nodded, agreeing with the method Dawood proposed. Yes, it's that difficult. So even though the Tristan family has achieved a lot, we are still afraid. So how can you be this close to me? Why are you always there when someone wants to assassinate me? What are you planning? Back to Dawood. At this moment, he was silent. It took a few seconds before he replied, "The thing I want to protect is you." As soon as she heard this, Elnor's shoulders trembled. Then she asked, "What am I to you that you have to protect me?" Dawood replied with a voice full of determination, "If I can't protect you, I will die. That's right, I have no other reason." Elnor smoothed her hair and gave a wry smile. "Ha, I knew it, but you really are very strange." Dawood sighed heavily and complained. He had told her the entire truth without holding anything back. I hope this satisfies her curiosity. Dawood prayed to himself. At the same time, in another development, at this moment, Dawood's clone and Elijah were holding wine glasses and going down to the basement, where countless monsters used for experiments were being kept. The two of them just walked without saying a word. For Elijah today, she felt Dawood's attitude seemed a bit different. "Is he angry with me? Why aren't we talking?" Then, to break the silence, Elijah initiated, "Why are we going down to the basement?" Behind her, Dawood remained silent, not saying another word. This made Elijah feel even more awkward. "I have to get close to him to learn more about the Tristan family. I don't know what to do with someone like him. I don't know anything about men. This is crazy." Thinking that, she observed her surroundings and frowned. "And what kind of hellish place is this? This place is full of living monsters. It seems they are used as experimental subjects for students. The professors are truly socially irresponsible for leaving them in a basement like this." Elnia complained, before she was distracted by the growl of a monster. She approached the cage holding this monster and carefully observed inside. "There are even bigger monsters here. What? They aren't even tied up." Elijah's voice was filled with suspicion. At the same time, a device mounted on top of the cage suddenly flashed red, and immediately after, a massive explosion occurred. Fortunately, Dawood's clone reacted in time, rushing over to embrace Elijah and jump to the side. But the impact of the explosion was also extremely powerful, even making the entire hall shake repeatedly. Returning to Elijah's position, she seemed surprised that Dawood was using himself to shield her from the explosion. "Why?" Elijah asked instinctively. "This is my job," Dawood replied coldly. No sooner had he said this than he fainted, falling to the side. "Huh, what do you mean, Dawood?" Elijah called out, but before she could call again, she felt killing intent directed at her. It turned out that due to the previous explosion, several monsters kept for experiments had escaped. Their glowing red eyes filled with cruelty as they stared at Elijah. However, Elijah wasn't the least bit afraid. She reached out and grabbed an iron bar lying on the ground and said, "Well, thanks for protecting me anyway. Now it's my turn to protect you." Back to Dawood's position, he immediately received a system alert. "Main quest. Monsters have appeared. Suppress the situation immediately. If there are too many casualties, you will suffer a heavy penalty. Reward, exclusive equipment material." As soon as he looked at this notification, Dawood didn't hesitate to stand up immediately. "I have work to do, Council President. I need you to find one of the priests." Behind him, Elnor hadn't understood why Dawood reacted that way, so she wanted to ask. But the protagonist interrupted with a serious expression. "Please, we have to protect the students." Just like that, he started rushing down to the basement, simultaneously recalling his clone and asking the swordswoman, "Elnor, are these all the monsters that were just released?" Beside him, Elijah, with just an iron bar, had already taken down all the monsters intending to attack her without sustaining any injuries. Seeing Dawood arrive, she sighed in relief. "You're awake? Thank heaven, but I missed one big monster. It must be somewhere on the first floor. We can stop it quickly. I think I'll rest for a bit." Saying that, Elijah's body wavered, and she had to struggle to use the iron bar in her hand to keep herself from falling. It seemed that even though she had defeated the monsters, she was almost completely exhausted. Back to Dawood's perspective. As soon as he heard this, he guessed the escaped monster was likely the bear from before. Currently, the main scenario is the top priority. If I fail, I'll face a heavy penalty. I must stop that from happening. Scene shift to the main banquet hall. Just as Dawood guessed, the escaped monster was a ferocious giant bear. It was trying to attack the freshmen, but a man in the group quickly used his magic to create a barrier enclosing everyone inside. "Hold on until the professors and knights arrive. Ensure the barrier isn't broken." No sooner had he said this than the giant bear let out an angry roar and slammed its massive hands onto the barrier, causing cracks to appear and spread in all directions. In another corner of the banquet hall, Elnor watched the monster anxiously and said, "Currently, neither the dean nor Professor Conrad is here." Responding to her, the priest beside her shook his head. "Then we cannot let the angel's blessing be lost." His words angered Elnor, who questioned, "You call yourself a priest? There are still students here." To these words, the priest shrugged, not caring at all. Those words are too heavy for a professor, Lady Elnor. High-level barriers like the Angel's Blessing aren't something anyone can use. The knights will be here soon. Let's wait for them. This is the reason I tried to prevent them from experimenting on those monsters. I knew we shouldn't have given that power to the Tristan family. Beside her, Elnor could only grit her teeth. But at this moment, Dawood's body suddenly zipped past them like a gust of wind. He even took the liberty of grabbing the necklace from the priest's neck and shouted, "I'll handle this." Behind him, the priest saw his necklace suddenly snatched away and stared wide-eyed. Who was that? Bring it back here, he's just a student. Do you know what the Angel's Blessing is? Ignoring the shouting, Dawood quickly took out his incense burner and tossed the necklace inside. The system immediately gave a confirmation notification. Extreme Holy Relic has fused with the priest's beads. Skills available: Penance, Holy Shield. Danger detected, Fatal Threat. Desperate Plea activated at S rank. At this moment, Dawood performed a long slide, rushing past the giant bear and heading to the man who was casting the barrier. Seeing Dawood, the man asked worriedly, "Hey, wait, why aren't you running?" Responding, Dawood suggested, "I'll try to stall for time, you quickly get the students out of here." Saying that, he turned around to face the giant bear, which was swinging its massive hand at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Dawood used the Penance skill, helping convert all secondary attributes into physical stamina. Next, Dawood used the Holy Shield skill. At this moment, a cross symbol appeared in front of him, emitting a dazzling light. Next, the phantom image of two wings appeared, enveloping him and forming a protective shield. Thanks to it, the giant bear's heavy attack couldn't even touch Dawood. All around, the guests witnessing this scene gasped in surprise. Is that the Angel's Blessing? How could an ordinary student possibly use something like that? Elsewhere, the priest was tearing at his hair and cursing that fool, thinking, does he even know that even an ordained priest has to pray countless times before they can even dream of using it? Turning back to Elnor, she had originally intended to grab her sword and rush into the rescue, but upon seeing that skill manifest, her footsteps suddenly halted. After everything that had already happened, she couldn't even bring herself to feel surprised anymore. I've seen him hide his true strength countless times, Elnor thought, unaware of the priest's internal fury. He didn't care whose side he was on, but seeing Dawood defend against the attacks, he angrily ranted, "Why can't that stupid monster break through a simple barrier? That student is the only one maintaining it." His words left Elnor feeling a bit irritated, and she turned back to warn him, "Are you truly a professor? You haven't bothered to help at all, so what exactly are you doing here?" Following Elnor's gaze, Elijah appeared after a brief period of rest. The moment she arrived, she delivered a chop to the back of the wretched priest's neck, knocking him out instantly. "My apologies, student council president, but he was clearly of no use to us whatsoever." Ignoring Elijah's recent actions, Elnor asked, "Why are you so late? I was unconscious in the basement. I just came up." As she said this, Elijah's body trembled incessantly, as if she hadn't fully recovered yet. Then she cast her gaze forward and said, "Forget about that. That Dawood, does he actually dare to use the Angel's Blessing right here on the spot? He's not even a priest. They say it takes at least 10 years of training to use it. How could this even be happening?" Elijah's voice was filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Elnor stood beside her, listening to this, and began to recall what Dawood had said to her while they were having drinks. "Holy power can only be channeled after 10 years, you say?" Elnor's expression was incredibly complex. With just a fleeting glance, Elijah seemed to guess what she was thinking and continued. "Even if it was a stored Angel's Blessing, there should still be a limit to how much he can control. You must feel very lucky, don't you? He's doing all of this for the Tristan family and for you. If not for that, there would be no reason for him to do all of this." As for Elnor, she wasn't stupid, so she naturally began to vaguely guess something. "I had this premonition from the start. He truly is a strange person." Deep within Elnor's dark, shadow-filled mental world, a flicker of light seemed to appear. Opposite them, Dawood was still gritting his teeth, maintaining his holy shield while the giant bear treated him like a punching bag to vent its anger, its massive arms swinging like a machine, leaving Dawood drenched in sweat. However, the poor, stupid bear was only focused on the protagonist, unaware of who the most dangerous person in the room actually was. To the sheer astonishment of everyone present, Elnor drew her sword and lunged straight toward the monster as fast as a bolt of lightning. Striking directly into it, the powerful attack forced the monster's massive body to crumple to the ground, with countless cracks appearing on the floor following the impact. However, that blow was only enough to cause the giant bear immense pain, not enough to finish it off. Then in a rage, it charged toward Elnor like a tank, its every step making the ground tremble with each beat. Facing the bear's charge, Elnor closed her eyes slightly, slowly bringing her sword back before thrusting it forward with wind-tearing speed. Her sword thrusts were like a machine gun barrage, hitting the monster head-on. Yet it was as if the giant bear had consumed some kind of stimulant, because even though its body was covered in countless bleeding holes, it still lunged forward in a frenzy. Seeing this, Elnor pivoted and activated a skill. Her blade instantly unleashed a crescent-shaped energy wave that slashed directly into the monster, sending its massive body flying backward, finally triggering a massive explosion. Beside her, Dawood witnessed this and was stunned. Is that the true Tristan sword technique? It's in a completely different league compared to my knockoff version. Wait, something is wrong. In the original work, Elnor was never involved in events like this. Along with that, as if to confirm the situation, the system issued a notification. Main quest, defeat the monster. 0 casualties. Achievement, truly astonishing. Time until the knights arrive, 30 seconds. Ignoring the notification, Dawood scanned Elnor, feeling concerned for her. All the professors who defended conducting experiments on live monsters are supporters of the Tristan family. If Elnor is meddling in this, it means she is essentially admitting to her own family's faults. Elnor wouldn't care about making political moves, so why is she helping us? I don't understand. I need to finish this mission quickly. Let's leave that for later. Up ahead, Elnor gently sheathed her sword and muttered, "It's over." However, there are always certain surprises in store. At that very moment, Dawood's eyes widened and he shouted, "Princess, behind you." Following Dawood's gaze, Elnor saw the giant monster bear suddenly rise from within the flames, swinging its skeletal arm straight toward her. Acting on natural instinct, Dawood immediately lunged in, activating his holy shield to block the blow in place of the Villainess. However, facing a full-force attack, Dawood coughed up blood and passed out on the spot. Time passed quickly. Dawood woke up to find himself in the infirmary and a voice sounded beside him. "You're awake." Hearing this, Dawood hurriedly asked, "What happened to the monster, and Elnor too?" Explaining this, the blue-haired girl read her book while calmly clarifying. "The monster was defeated, and Elnor is perfectly fine. Of course, all the other students are fine too." The answer surprised him quite a bit. After saying that, she closed the book in her hand. She was Prime Minister Adelante, and naturally our protagonist quickly recognized her identity. Adelante, the immortal who has lived for over 1,000 years. Why would someone like her come to see me? Because I used the angel's blessing, Dawood wondered inwardly. Unaware of his scattered thoughts, Adelante spoke up. "After the confrontation between the first years, I haven't had a chance to talk to you. I've come to deliver some bad news and even some very bad news." She chuckled slightly, making Dawood feel somewhat anxious as he asked, "What is it?" Explaining this, Adelante's voice shifted and became more serious. "You have garnered more attention than any freshman ever has. There has never been a case involving this many troubles. In my experience, you will continue to run into many more troubles in the future. As for the other bad news, what do you know about demons?" Before Adelante's question, Dawood's face remained extremely calm, as if he weren't too shocked by her mentioning that name. His attitude made Adelante feel somewhat amused as she laughed. "Interesting reaction, Dawood Campbell. Even though the Prime Minister is bringing this up, you don't seem worried in the slightest, do you?" Dawood replied with an incredibly bored expression. "I think I shouldn't reveal too much about what I truly know. If I did, I wouldn't know what else you might be plotting." "What do you mean by plotting?" Adelante asked in return. Dawood then began to complain about his own problem. "I'm the only one who hasn't been assigned to a class yet. I haven't even been able to attend classes." Up ahead, Adelante understood why Dawood was so annoyed. "I see, so you're upset about this situation. Also, thanks to recent events, I've had to deal with the aftermath." As she spoke, she snapped her fingers. Instantly, a dark space enveloped them both, ensuring no one could overhear their next conversation. Following that, Adelante's voice became extremely serious. "I don't know if you've realized it, but currently, the ruling powers have little control over our society. This is a terrible time for them. They will do anything to recruit talented individuals, even if they have to pull them up from hell itself." Hearing this, drawing on his experience from playing the game, Dawood immediately understood what she was referring to, so he continued. "The Tribal Alliance coup, the restructuring of the Holy Empire, and the heir to the throne. Aren't these all the reasons for the recent incidents?" Beside him, Adelante saw Dawood speaking so clearly and couldn't hide her amazement. She nodded in agreement. "You are correct. Currently, even though the Golden Triangle looks like friendly neighbors on the surface, underneath that shell is a fierce competition for talent. Most students wouldn't have any interest in this." Picking up where she left off, Dawood added, "Indeed, and because of that, the entire continent is being affected. Everything you've been involved in must have already caught their eyes. Even though it all happened, they haven't made a move. This is illogical unless someone is intentionally controlling the flow of information. To Adelante, hearing this from the protagonist was even more surprising, as she realized Dawood was even insightful about politics. Unaware of the thoughts in Adelante's mind, Dawood continued the topic. Does that mean if I attract their attention now, it would be very dangerous? Answering the question was Adelante's cold voice. That's right, the world will perish. As her voice rang out, the ground beneath their feet suddenly changed, shifting to a scene of countless houses burning in a sea of flames. Next, Adelante produced a paper with a strange symbol on it and asked, "Do you know about this seal? This is the reason I asked you about demons." Opposite her, naturally, Dawood couldn't be unfamiliar with the mark. It's the seal of the Purifiers. The Purifiers are an organization that worships demons, always acting in the shadows. An organization with the sole goal of summoning demon gods to destroy this world. Both the failed assassination attempt on Elnor and the escape of the monsters are suspected to be their doing. Both are plots aimed at the Tristan family. There is no guarantee that this won't happen for a third time. Adelante said slowly, while Dawood wondered and asked directly, "Why are you telling me these things?" To this, the female professor didn't explain much. Instead, she produced a black card with white markings on it and handed it to the protagonist. "Although I cannot say why, I want you to take this." Seeing this, Dawood reached out to take the card because it was an item he recognized. It was the Interrealm Key, a treasure that broke all rules, capable of opening doors to other worlds. Returning to Adelante's perspective, seeing Dawood wasn't surprised or questioning the card, she said, "Looking at your face, I'm sure you know what this is, don't you? Keep it safe and show me how far you can go. If I'm satisfied with what you show, I'll give you a few more gifts. The conversation we just had must remain a secret." After saying that, Adelante snapped her fingers, dispelling the dark space. Dawood hurriedly assured her that he wouldn't breathe a word about this conversation. Following that, while pouring herself a cup of tea, Adelante seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, how have things been lately between you, the warrior candidate, and the Tristan family lady?" Her words seemed to carry an implication, making Dawood's face twist. He couldn't understand why Adelante was asking him this, yet he replied, "We're doing just fine." Adelante laughed. "I hope you two can keep it that way." "Why, is there any reason I must do that?" Dawood asked curiously, and answering his curiosity was an Adelante with a smiling face, eyes closed tight. "Yes, if you don't do it, the world will perish." "Again, why is the world so easily destroyed?" Dawood shouted. Meanwhile, Adelante beside him still burst into laughter at his appearance. "Ha ha, I'm not lying. In any case, the final goal of this plan can only be completed through the three of you," Adelante whispered inwardly. Time passed quickly. At this moment, Dawood looked at the black card in his hand and sighed heavily. "Phew, the apocalypse. I'll think about this later. But I never expected her to give me this. This is supposed to be an item players couldn't possibly possess. There's definitely something wrong with the main script." A sense of anxiety began to grip the protagonist's mind. But before he could think much, Professor Conrad's voice rang out from behind. "Oh, there you are. I've been looking for you. Dawood Campbell." Hearing that, Dawood turned his head and replied, "You were looking for me? What's the matter?" He said that while hurriedly hiding the black card behind his back. Meanwhile, Conrad seemed to know Dawood was worried about not being assigned to a class, so he came to resolve it. "Even though you haven't been assigned to any class, I can't let you drop out forever. This is your temporary assignment. Starting tomorrow, you will attend class with these people." He threw a paper at Dawood as he spoke, and after just one glance at it, Dawood's eyes widened, because he knew he would be attending the same class as the two people he least wanted to get involved with. First was the class president, Elnor Aaron Arise La Tristan, along with the vice president, Elijah Chrysanax. Looking at these two names, Dawood's face immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "The apocalypse is coming," he shouted. Returning to Dawood, he could only sigh inwardly. "The two of them have been like this for a while. Thanks to them, now all the attention is focused on me, just because I'm standing between the warrior candidate and the Tristan family. Whatever, just focus on my own business." He said that while checking the system's screen. At this point, the trust Elnor had for Dawood had gone from level 5 trust to level 1 affinity. Reward ready to claim. "Oh, nice," Dawood exclaimed and hurriedly checked the reward. The system screen displayed the information. Basic Tristan sword technique, 58% effectiveness. A sword technique of the prestigious Tristan family. The user can use this effect effectively with any weapon. Basic deep breathing technique. A breathing technique that helps the body increase durability and stamina to the extreme. This skill supplements the effectiveness of Tristan's sword technique. Looking at this, Dawood stroked his chin in thought. Both these skills support each other based on physical enhancements. This is perhaps one of the most excellent combo skills. The only person who can combine both these skills effectively is Elnor. The reason she became the final boss is because of her extraordinary ability to use them. Thinking of this, he glanced at the information screen related to Elijah. Elijah Chrysanax, Curiosity Level 5 increased to Interest Level 1. Reward ready to claim. You received the skill. Elnorank Demon's Law. Use your influence to resist the good individuals related to you. The following individuals will have to accept one request from you. Keep your allies close and your enemies even closer. The higher the influence level on good individuals, the greater the value of the reward. If you can make the good become minimal, you can receive a larger reward. Back to Dawood, the vague description of this skill made him genuinely unable to fully grasp it yet. What does this mean? Can I receive rewards by making good people become bad? Dawood wondered inwardly. Time passed quickly, shifting the scene to a forest somewhere. At this moment, Dawood's class was gathered here. Seeing everyone was present, Professor Conrad said loudly, "Welcome, chickens. In this Survival 101 course, we will practice necessary survival skills. If you don't want to lose your lives in dungeons or ruins, you had better prick up your ears and listen clearly. What you have to do today is simple. Go into the forest and bring back here whatever you think will interest me. You have 10 minutes. Responding to this request, someone in the student group raised their hand. Professor, are there no grading criteria? Answering the question, Professor Conrad smiled and shook his head. No, it's whatever you fancy. The student council president and I will grade it. So good luck, you guys. Up ahead, naturally, the students couldn't easily accept such grading criteria. Immediately, some voices of opposition rang out. That's not fair, Professor. Hearing this, Conrad had no intention of changing his decision at all. He even turned and shouted to urge them. Life is mainly experience, you chickens. 5 minutes until we start. Just like that, there was no other choice. The students in the class started dividing into groups and discussing what they should find to hand in to that unpredictable teacher. While they were discussing, Dawood shrank back into a corner and thought about the skill he received from the reward. Keep allies close and enemies closer. What does that mean? How can I make good people become bad? Dawood wondered. But before he could think of an answer, the swordswoman Elijah walked up and suggested, Dawood, do you want to work with me? The suggestion surprised the protagonist, who asked in return, Shouldn't you be working with your friend? Come on, you and I are friends, aren't we? Why don't we work together? Elijah said with a smile. Dawood sighed inwardly. Go join the protagonist's party. No, if that happens, I'll become an obstacle. Dawood reminded himself internally. Turning back to Elijah, seeing Dawood didn't answer, she poked her fingers together and asked softly, What's wrong? Are you not feeling well today? Responding to this was a cold look from the protagonist. No, it's just that we aren't that close. His words made the smile on Elijah's face stiffen and then vanish. Then, whether out of frustration or not, the female lead turned and left immediately. How unfortunate, huh? Fine. Not far away, the nun looked at this and felt a bit worried for her friend. Meanwhile, Dawood glanced slightly at Elijah and thought, that was a bit harsh. She looks annoyed. Just after thinking this, another long-haired guy came to bother Dawood. Dawood Campbell, what is the relationship between you and the warrior candidate? Hearing the call, Dawood looked up and quickly recalled information about the person standing before him. Talion Armand, he is the second best student in class after Elijah. Later, he also becomes a sub-boss in Chapter 1. What's the problem with him? Dawood asked inwardly and replied, We're just acquaintances. Up ahead, Talion's face began to get angrier and cold. There's a lot of nasty talk about the result of your battle. Why do you keep trying to get involved with her? At the same time, a notification screen appeared, reminding the protagonist of the Elnorank Demon's Law. A good person has been dragged into your reputation. Looking at this notification, Dawood seemed to have begun understanding how it worked. A flash of light appeared in his eyes, and he thought, A state has been updated. Seems like I met the condition by annoying him, huh? Since he'll be a sub-boss later, maybe I can make use of him. Simultaneously triggering the Demon's Law. Unaware of the plots in Dawood's mind, Talion continued gritting his teeth in interrogation. Tell me the truth, was the outcome of that battle rigged? You can't hide it from me. Responding to the words, Dawood stood up and whispered into his ear with a cryptic tone. That's right, it was rigged. Or perhaps you wanted it to be that way, witnessing your target be defeated by just a light swing. Have you realized the gap between us yet? Dawood said while offering a mocking smile, while Talion's eyes widened in rage. Then, as if wanting to teach Dawood a lesson, the blonde Talion suggested, Then why don't we try betting? Let's bet on who gets the higher score in this exercise, how about that? To his offer, Dawood was exactly what he was hoping for, so he accepted immediately. Fine, perfect. Shifting back to Professor Conrad's position, with the student council president Elnor. At this moment, the professor also seemed to discover something and said, "Hey, student council president, didn't I tell you to help grade the students? Don't you think doing this is a bit arbitrary?" Hearing that, the swordswoman Elnor shrugged. "I've been serious from the start." Her nonchalant words made the professor look at her with a confused gaze. "Really? Then explain why Dawood Campbell has a perfect score before he even submitted his paper." "It's because he deserves it," Elnor said while looking to the side, as if wanting to avoid Conrad's gaze. Naturally, Conrad couldn't accept this reason. He shouted in interrogation, "What did you just say?" Up ahead, Elnor cast a glance at Conrad with an annoyed expression and asked back, "Seems like you aren't satisfied with how I grade." Conrad said, why didn't Elnor try putting herself in his shoes to think about it? Elnor responded immediately, "If so, then why can't you observe him a little bit to verify yourself why he deserves a perfect score? I'll be right back." Saying that, the student council president turned as if to leave, but Professor Conrad wasn't about to let her go that easily. He immediately reached out, grabbed her shoulder, and pulled her back. "Hey, wait a minute. I know you're trying to get close to him, Elnor," Conrad said. Elnor replied with an incredibly bored expression. "Of course not. I just don't want her alone with the warrior candidate. There's a possibility that something might happen between them. Please let me go and check." Her words were met with a firm voice from Conrad. "Well, even if I don't give you permission to join, I can certainly kick you out. What do you think?" At this, even the villainous Elnor was left speechless. Scene shift to the position of the priestess, Elijah's best friend. At this moment, she was watching Elijah in front of her with worried eyes. She seemed so strange today. Following the priestess's gaze, Elijah was fighting the monsters with intense fervor, as if she were using them to vent all her frustration. Not far away, the big red-haired guy let out a breath and remarked, "All the strongest monsters are gathered here. Could there be something special nearby?" Responding, the blonde archer nodded and explained, "You guessed right. This is a rare mineral deposit area. If we can get a few gems, we might avoid getting low grades." Hearing this, the brown-haired boy with glasses directed, "All right, stop hunting monsters for now. Luca, help me move these minerals." In front, it seemed that the internal agitation within Elijah was growing, causing her to pour all her fury onto the monsters. With every punch, a wolf was sent flying high into the air. What was even more peculiar was that a dark purple light seemed to be gathering in the center of Elijah's chest. The only one who could feel it was the priestess behind her. This made her feel a bit uneasy. The color of darkness, dense emotions, I can see it all. Even though she's not showing it on the outside, she's definitely very angry. Thinking this, the priestess couldn't let this state continue, so she asked, "Hey Elijah, how have you been lately?" Responding to her words, Elijah softened her scowl and turned to answer, "Lately? Nothing special, really." Hearing this, the priestess couldn't hide her worry and added, "Even so, if there's anything bothering you, I can help." Rejecting her kindness, Elijah brushed it off. "What are you talking about? Nothing at all." Behind her, the priestess felt this case was a bit difficult to handle. Even if she says so, I'm worried that her emotions might override her reason. She thought to herself and continued, "I know there's something bothering you." Across from her, Elijah began to sit down at the base of a tree and sighed in admission. "Phew, is it that obvious? I can never lie to you, Trisha." Afterward, the priestess Trisha quickly caught on. "Dawood Campbell. He keeps keeping his distance from you, and all you want is to be friends with Dawood, right?" Beside her, Elijah replied with a touch of frustration. "Even though we've been through a lot lately, I don't think it's necessary to draw a line between us like that." Faced with this situation, Trisha asked with a hint of doubt, "Could it be that that isn't Dawood's true intention?" Hearing this, Elijah glanced at her. "Not his true intention? What do you mean?" Explaining her thought, Trisha shared, "He's just a boy from a small baronial family, while you are a warrior candidate. If people see you going around with him, there will definitely be a lot of gossip." Hearing this, Elijah's small face changed, and she asked in a panic, "Is this how he's trying to help me?" Although Trisha wasn't sure if she was right, she agreed for the moment to reassure Elijah. Yes, perhaps he's worried that he might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Even if he keeps his distance now, once his reputation is solidified, he will definitely still consider you an important friend. Does he really think like that? Elijah stroked her chin, wondering to herself, and spoke about Dawood. At this moment, he was running for his life to escape Talian's attack. While next to him, countless necessary system notifications appeared. Talian's rage is reaching its limit. You have subjected him to extreme humiliation. Your negative influence has become permanent. You have triggered the demon's rule and received a command reward. Behind him, he gripped his spear and rushed forward as fast as he could. His voice and face were filled with rage. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to skewer you like a piece of meat." Saying that, he gritted his teeth and thrust his spear forward as fast as a machine gun, making Dawood's scalp tingle. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his energy into his body to accelerate. For Talion, seeing Dawood only running and not daring to engage made him even angrier. "Don't run. Fight like a real man. Why do you keep taking the killing blow after I've done most of the damage?" In front, Dawood stopped hearing the complaints, suddenly turned back and raised his hand. "Wait, stop." His words caused Talion's body to freeze, waiting for the next words from the protagonist. But once again, Talion was disappointed when the only thing coming from Dawood was a teasing remark. "If that's the case, do you want to split the loot?" Looking at Dawood's annoying face, the blonde guy felt as if he had reached his breaking point. He slowly pulled his spear back and got into a throwing stance. Magic power gathered at the tip of the spear, causing sparks of lightning to discharge wildly. Afterward, without a moment's hesitation, Talion put all his strength into his arm and threw it hard. The spear flew at wind-tearing speed, rushing forward. However, before it could fly more than a few meters, it collided with a sword, causing the spear tip itself to be sliced in two. This surprise left Talion's eyes dazed, while the protagonist even forgot to keep running. Turning back to observe the one who had just struck, it was none other than Elijah. "Don't touch my friend," she said in a cold voice. For Talion, seeing Elijah appear made him act foolish. Then he greeted, "Elijah, long time no see. I suppose this is the first time we've met again since the monster's escape." Responding to this well-intentioned greeting, Elijah rushed forward, held the sword in her hand to his neck and reminded him, "Wrong. This is the first time since you lost to me." Beside her, Dawood watched this, his face sweating, wondering internally where exactly did she pop out from. Returning to Talion's perspective, looking at the sharp blade close to him, he struggled to say, "Ha ha, it's truly good to see you again." To Elijah, she didn't intend to waste time on meaningless pleasantries, so she questioned him directly. "What were you just planning to do to Dawood? Don't tell me you were bothering him." "No, Elijah, I was just," he stammered to explain. But the swordswoman didn't even let him finish before performing a leg sweep, causing Talion to crash to the ground. Next, she placed her foot on him, pointed her sword straight at his face, and warned, "I don't want to hear your excuses from down there." Talion was truly scared out of his wits. "I know, I understand, but why do you keep protecting him, someone as talented as you?" He wanted to advise her, but Elijah didn't want to listen and cut him off. "You don't need to care who I'm friends with. I hate people who think they're better than others and then get angry at them." "But he's deceiving all of us," Talion shouted. However, she shook her head to deny this. "He's doing this just to teach us a lesson. He's not the kind of unreasonable, cruel person you think. Dawood isn't like that. Do you want to be taken down in one blow like last time?" Elijah said, staring at Talion with sharp eyes. These words seemed to help him wake up. Could I have died? Thinking this, the hair on Talion's body stood on end. All his battle spirit dissipated, and he hurriedly knelt in front of Dawood. "I'm sorry, Dawood. I won't come near you without permission again." On this side, Elijah saw that Talion had accepted his defeat, so she calmly sheathed her sword and said, "Try to get along with each other." Saying that, she coldly left, just like she had appeared. This left Dawood a bit pensive. Truly a warrior candidate, she's good at teaching others a lesson. I wonder if we're even still considered friends. At this moment, I guess we're still friends, at least for now. Wait, that's not important. Right now, I still have to receive points for the assignment. Time passed quickly until late afternoon. Currently, our protagonist was carrying a bag on his back to return and report the results to Professor Conrad. However, at this moment, the priestess Trisha blocked his path. "Wait, Dawood, we've met before, right? I'm Trisha." Hearing this, Dawood quickly recognized her and nodded. "Ah, you're Elijah's friend, I remember now." Speaking, Dawood started to sigh internally. In both the original story and now, she always drags out the conversation. Unaware of Dawood's thoughts, Trisha got straight to the point. "Yeah, I have something I want to ask. This might be a bit troublesome, but Elijah." At this point, Trisha's voice stopped when she discovered the protagonist had moved forward. Dawood waved his hand. "Let me get my points first." "Oh, all right," Trisha replied, looking at the disappearing back of the protagonist. Trisha also couldn't hide the worry on her face. He made Elijah fight Talion. Usually, she would try to talk to resolve problems, not draw her sword right from the start. "You are the problem, Dawood." Back to the protagonist's perspective, as soon as he returned to the gathering point, he was overwhelmed by the scene in front of him, as the ground had cracked into many pieces. Meanwhile, the student council president Elnor was lying still like a dead fish. This made Dawood gasp in surprise. What on earth happened here? Explaining the situation, Professor Conrad said frustratedly, "The damn student council president insisted on going into the forest, so I told her she had to get past me first. As a result, I won." Looking at Elnor still lying motionless, he teased, "But you're better than before. Hey, are you trying to play dead?" Conrad smiled while Dawood screamed in his head, "This school is crazy, just punish her." He thought that, but then put on a cheerful, happy face. "Ah, that's right, I came here to receive my points." His reminder made the professor jump. "All right, we're still in class, aren't we? Let me see. Wow, why did you bring back so much?" Tearing off the disguise, the shameless protagonist took all the credit and waved his hand. "Small thing. It took a little time because I wanted to make sure I selected the best materials." Following Conrad's gaze, after opening the bag, it contained countless colorful minerals, making him nod in approval at the materials. "Perfect. You're in first place. I'm sure Perse will be very pleased with these things if you give them to her. You already have a wish agreement. Why not take this opportunity to score points with her?" "All right, I'll do that," Dawood replied while tying the bag back up. At the same time, the priestess Trisha saw Dawood had finished reporting his results and slowly approached. "Hey, are you done?" In front, Professor Conrad also stood up and said to both of them, "All right, you can go now. The class is over, but Trisha, take care of her." "Yes," Trisha hurriedly replied and turned to say to Dawood, "Dawood, please take care of Elijah, but don't be too good to her. Every time she mentions you, it's like she loses her mind. I'm worried that things might get even worse later." Faced with the priestess's words, our Dawood could only manage a wry smile. "I'm grateful for the warning, but at the same time, I'm getting a bit scared." Thinking that, he waved his hand to agree. "All right, don't worry, Trisha, I will try my best. You should do that if you want to survive this. She might not realize it, but I do. Just one wrong step and Elijah might cross the line." Trisha muttered to herself and began using her magic to heal Elnor. Time passed quickly. Scene shift to the magic department. At this moment, Dawood was here to meet Professor Perse and state his request. In front, the professor was sipping tea when she raised an eyebrow and asked, "You want to use your wish? So soon?" "That's right, I need something from the goddess of magic," Dawood said with a smile. Hearing this, Perse asked again, "Can't you wait any longer?" Dawood said that Perse wasn't the only one working to fulfill this request. However, Perse replied that everyone wouldn't have to do anything if Dawood didn't use his wish. Putting the meaningless words aside, when Dawood came here, he wasn't just casually making a request to Perse. He wanted to prepare something for the events to come. "To pass the battle with the upcoming purifier, I must prepare everything I can." Unaware of Dawood's true purpose, Perse sighed and asked, "I received orders from Prime Minister Adelante to support you as much as possible. As long as it's not for other purposes, I will do it. What do you want?" Hearing this, Dawood swallowed hard. He started to recall the reward he received in Professor Conrad's lesson earlier. "You have received a reward from Elijah, 500 points. You have received an evil seed. You can exchange it for a special skill in the point shop. The list of buyable skills has been updated. Elijah Chrysanax, negative seal X1. You can use evil rule once. Talion, negative seal X1. You can use evil rule once. The effect of the special skill is much better than any other item. For now, this is fine, but there's still much to prepare. Dawood Campbell is still too weak to overcome the attacks of the Purifier. That's why I need it." Thinking that, Dawood stroked his chin, describing what he wanted. "I need a cannon that can blow up this entire academy." Across from him, Professor Perse heard this request, and her face went blank. She stared straight at Dawood with dead fish eyes, and a few seconds later, the professor seemed to regain her senses. She stood up from her chair and questioned, "Dawood, are you crazy? Creating it is one thing, but where do you intend to use it?" Hearing this, Dawood knew Perse was about to explode with anger. So he immediately took out the commitment paper and blocked her. "Wait a minute, Professor. Clearly the agreement states that you must fulfill any normal request. Something as simple as that surely can't be difficult for the Dean of Magic." Responding, Perse's eyes narrowed. She stared at the paper and complained uncomfortably, "You want me to build a weapon? This is not a normal request." On this side, Dawood continued to persuade, "But a promise is a promise, right? I don't intend to use it to harm anyone. I just have something I need to destroy in a single blow. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome." "That's precisely why I'm even more worried, you idiot," Perse shouted. But then, as if remembering Adelante's instructions, the professor sighed. "All right, I'm sure you have your own reasons. And since you also helped deal with the monsters recently, I will build the cannon for you, Dawood Campbell." "Yes, thank you, Professor Perse," Dawood replied. On this side, not knowing what she was thinking, the professor muttered to herself, "Unbelievable. Not only do you have 4 people in your harem, but you also make people believe you're going to save the world." "Harem?" Dawood asked curiously. while Purse also realized she had blurted something out. She immediately became flustered and turned to reproach Dawood. "Oh my God, what is wrong with my head? Just because I talked to you, I lost my focus. It's all your fault, Dawood." Everything was because Professor Purse was 30 years old but still single. Honestly, this is an alarming number for any woman. Back to Dawood, seeing the professor so panicked, he hurriedly reassured her. "Please calm down, I have one other request for my wish. Professor, you promised me and Elijah that you would give each of us an item from the illusion archive. Can I receive it now?" Time passed quickly. At this moment, Dawood was walking down the hallway, thinking about what he needed to do next. Great, so I'm allowed to build the cannon. Now I just need to collect the materials to build it. I can collect all these materials using the interdimensional key. It seems everything is going according to plan. At the same time, in front of Dawood, an orange-haired man dressed like a noble, holding a cane, called out to him. "Hey kid, your name is Dawood Campbell, right?" Hearing someone call him, the protagonist looked up and answered, "Yes, that's right." Across from him, the stranger saw Dawood confirm and laughed. "I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. My name is Galdier Riverback. I'm from the Purifier Charity Fund." Back to Dawood. Meeting this man, Galdier made him break into a cold sweat out of anxiety, because he quickly recognized who this guy was. What a joke. That fund is just a front for money laundering. Galdier Riverback is the final boss of this chapter, also known as the Purifier. He is the leader of the Burning Fire. Unaware that Dawood had completely and letter 1 EAFM row his identity and information, Galdier still smiled and handed him a business card. "I've heard some rumors about you. You stopped an escaped monster all by yourself, didn't you? That's not something an ordinary person could do without extraordinary courage or skill. Truly impressive. Every time I meet an extraordinary student like you, I always wonder what your future will be like. I'd love to have dinner with you. Are you free? I also really look forward to talking with you." Responding to this, Dawood naturally didn't want to talk much with one of the chapter's bosses, so he brushed it off. "I think now is enough time to talk." Saying that, he silently thought about the plot problems in his head. Just like in the original story, this guy was supposed to approach Elijah and bother her. But why is he looking for me? Don't tell me this system thinks I'm the protagonist. No, no way. The more he thought, the more flustered Dawood became. Then he scratched his head and said, "I'll think about it." Across from him, Galdier naturally assumed Dawood had agreed to the meeting, so he turned to leave. "In 3 days, meet me at Sunset Eye. I'll be waiting for you." Seeing him decide on his own like that, Dawood silently cursed his ancestors in his heart. "Hey, I said I'd think about it. Damn it." Thinking that, he looked at the shiny business card. The golden light was enough to nearly blind him. "Oh my God, my eyes hurt. All right, I'll go, okay?" The protagonist sighed internally. In reality, there's no way for me to avoid this event. Like before, everything can only be a yes or no. What I can do, what I know, what I don't know, and all the risk factors. If I consider everything in this situation, defeating the Purifier isn't impossible, but I still don't understand why I have to take on Elijah's role. Perhaps I messed everything up from the start, but for now, I'll deal with the present. I'll worry about everything else later. Thinking this, to ensure his survival for the meeting with Galdier, Dawood went to look for his health insurance. In front of a certain room, Dawood gritted his teeth. He raised his trembling hand to knock on the door and said inside, "Elnor, are you there?" Hearing the familiar voice, the student council president Elnor was surprised and asked, "Dawood, what are you doing here?" Responding, Dawood hesitated. No need to come out, I just have a small matter to discuss. Because of this, are you free in 3 days? At the same time, Elnor's assistant was also in the room, complaining. "Return the books on time, President. You haven't even read a single one, you just let them gather dust. Did you rent them just to look at the covers? Do I have to pay the late fees for you?" Before her friend could say more, Elnor raised her index finger to her lips to silence her. While Dawood, unaware of this, continued stating his request. "President, that day I want you to spend some time to go with me to a certain place." "Just the 2 of us?" Elnor asked again. "Yeah, that's right." Dawood nodded. "Where?" Elnor asked. "There's a place called Sunset Eye, do you know it?" Dawood mentioned the location Galdier had set. However, the assistant inside the room heard this and her eyes widened. "Hey, that's a famous dating spot." Without letting her speak further, Elnor reached out and pushed her aside to ask Dawood outside. "I know, so why do you want me to go with you?" Explaining this, Dawood just hesitated, saying he would tell Elnor when they met on that day. Scene shift to a moment in Elijah's past. At this time, young Elijah was sitting sulkily on a hill of flowers. Behind her, a voice rang out. "Hey, Elijah, so you were here." Responding, Elijah just muttered, "Shut up." Then the voice continued. "Hey, I said I'm sorry, I won't tease you anymore." Hearing this, young Elijah turned around angrily, her face tearful. Liar, you think pushing me down the hill was a joke? This question made her brother just scratch his head awkwardly. Well, next time I'll only attack you when you're still lying on the ground. Stop bullying your little sister, Elijah shouted, while the brother just rubbed his hands and laughed. Ha ha, I was only joking. You only want me to be strong, right? You don't want your little sister to be defeated by anyone. Hey, try these cookies I brought from the Baron's house, he said while holding out a paper bag. But Elijah was still frustrated. No need. Even though she said that afterward, she reached out and snatched the bag, then asked, "Did you steal these?" "Don't call it stealing, I just took the leftovers," the brother hurriedly corrected. Afterward, he sat down next to Elijah and shared. "Thanks to the Baron, I'll be able to be promoted to an apprentice knight immediately. I'll go to the battlefield. I'll have the opportunity to experience new things and explore this world. Who knows, maybe I'll earn the title of guardian." Beside her, Elijah just ate the cookies and said with a skeptical look, "Yeah, keep dreaming. Someone who bullies his sister all day, how could you possibly become a guardian? Hey, who knows if there's a rule that says people have to stay in one place forever?" The brother said gently then, as if sensing some worry. Elijah also asked, "Will you die if you go to battle?" "If I'm unlucky, maybe, but I'm pretty good, so I doubt that will happen," the brother replied calmly. Then, not knowing if she was still angry at her brother or not, Elijah sarcastically said, "I hope you get unlucky and die. Go ahead, you always tease me, bother me. You never listen to mom and dad. All you know is how to hold a sword and fight. I hope death is waiting for you." Faced with her words, the brother just gently offered a smile and asserted, "If I become a guardian, I will always be there to protect you." Back in reality, while Elijah was sleeping in her room, she was suddenly awakened by someone calling her name. Even though she was quite tired, she still got up, opened the door, and asked the person outside, "Huh, what's going on?" The person who came to see her was none other than Dawood. He scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry. Since I'm from the countryside, I'm still not used to everything here. I apologize for what I said about not wanting to be friends with you." As he spoke, he held out the bag in his hand. "Oh, I brought some cookies from the kitchen. They're pretty good." This left Elijah quiet for a moment. Then she quickly grabbed the bag and shrugged, replying, "Why are you apologizing? That's not cool at all. We're friends, right? Anyway, go get some sleep." Before she could close the door, Dawood spoke up to reveal his true purpose. "Wait a second. I need your help with something. Could you come with me for a moment?" "It's very urgent," he said with an incredibly eager face. Elijah, seeing this, felt a bit uneasy, whispering to herself, "Is he crazy?" Shifting scenes to Student Council President Elnor. At this moment, she was busy with miscellaneous paperwork, while the voice of her assistant friend continued to echo beside her. "So, we've finished processing all the teaching materials. I'll also check the fees from the clubs. The only thing left is the matter of the transfer students. I heard we'll have some students coming from the Tribal Alliance. She belongs to a cult that collapsed after the coup, definitely the daughter of one of the tribal leaders. Now they are basically exiles, and there will be many followers coming with her. But in reality, her whole family is seeking asylum here. Her name is Ruru Garuda. Have you heard of her before? I heard she's quite famous, surely you have." Elnor replied with a bored expression, though looking at her face, it was impossible to tell whether Elnor had actually heard of Ruru before or was just brushing off the conversation. Ignoring this, her friend added, "And next semester, a real saintess from the Holy Empire will arrive. She is coming here in person." Elnor frowned and asked. It seemed this was an issue Elnor cared about. Clarifying the question, the assistant spoke in more detail. "They say an entire delegation is coming with her, but given how things are being handled, the principal has probably used some of his influence." Returning to Elnor's perspective, having two more important people moving to the academy suddenly made her feel a bit weary. Having to prepare to welcome a saintess, and on top of that, the daughter of a tribal leader. This academy is definitely plotting something. "Well, this place has always been like that, President." The assistant's reminder made Elnor realize with a start. "That's right. It seems all the trouble is crammed into this environment. Oh, that's true, I forgot." Beside her, the assistant friend saw Elnor so worried and asked why she was worried about that. "It's not like you've only been here for a day or two." Elnor just sighed in response. "It's just that I'm not in a good mood." Shifting to the location of Dawood and Elijah, the two of them were now lying down, stargazing together. "I never expected the school to have an observatory. The night sky is so beautiful." Responding to her friend's words, Elijah felt slightly confused and asked Dawood, "Do we really have to do this right now?" Dawood replied in a calm voice, "I have no other choice. This is the only way everything will fit perfectly." "Okay, wait a moment." He checked the controller in his hand, and currently both of them were lying in the claw of something that looked like a catapult. And it truly was a catapult. With this catapult I got from the Vision warehouse, I can get to that place. Even though this is an area restricted to high-level players, I have the secret card the principal gave me. Thinking this, he pressed the button on the remote, and instantly, this catapult launched both Dawood and Elijah high up into the air. What on earth? Elijah was terrified to the point of breaking, as she hadn't been informed beforehand. But not letting her panic for long, Dawood shouted to remind her, "Hey Elijah, focus, open your eyes." Right before them was a red spatial gate. Dawood took out the black card that Adelante had given him and explained, "This is the location of the spatial link gate. We are about to enter it. Don't worry, Elijah, it might be a bit dangerous." Beside him, even though she heard Dawood say that, how could Elijah not feel anxious? However, at that moment, an image suddenly flashed through her mind of her older brother, his voice seemingly still ringing in her ears. "Hey, why are you crying? What are you afraid of? Look at me, Elijah." This image appearing caused the swordswoman's face to become calmer, and then both of them flew into the spatial gate. The gate instantly vanished into the night sky, as if it had never existed. Inside the gate was a space with a deep purple sky, with countless large rocks floating everywhere, and Dawood along with Elijah were standing on one of the rocks. Dawood reminded her, "Hey, we don't have much time. This is the interrealm space, try not to touch anything. They can be very dangerous." Next, Dawood jumped off his rock, making his friend Elijah exclaim in surprise, "Hey Dawood, what are you doing?" Explaining the action, Dawood said while gliding, "Don't worry, the gravity here isn't stable anyway. Anyway, we need to go a bit higher." Below, Elijah couldn't help but be curious as to why Dawood would risk coming to this unstable place, and asked, "What are you looking for?" Responding, our protagonist didn't explain much. He only offered a cryptic smile and said, "You'll know, just jump, the rock is being pushed back." "Are you crazy? Falling down means certain death," Elijah shouted. However, Dawood continued to encourage her, "We won't die, just jump." Hearing that, Elijah gritted her teeth, trusting the protagonist, and jumped according to his words, and the result was that she fell straight down. This made Elijah's face look stunned and panicked, because it seemed completely different from what Dawood had said. "Huh, am I falling?" While frightened, an image suddenly returned to Elijah's mind. At this moment, the surrounding scene was a sea of flames. Young Elijah was trembling, holding a sickle in her hand along with her blood-stained pajamas. In front, her older brother also shouted, "Elnor, it's very dangerous here. We must run to the back door and get to the barn immediately." Behind, Elijah tremblingly replied, "Are we going to leave mother and father behind?" Her brother replied with a determined face, "We have to go now. I will take care of mother and father. If you see any descendants of the apocalypse, just hide." But before her brother could give further instructions, young Elijah reached out, gripping his cloak tightly and crying, "And what about you? Mother and father are gone already. I'm not stupid. Mother and father are gone, only the two of us are left. If you die too, what am I supposed to do? That is why we have to run away together." Hearing these words from his younger sister, her brother couldn't suppress his emotions, and a tear rolled down. But very quickly, he turned his face forward, hiding the weakness on his face, and gently instructed, "You fool, if I go with you, we will be in even more danger. Besides, before being your brother, I am also a guardian. Don't think about anything, don't worry about anything, just run as far as you can. Don't worry, if you reach a safe place, we will meet again on the hill where I used to practice. Answer me, Elijah." Her brother's voice almost screamed, making Elijah a bit afraid. She instinctively let go of his cloak and replied in confusion, "Yes." Hearing that, her brother nodded with satisfaction. "Good, calm down, everything will be fine. Now run, little sister, I will be right behind you." Returning to the present, while Elijah was still falling, Dawood agilely reached out his hand, gripping Elijah's hand tightly to prevent her from falling. Seeing this, Elijah's eyes widened and she questioned, "Hey, where is the gravity you talked about? You should have been clearer, I almost died." Above, Dawood remained calm, speaking as if nothing had happened. "Calm down, Elijah, you'll get used to it. Look up, we found our target." Next, Dawood pulled Elijah up onto the rock, and not far from them, there was a 7-colored smoke floating in midair. Seeing it, Dawood excitedly took out his bag. "All right, let's grab this." Just like that, the 7-colored smoke was sucked into the brown bag, and Dawood quickly tied the mouth of the bag shut. Watching Dawood's action, Elijah truly didn't understand anything and asked, "What is this? What am I supposed to do with it?" Dawood explained that they would have to run away later and both would use it at that moment. This explanation left Elijah completely bewildered. She asked again to be sure, "Run away?" To this question, Dawood just offered a very excited smile and asked, "Do you see it?" Elijah scanned her surroundings, looked for a while, and said confusedly, "It's just the sky." The words had barely finished, when in front of them it suddenly became pitch black. Then two giant, sharp teeth suddenly appeared in front of them both, causing Elijah to freeze in fear. Even Dawood had to break out in a cold sweat before this thing. He said with difficulty, "This is a creature of the interrealm space. It seems it's time for us to leave." From afar, one could see the creature attacking Dawood and Elijah shaped like a giant whale. But its eyes were as red as blood along with incredibly sharp teeth. Dawood clearly felt that just by being a little bit late, he and Elijah would certainly become the monster's dinner. He hurried to say, "We need to ensure everything it sprays out is collected." "Huh, like this?" Elijah asked while widening the mouth of the bag, trying to suck up the strange smoke overflowing from the giant fish. However, the weight of the strange things being sucked in made her face contort. "This is so uncomfortable," she screamed. Immediately, Dawood gripped her hand tightly and lunged forward. Behind them, the giant fish opened its massive mouth, as if wanting to swallow them both in one gulp. But just as the sharp teeth were about to close, Dawood and Elijah passed through the spatial gate, escaping the purple sky and landing safely on the ground. The feeling of playing with death right behind his back made Dawood break into a sweat. Just as I calculated, it worked perfectly with the card's duration. Thinking this, he turned and asked, "Hey, Elijah, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Elijah didn't answer immediately. Instead, she angrily pulled her hand away from Dawood's, her eyes blazing with anger. "Don't tell me this was all planned by you from the beginning, including the escape." "Of course, everything went exactly as planned." Dawood smiled, his face full of pride. "The Gregory Shadow tactic is a trick quite easy for a long-time player like me." But from Elijah's perspective, the anger in her burst forth more strongly than ever. "Hey, why didn't you tell me we were going to the interrealm space?" Dawood hesitated slightly but calmly replied, "Because I thought you wouldn't follow me here." "You thought right." Elijah gritted her teeth and threw the bag in her hand forcefully to the ground, complaining, "I tied it up. I can't believe you woke me up just to do this." Saying that, she turned and walked straight to her room without looking back. Dawood looked after Elijah, feeling a bit guilty. Finally, he spoke up. "Thank you, and I'm sorry for not telling you beforehand." But just as he finished his sentence, the system sent him a news alert that Elijah's favorability level had increased rapidly. It was now interest level 4. Dawood's face went blank. "Wait a minute, I thought after this incident her favorability would go down, but on the contrary, it increased strongly. What on earth is going on?" While Dawood was sinking into a confused stream of thought up ahead, Elijah was also lost in memories. The moment Dawood gripped her hand, confidently pulling her away from the monster's jaws. Her heart beat faster instinctively. Time passed quickly, shifting scenes to the position of the principal Adelante. At this moment, it seemed she had just finished exercising, her whole body soaked in sweat, and while tying her hair, she asked someone in front, Is this the item I am thinking of?" Hearing these words, the person opposite replied, "I don't know what you are thinking, but this is indeed that spiritual entity." Adelante immediately realized something and asked again, "Does that mean he is using that in the different dimension? Is that right?" Hearing this, Dawood held the card, raised it, and admitted, "That's right, but didn't you give me this so I would do that?" Principal Adelante replied with a slightly complaining tone, "But I didn't think you would do it this quickly. And why does your hair look like that?" Before her eyes at this moment, Dawood had an incredibly disheveled appearance with frizzy hair. Tears still lingered in the corners of his eyes as he shared miserably, I was just struck on the head by lightning from department head purse. I was on my way to deliver the spiritual entity obtained from the different dimension, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, Adelante understood everything. "Then I understand, Purse must have panicked quite a bit. She is a highly skilled wizard, but she's also quite a coward." Setting this aside, Dawood asked vaguely, "Was this item enough according to your requirements?" "Principal Adelante, you said if I could make you satisfied, you would give me more gifts, right?" Hearing this, the principal shrugged and replied, "If it was just that item alone, other magic towers could use mountains of gold to buy it for me. Therefore, you don't need to think about that anymore." Returning to the main issue, Dawood knew these words couldn't fool Adelante, so he said directly, "It's not exactly because of that gift. Truly, I have something I want to ask for help with. Anyway, spiritual entities are the consciousnesses of great figures left behind in this world. I want you to be able to transfer it into my item. Can you do that?" Hearing Dawood's request, Adelante was slightly surprised and praised him. "Wow, if you do that, the consciousness within it will gradually awaken and grow stronger over time. This is truly a strategically calculated and quite clever choice." "Dawood, in that case, which item do you want me to transfer it into?" Dawood replied, "That item is..." However, not letting him finish, Adelante spoke first. I have something I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. But how can you be so powerful? You defeated assassins with your bare hands, took down the warrior candidate with just one move. Recently, you even stopped the magic beast from attacking everyone, and now this. Why are you so obsessed with power? She said while staring intently at Dawood, waiting for his answer. But our protagonist only pondered. The sub-bosses appearing in the main plot here currently have levels equal to the Demon King, and the ending of this scenario is closely linked to Elnor and Elijah. I have accidentally become involved in their plot. Of course I can't say that to her. This is truly miserable. Dawood sighed inwardly. Instead of answering, he asked in return, I also have a question I want to ask you. Why do you always treat me so well? Hearing this from the protagonist, the principal asked interestedly, What do you mean? Her tone was a bit teasing, and Dawood went straight to the point. Honestly, you have many things to ask about me. Like how do I know the location of the different dimension? How do I know and understand about the spiritual entities left by our predecessors? Or how could I defeat the assassins, beat the warrior candidate Elijah, and stop the magic beast? Regular students like me couldn't possibly do those things. I'm just a freshman. But recently, I do get the feeling that everything at this academy is revolving around me. Maybe I'm being a bit paranoid, but every lesson, every activity, I can feel your presence. As if you're trying to say, whatever you need to do, just do it. I will be behind you protecting you. You don't need to worry about anything. Why do you want to challenge me while creating conditions to help me like this? Explaining this, Atalante's tone didn't change at all, maintaining a teasing look. Honestly speaking, I don't understand how you can talk to a principal like me and dare to say something like that. That is truly unacceptable behavior. But regardless, you've figured it out, haven't you? Why do I bestow this favor upon you? Is it perhaps because I find you cute? The unexpected answer left Dawood's face blank. He started sighing inwardly. I knew it. If I had known she'd say that, I wouldn't have asked. Anyway, she has already agreed to transfer the spiritual entity to me. Now I just need to cultivate it to increase synchronization, and the consciousness within it will awaken. If I can persevere in cultivating it from Chapter 2 onwards, everything will be quite useful to me. But first, I need to complete this mission. Time passed quickly until the evening. Main mission, Chapter 1, The Purifying Guild. Solve the incidents happening at the Sunset Eye. At this moment, Dawood was present near the Sunset Eye restaurant area. He scanned his eyes around as if searching for someone. Right at that moment, Elnor's familiar voice rang out beside him. You've arrived. Hearing the familiar sound, the protagonist turned to reply. Ah, President, have you been waiting long? Not long at all, just about 6 hours, Elnor said while nonchalantly touching up her lipstick. At this moment, she was wearing an incredibly luxurious outfit, her hairstyle had been changed, and a red dress hugged her small waist tightly, further accentuating her hot physique. Looking at this beauty, even Dawood stood stunned for a few seconds, his face reddening slightly as he thought, Wait a minute, 6 hours? That means she came here even before it got dark. Opposite, Elnor witnessed Dawood's confused face and brushed her hair, explaining in more detail. That's right, since it's rarely a full moon night, I wanted to prepare everything very carefully. This is your first time going out of the academy campus to hang out, isn't it? That's exactly right, the protagonist admitted. However, he couldn't even look Elnor in the eye as usual because he was too embarrassed. This made her feel a bit interested and tease. Why aren't you looking me in the eye? This was the first time Dawood had gone out with a girl outside of the school grounds. Truly, you could say this was like a date, so it was understandable that this boy was shy. Returning to Elnor, at this moment she reached out, gripped Dawood's hand, and quickly pulled him along. Let's go, there are many places we need to visit, and the queue is also long. Just like that, not long after, the two of them pulled each other to the Sunset Eye restaurant. However, in front, a crowd was waiting. Oh my God, don't shove, who knows who's so crowded? Someone shouted, while Dawood saw this scene and had already guessed it. Just as I thought, there are too many people here, will we be able to get in? Dawood wondered. At the same time, his friend Talion in his staff uniform was checking his notebook and yelled, Number 27, I'm calling for the last time. If you aren't here, I'm canceling your ticket. Cancelled number 27. On to number 28. Hearing this sound, Dawood couldn't help but be surprised. Huh, that's Talion. Why is he here? Opposite, Talion saw Dawood walking over and also came forward to greet him. Is that Dawood? Do you still remember me? I'm working part-time here. My family doesn't give me pocket money, so I'm a bit strapped for cash. Then his gaze shifted to Elnor. President, you're here too. Saying this, Talion's tone suddenly became hesitant as if he just had a suspicion. Strange, Dawood. Why are you with her? What kind of relationship do you two have? Are you dating? Before Talion could finish his sentence, Dawood immediately denied. We're not dating. After saying that, he reminded himself. It's true, if I go with the president like this, who wouldn't suspect? Clearly, in everyone's eyes, this is a date. Returning to Elnor's perspective, she didn't know Talion, so she asked, "Hey, employee, as the student council president, can I get priority?" "Of course you can," Talion replied happily. Meanwhile, Dawood seemed to notice something strange about Talion, so he asked, "Wait a minute, Talion, are you wearing some kind of necklace?" The question made the blonde guy slightly surprised, but he quickly took out a necklace and explained, "I'm wearing one given to me by the Purifying Guild. You know about them, right? That place is run by Marquis Riverback." Returning to Dawood's perspective, in front of him appeared a skill notification. Target control activated on Talion. Just by looking at it, Dawood quickly realized the problem. He hurriedly warned, "Right, but don't wear that anymore, and remember to tell the other staff members not to wear it either." Dawood's tone was somewhat serious, making Talion nod in agreement even though he didn't understand why. "Okay, I understand." Returning to the protagonist, the fact that all the staff were infected with control skills made him feel a bit uneasy about this meeting. After I raised my favorability with Elijah enough, the main plot changed significantly. This means now Marquis Riverback's attention will shift to me. In short, now I need to be more careful. Since the plot has been changed, I also need to act accordingly. If he has set his sights on me, I must prepare a way to deal with him. I have to teach him a lesson. At this moment, Dawood and Elnor also quickly walked inside the restaurant. As soon as they stepped inside, a familiar voice called out. Marquis Riverback had been waiting for them from before, greeting them politely. "Very happy to meet Lady Tristan and you as well, Dawood." Then this crafty Marquis Riverback also said to Elnor, "My lady, let me borrow student Dawood for a moment. We have some business we need to attend to." On this side, Elnor was momentarily stunned, but immediately refused. "Ah no, who gave you permission?" Before she could finish, Dawood, who was behind her, hurriedly stopped her. He whispered into her ear, President, it's okay." Afterward, he continued to say something else into Elnor's ear, which made her eyes narrow, as she turned to look at Dawood with an expression full of astonishment. Unaware of this, Riverback up front kept running his mouth. "The young lady will be guided to a special room. It will be done soon, it won't take long. It seems Lady Tristan and student Dawood have a pretty good relationship, don't you think? If you're finished talking, follow me." He spoke with a grin, his eyes squinting into slits, but within that smile lurked a hint of malice. Just like that, Dawood and Elnor were taken to two separate rooms, and as soon as he sat down, before the protagonist could even drink a sip of water, the old man across from him went straight to the point. "Do you know why I called you here, student Dawood?" Responding to this, the protagonist, seemingly unwilling to waste time talking with such villains, played his cards on the table. "Ah, is that not because you all intend to cause chaos to resurrect the devil during the full moon? When security is lax, it's easy to assassinate many students, creating powerful demonic energy from blood and death, releasing monsters everywhere, using assassins to deal with the knights, creating more chaos and fear to awaken the devil sleeping in the bloodline of the Tristan lineage. Is that right? From the beginning, the assassinations and monster attacks were also caused by you. But I have already reported this entire plan to the dean, and everything has been handled." "What do you intend to do now?" Dawood asked, staring straight at Riverback. Riverback's eyes widened to the max, wondering how Dawood knew his plans so thoroughly. He thought to himself, what? Now I understand why the prophet had his eyes on this guy. Harmless on the outside, but his heart is deeper than a venomous snake. He is no ordinary person. Thinking this, his face contorted. However, when thinking about what he had prepared in advance, he confidently said, "Impressive, but my subordinates have already controlled Tristan. I bet you didn't see that coming." No sooner had he finished speaking. As if to refute his words, Elnor kicked the door open and rushed in. Her kick shattered the door into pieces, sending sharp wooden shards flying everywhere. Seeing her blood-stained appearance, Riverback shouted, "Impossible, Princess Tristan, but how? How can this be?" To explain this, we must return to a few minutes before Elnor was taken away by Riverback's subordinates. Perhaps due to being too confident in their own strength, they didn't bother to hide their arrogance as they ordered, "Princess Tristan, come with me. There is somewhere we need to go." Their cocky expressions reminded Tristan of the whispers Dawood had given her earlier. "President, the devil worshippers are about to flood in. Regarding that frenzy, have you been feeling any discomfort lately? I don't know what will happen later, but sometimes it's good to vent a little." Thinking this, she slowly stood up and coldly said to the group, "According to imperial law, devil worshippers can be dealt with immediately and reported later without issue." Behind her, a brown-haired thug reached out to touch her pale shoulder and mocked, "But do you even have the capability to handle us? Fine then, hurry up. I intended to capture you alive anyway, so be good." Before the words were even out of his mouth, the thug's face suddenly stiffened when a terrifying killing intent began to radiate from Elnor, and her mental state seemed to change drastically. "Do you think I can't do it?" Speaking, she reached out and grabbed his head, then slammed it down hard, shattering the tea table completely. All around, the remaining thugs gritted their teeth and drew their weapons. "Damn it! Don't kill her, she's the most important target in the plan. Injured is fine, but don't kill her." They shouted and began to overwhelm her with their numbers. But these weaklings weren't even enough for Elnor to warm up. With the terrifying strength of the Tristan bloodline, she began kicking them away one by one. Her sharp sword glided gently past their throats, leaving the thugs to scream in despair. And the more she fought, the redder Tristan's eyes became, making the thugs' hair stand on end. Finally, they realized that the person before them wasn't some minion they could handle. In short, that was what happened when Riverback's subordinates intended to capture Elnor. Returning to reality, Riverback's face was still dazed as he muttered, "Impossible." Meanwhile, the protagonist anxiously turned to ask, "President, are you okay?" A refreshing sound from Elnor was the response. She wiped the blood off her sword and nodded. "Yeah, I actually feel better now, but this time it didn't feel like a walk in the park at all. Come out with me next time, okay?" At the same time, Dawood received 2 system notifications. Elnor's affinity has increased to affectionate. The frenzy has subsided thanks to you. Personal quest appeared. Gideon La Tristan has taken notice of you. Hearing the notification, instead of being happy, Dawood's heart skipped a beat. He wondered, what is this? Why would Elnor's father take notice of me? Anyway, the quest is complete, is what Dawood thought. However, things never go as smoothly as expected. Right then, Old Man Riverback realized he had failed. To save the situation, he took out something that looked like a piece of flesh and growled, "I never thought I'd have to use this." His words caught Dawood's attention, and he immediately recognized the item Riverback was holding. Essence of a demon. Why did that suddenly appear? Thinking that, Dawood reacted quickly and shouted, "President, don't let him eat that." Unfortunately, Dawood's words were a bit too late as Riverback had already thrown the piece of flesh into his mouth, whispering, "Receive the grace of the gods." Afterward, from the outside view of the Sunset Eye restaurant, suddenly a jet-black energy source erupted, causing the restaurant to explode into debris. Returning to Dawood's position, he had just dragged his battered body out of the building's wreckage. And just then, Riverback's voice rang out, but his tone had changed. "Great, I didn't intend to use this until the Prophet had finished with you. Dawood Campbell, can you deal with this?" he shouted. At this moment, his body had completely transformed into a ferocious demon. On his chest, the piece of flesh he had swallowed earlier was glowing incessantly. With his gaming experience, how could Dawood not recognize this state? A human-absorbing demon essence can utilize a portion of demonic power. A demon from the very first chapter? This world is truly insane, Dawood lamented to himself. Meanwhile, the system didn't stop giving him notifications. Defeat the purifier. Failure occurs if casualties are too high. Up above, as Riverback felt the power surging within him, he shrieked like a howling dog. From now on, it is the time of purification. Returning to Dawood's perspective, rapid footsteps suddenly echoed from afar, drawing his attention. Seeing the source of these footsteps, his face became even more twisted. Damn it, the problem isn't just that guy, it's those monsters too. Manator, the demon followers Elnor had dealt with, have been resurrected. At this moment, according to Dawood's sight, the bodies of Riverback's thugs had also transformed, as if they had become half human, half demon. Their eyes glowed red with bloodlust as they charged toward the protagonist. But right then, a scream rang out, "Piercing strike technique!" Following the sound, a blue light shot straight at the Manator monsters, shattering their bodies into many pieces. It seemed the one who had just struck was none other than Talion. Looking at the devastated scene, Talion could only give a foolish laugh and ask, "What the hell is going on? What are these monsters? And where is Marquis Riverback?" "Oh, you saw my technique? I'd love to hear your feedback," Dawood replied bluntly. "All of them are your teammates turned into that. If you wore that necklace, you would have become like that too." Hearing this, Talion began to tremble uncontrollably. Then he looked at the protagonist and asked, "Is this a situation set up by the Marquis himself?" Dawood nodded. "That's right. If you don't want to witness a real hell from now on, listen to me." Dawood's tone was filled with seriousness, which changed Talion's expression. He hurriedly nodded and asked further, "I understand. But what about Dawood? What do you intend to do?" Dawood replied, "I have to go deal with something else. I have to protect the civilians and stop the Marquis." "Anyway, run, Talion." For Talion, he realized that if he stayed, he couldn't help Dawood and Elnor at all. So the young man took off running immediately. And after he had left, the student council president Elnor looked at Dawood and asked, Do you know where the Marquis went? In front, Dawood stroked his chin, pondered for a few seconds, and answered, Yeah, I have a theory. The goal of the demon followers is always the same. They sow despair and chaos everywhere, and bring pandemonium, the land of demons, to this world. There is only one place he would aim for. Time passed quickly, scene shift to the position of Marquis Riverback. At this moment, he had flown right in front of a golden energy barrier. In the distance was the sealed land where the battle between angels and demons had once taken place. Looking at the massive barrier in front of him, Riverback wasn't even confident that he could destroy it completely. Even if I can't break the entire protective barrier, at least I can cause some damage. Saying that, he began to gather magic power in his palm, forming a black energy sphere that emitted a suffocating aura. But before he could launch the attack, Dawood's cold voice rang out from behind. All right, stay right there. The familiar voice suddenly appeared, making Riverback unable to hide his astonishment. He turned back to look at Dawood and said, Dawood, how did you know I would come here? Dawood replied with a mocking smile, It's too obvious. Your actions are too easy to predict. You received demonic power, so naturally you would come to the place where the devil was sealed. The image at this moment was Dawood being carried on the back of Elnor, rushing to this location for speed. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Dawood didn't care much about it. Up above, Riverback wasn't panicked by the appearance of the two of them. In fact, he felt a bit delighted. Thanks to you being here, I don't have to waste effort looking. After I kill you, I'll capture Princess Tristan. Returning to Dawood's perspective, he looked at the president and cautioned, Whatever happens, we must survive, understand? Elnor answered with a nod, Yeah. Internally, she thought, the level of trust he puts in me is truly hard to get used to. But I must also be worthy of that trust. That is the pride of the Tristan family. Thinking this, she tightened her grip on her two swords. Next, she pushed her legs off the ground with immense force, sending her small body soaring into the air like a cannonball. Seeing this, the demon Riverback was startled, but he quickly raised both hands to his chest to block the attack. Meanwhile, down below, Dawood took the opportunity to act. While running, he shouted, President, over here. Seeing this, Riverback up high, though unclear about Dawood's plan, couldn't let him act. He shouted, Don't you dare touch it. Finishing, he unleashed a barrage of black lightning, striking straight down. It was just a pity for him that Dawood, with his incredible dodging skills, managed to evade all of them, leaving Riverback's eyes wide open. How is that possible? He wondered, still surprised, not understanding why Dawood could dodge all of his attacks. When President Elnor's blade reached his person, seeing this, Riverback hurriedly waved his hand to retaliate. The powerful attacks from both of them collided, creating a shockwave that blew them both away. Up above, streams of black lightning were still raining down. As for Dawood himself, he could only run as fast as he could. Afterward, Riverback felt increasingly uneasy and hurriedly chased Dawood from behind. Fucking pests, fight, don't just run away like that, Riverback shouted. And right behind Riverback, President Elnor stuck to him relentlessly. This began to make the Marquis feel a bit irritated. How annoying, Princess. Following this, Riverback's entire body shriveled slightly, and released an extremely powerful source of energy, blowing both Dawood and Elnor away like trash. However, the attack hadn't ended yet. While Dawood hadn't yet managed to stabilize his posture, Riverback used a skill called Shadow Claws, firing a black arrow carrying destructive power, aiming straight at the protagonist's position. He shouted, I will definitely end you. Just like that, our protagonist took a lightning strike to the body, causing him to be in so much pain that he spat out water. Finally, his body was blown away like garbage toward the back. Up above, Marquis Riverback saw Dawood's eyes roll back and laughed, as if he had won the lottery. There are more people here than I thought. It seems you're all out of tricks now. Hearing this, Elnor stood in front of Dawood to protect him. Get up, Dawood, I'll stall for time, you go first. Looking at her determined face, even Riverback was somewhat touched. You two are truly stubborn, Princess Tristan. Honestly, you two are a match made in heaven. Returning to Elnor's perspective, before the moment of danger, she had strange thoughts in her heart. I've only ever known how to receive and have never known how to give. Isn't it time I at least returned the favor once? She whispered to herself and urged the protagonist, Stand up, I believe in you until the end. Saying that, she slowly moved forward. Her hand, gripping the sword, also emitted a few pinkish-red sparks. Meanwhile, Riverback saw this and gave a cold laugh. Touching, so your little strategy meeting is over, is it? Responding to the comment, Elnor asked, Marquis Riverback, let me ask you one thing. Tonight, in your opinion, are he and I a good match? The unexpected question left the monster's face blank for a few seconds. Before answering, perfectly frightening, If you survive this, why don't you think about starting a family together? Riverback's voice was filled with mockery. Afterward, upon receiving his response, Elnor stomped hard and rushed right in front of him, her eyes also transformed into the black color of a demon. Immediately after, Elnor raised her leg and delivered a kick, sending Riverback's face askew, and while he hadn't yet managed to stabilize his body, Elnor unleashed a series of slashes at lightning speed, leaving the massive monster to cry out in pain. Finally, Elnor unleashed a new technique, releasing a terrifying source of energy with her sword and knocking Riverback backward. However, the attack still hadn't ended. Immediately after, in the sky above, another powerful force struck Riverback's body, causing the ground all around to shatter into many pieces. After this strike, the monster coughed up a bit of blood. He glanced at where Dawood had been lying and didn't see him anywhere. "That bastard Dawood, where did all those rats run off to? What else are you hiding?" Riverback screamed in confusion and flew quickly in a certain direction. Scene shift to inside the city. At this moment, the chaos caused by the monsters Riverback created had been completely cleared and controlled by the Academy's professors. Beside him, Professor Conrad surveyed the area and, seeing no more monsters, nodded. "Seems like we've finished cleaning up." Not far away, the swordswoman Elijah spoke up. "It's a good thing the department heads are here. If we were even one person short, we'd be done for." Above, the Dean of Magic, Perse, agreed. "True. It's a good thing we listened to Dawood and followed the Raws. That guy kept telling us to have dinner nearby. If we weren't here, Elnor, everything would have turned out terrible. Could this just be a coincidence? A coincidence as terrifying as this?" The more he spoke, the more suspicious Conrad felt. Back to the protagonist's position. At this moment, his body had just recovered after taking the attack from the monster. He thought, "All right, Talion, well done." "Phew, that was truly painful. Elnor, please try to hold on a bit longer." Just as he thought that, before Dawood could do anything, Elnor's body flew past right in front of his eyes. And behind her, Riverback's cold voice rang out. "I'm not exaggerating, Princess Tristan. Now, student Dawood, you still have some plans left unused, right? If you have nothing else, then it's time to die." Saying that, he unleashed a black lightning strike, piercing through Dawood's body, causing fresh blood to spray out. The event happened so fast that before Elnor could react, Dawood had already been hit. At that moment, as she witnessed this, the world seemed to fade into black and white. Returning to Dawood's perspective, the attack made him feel quite painful, but it didn't seem to be a fatal blow. He gritted his teeth in agony. Then, at the same time, the system gave a reminder. "Fatal charm has been activated. The target has begun to..." This was a rather disjointed notification. But Dawood felt something. He hurriedly looked up and saw that Elnor's appearance had completely changed. A pair of demonic horns had sprouted from her head. The aura around her was completely foreign. The demon inside Elnor had truly awakened. Returning to Dawood's perspective, the moment the demonic manifestation inside Elnor appeared, he immediately realized the situation. A part of the system has been neutralized. Some abilities are being disabled. This is a manifestation through Elnor's body, a fragment of the Gray Devil. At the same time, as if sensing that Dawood hadn't had enough bad luck, the system gave a notification. Deadly allure easily attracts affinity from those with evil tendencies. The more extreme the situation, the stronger the effect. With this notification appearing, the Gray Devil slowly landed in front of Dawood. She gently reached out to touch her chest and muttered some strange language. Then suddenly, a dark energy source began to converge in front of the protagonist, healing his wounds while leaving a mark on his chest. The system gave a notification. "You have received the Shat mark, effects unknown." Seeing this, Dawood's eyes went blank. He whispered, "The time of the wound has been reversed. Someone this powerful being this friendly is truly a strange feeling. But no matter how the future changes, for now, I'll just take everything I need." The pressure was so strong that his brain felt like it was about to explode. The feeling of burning flesh from connecting with this entity. "I will copy a necessary skill right now, and I will definitely need it later." With this thought in mind, Dawood didn't hesitate for a single second. He immediately used the skill copying reward he had received earlier to copy a skill from the Gray Devil. Not knowing if she sensed that or not, the Devil Girl clapped her hands delightedly. Afterward, she said something to Dawood. After the words ended, the time that had been frozen began to flow again. Up above, the demon shouted, "Turn to dust, Dawood." Accompanying these words, he unleashed a destructive lightning bolt, shooting straight down, causing a non-negligible explosion. Smoke and dust spread everywhere. After unleashing this ultimate technique, Riverback himself felt a bit exhausted and breathed heavily. However, after the smoke cleared, the only thing he saw was a large crater shattered by the lightning bolt, but there was no sign of his body. This made the demon a bit annoyed, and he muttered, "That guy disappeared again?" At the same time, Dawood's figure suddenly appeared right above his head. Riverback felt something and snapped back, but it was already too late. Right then, Dawood's attack collided with his person, sending his body flying like a cannonball, crashing straight down. His landing immediately created a large crater in the ground. However, what surprised Riverback most was Dawood's current strength. He screamed, "What the hell is this?" when he looked at the protagonist who had just landed from above like a superhero. As he faced Riverback directly, the system gave several red warnings. Crisis situation detected. System identifies this as a direct life-threatening danger. Applying level X absolute emergency level. New skill activated. Monarch of Pandemonium. For 5 minutes, you have absolute advantage over any enemy with demonic attributes. At this moment, according to the Marquis Riverback site, Dawood was in a very strange state. From his body emanated the aura of a high-level demon, his eyes completely black. Just feeling the power Dawood was radiating was enough to make this big guy break into a cold sweat. He screamed like a madman. A maggot crawling on a person, how could it possibly? A prophecy about this. Before the words could leave his mouth, Dawood lunged forward like a gust of wind and delivered a punch square into the demon's face, sending his massive body flying into the distance once again. Watching this, Dawood exhaled and said, "Round 2, bring it on." In the distance, Count Riverback lay inside a large crater where his body had impacted the ground. At this moment, his face was still stunned, unable to comprehend why Dawood's strength had suddenly increased so dramatically. He slowly sat up, eyes fixed on Dawood, who was radiating an overwhelming aura, and muttered to himself, "Why, he's using an upgraded version of the very same skill I possess. A power I had to twist my entire body for years to attain. Yet that wretched nobody has mastered it this fluently. It's unfair. This is truly too unfair." The more Riverback thought about it, the more an invisible rage surged within him, with dark energy and terrifying killing intent leaking from his body, almost taking on a physical form, while the system issued a warning to Dawood. Black mist emitting demonic energy from the essence of a demon to amplify power. Blessed black spirit, physical enhancement and resistance, reinforced with demonic essence. Then this demon, Jeverback, roared like a mad dog. He channeled all his power into his fist and lunged forward. Seeing this, Dawood did exactly the same. Just like that, they both charged straight at each other and unleashed a full-force punch. As soon as their fists collided, it released a terrifying shockwave that rippled out in all directions, causing the ground to crack into countless pieces. Next, the demon Riverback took advantage of his long reach and thrust his hand out to grab Dawood's face to hold him in place, intending to strike with his other hand. But the protagonist reacted swiftly, activating his defensive skill to manifest 2 pairs of light wings, which blocked the black lightning bolts coming from Riverback. This left Jeverback's eyes wide in shock. Holy power? How in the hell can he use holy power too? Not answering the question, Dawood seized the moment while the demon was still distracted and lunged, delivering a knee strike right to the center of his face, caving it inward. The force of Dawood's kick was so strong that it sent the demon's body flying forward, slamming repeatedly into a twin tower. Then, not giving Riverback a chance to react, Dawood stomped slightly and instantly appeared directly above him. He unleashed a full-power kick, sending the demon plummeting downward into the catapult he had prepared earlier, while simultaneously, the skill he had copied from the gray demoness ran out of time. However, Dawood was fully prepared. At that very moment, he hit the launch button on the catapult, causing Riverback's body to be flung forward. "Dawood, you damn bastard!" he screamed, and when Dawood heard him spouting nothing but cliché lines, he mocked. "Is that really the best villainous closing line you've got?" With that, out of nowhere, Dawood pulled out a cannon and fired point-blank. The intense firepower it unleashed began to incinerate Riverback's demonic body piece by piece. Before he died, he finally realized everything. This guy, could it be that everything that just happened was in his plan from the very beginning? Just like that, after nothing was left of J. Verback's body, the system issued a congratulatory notification. Main quest completed. You have received 1 essence of evil and 1 hero's fragment, 5,000 points. Hearing the notification, Dawood let out a sigh. I got all this stuff. It seems the rewards scale with difficulty. Normally, I'd only get to choose one. But regardless, now I have 2 items that can bend the plot to my will. Thinking this, he noticed Elnor lying injured somewhere nearby and hurriedly rushed to find her. However, Principal Atalante's voice echoed right beside him. The student council president is still safe, but more importantly, that was truly insane just now. Dawood, I want to hear everything that happened regarding the Gray Demon. As for Dawood, naturally, he wasn't foolish enough to admit anything, so he instead feigned ignorance and asked, "What do you mean?" In response, Principal Atalante cut straight to the point. I'm asking because I already know, student. You have been involved with a demon, haven't you? Time passed quickly, shifting to a medical room where Elnor was still lying unconscious, receiving a blood transfusion for treatment, when someone's voice called out, "Is the transfusion ready?" Another sound replied, "Not yet, but it's almost there." "What's the current heart rate?" "Below 50 beats per minute." "Damn it, why hasn't the priest arrived yet?" Hearing the constant, chaotic noise, Elnor's eyes slowly opened. While she waited to recover, Dawood and Adelante were having a serious talk. Adelante spoke first. "One of the gray demon's abilities is corrosion. It has spread to the surrounding area with you at the center. The Church and the Holy Empire will certainly keep an eye on this. You have become the eye of the storm. Did you act knowing full well that such a serious incident would occur?" For his part, he had decided long ago to abandon the lifestyle of a background character, especially in a situation where he was dragged into an affair with a demon like that. Thinking this, he shrugged and replied, "To be honest, I think I was just lucky." Adelante frowned, shifting the conversation to the gray demon. "The strongest among the lords of the chaotic hell is the gray demon. As I suspected, it used Student Council President Elnor as its host." Hearing this, Dawood's expression shifted slightly, and he asked, "Principal, you knew about this beforehand?" In response, the beautiful principal nodded. "From the very beginning. First of all, thank you, Dawood, for fighting to protect the Academy and Elnor. You may enter now, but listen very carefully. What I am about to say is top secret." While speaking, she snapped her fingers, causing Dawood's body to hover and fly in front of her, making him rest his head on her lap as she continued. After the final battle of the hero, the shards of the demon's soul were scattered everywhere. If just one shard appears in this world, the remaining shards will automatically congregate around that person. Because the gray demon awakened, even if only for a moment yesterday, the remaining shards will also appear soon. Without needing her to say much more, Dawood, who had completed this cursed game, was naturally perfectly aware. It was the same in the original plot. Demonic hosts always brought catastrophe. The Red Demon's host once caused the Red Knight event, a major tragedy that wiped out Elijah's entire family. These soul shards and hosts were selected randomly each time the game was played, except for Elijah and Elnor, who were fixed. Unaware of what he was thinking, Principal Adelante continued sharing information. "The Holy Empire's intelligence network is terrifying. They have already compiled a list of candidates who could be hosts, and Elnor is among them. I have tried my best to gather them all here at the Academy." Hearing this, Dawood began to find Adelante's decision slightly difficult to understand. "Select and gather them all in one place? It sounds great, but gathering all those dangerous people in one place seems a bit reckless." As for Adelante, she seemed to notice Dawood's puzzled look and explained, "True love. Once a demon's host truly loved someone, and the result was that the demon's soul shard was completely destroyed. Love erased the seeds of destruction, and it seems the gray demon likes you very much." When Dawood Campbell heard that, a bad premonition suddenly arose in the protagonist's heart. He hurriedly shouted, What are you talking about? No way, that's not it at all," he countered. However, Principal Adelante had observed everything from afar. She said, "I saw it all from a distance. It healed your wounds. You were even clapping and acting happy, right?" Dawood stammered in response, "Maybe it was just because I looked pathetic at that moment." But before he could finish, Adelante interrupted. "In short, whatever the reason, the point is that it happened. The demon seems strangely affectionate toward you. Dawood, your judgment, knowledge, and actions have already been proven. So I honestly ask for your help. Please charm the hosts of the demons." Saying this, she brought her face close to Dawood's, a move that immediately made Dawood jump back. He hurriedly jumped to the side and refused. "What? No way." The principal saw that Dawood was flat out refusing, thinking he was afraid of the difficulty. She shared, "I will do everything in my power to help you flirt effectively, rest assured." Dawood screamed as if the house was on fire. "No, that's not the problem." Adelante continued to persuade him. "Don't worry, all the current candidates are female. This is a golden opportunity. Even the demon is clapping for you, right? You can surely pick up a few regular girls, can't you? Use every necessary means to charm them all, and destroy the demon's soul shards, then the world will be saved." Returning to Dawood's perspective, if cursing were allowed here, he would have done it. "Oh God, if it were that easy, I'd already have a girlfriend by now." "Principal, wait, didn't you say you needed true love? So how many girls do you want me to juggle?" To this question, Adelante knew it was extremely difficult, but aside from relying on Dawood, she had no other options left. "It won't be easy. The demon worshippers are targeting them, and the hosts are not ordinary people. But even so, I must ask for your help. Please save humanity." Saying this, she bowed her head with extreme sincerity, making Dawood want to log out of this game immediately. Instantly thinking just that, Dawood didn't dare say it out loud, only managing to ask, Principal, I think I know the answer, but what if I can't charm them? Adelante replied, I mentioned this in Chapter 14. Humanity will perish, the world will be shattered, and a dark empire ruled by demons will appear. Time passed quickly, shifting scenes to Elnor's medical room. At this moment, the student council president had awakened from her unconscious state. She hurriedly scanned her surroundings, and after realizing she was in a medical room, she muttered, "Did we win?" At the same time outside, a reminder sound from someone rang out, "You can't just barge in like this." The student replied with a sigh, "Come on, I was here yesterday too. I even skipped class for this." She couldn't have woken up this early. As she said this, Elnor's assistant suddenly barged into the room and discovered Elnor had awakened, making her happy to the point of tears. She hurriedly ran over to hug her best friend and scolded, "How could you do that? You crazy girl, you're going to drive me insane. I thought you were a goner. What the hell was that? What kind of battle was that?" Beside her, Elnor remembered Dawood, who had fought alongside her, and asked, "Calm down first. Calm down. How is Dawood?" In response, her friend wiped away her tears and explained, "Dawood, he's already been discharged. Actually, he wasn't seriously injured at all. You were the one who was truly badly hurt. We really thought you wouldn't make it this time." Her best friend's words made the president feel a bit suspicious and ask, "If I ended up like this, how is Dawood completely unscathed?" Returning to the secretary's perspective, she began to recall her conversation with Dawood not long ago. Looking at her friend lying unconscious and unresponsive, she couldn't hide the worry on her face and whispered, "It's already been 2 days. If she doesn't wake up, Dawood Campbell, I'll deal with you personally." Hearing that, Dawood could be sure that Elnor would never die that easily. So he solemnly affirmed, "Senior Elnor is not the type to die because of such a trivial thing. I guarantee she will wake up in the next few days." Dawood's confidence made the secretary scratch her head in confusion. "How can you guarantee that?" Dawood replied with a gentle face, "Because I'm still alive, a person who is willing to risk their life just to protect someone else. The Kaiso family was never weak." Returning to reality, her friend smiled and changed the subject. "Anyway, let's forget about that for a moment, President. Now that you're awake, there are several things that need your approval." Beside her, Elnor, seeing she had just woken up and already had to work, complained and reminded her, "Hey, I'm still a patient, you know." Ignoring that, the assistant quickly flipped open her notebook and assigned the task. "Now for the unpleasant news. 2 important figures are about to arrive, Madam President. The first is Saintess Lucian." Hearing that info, Elnor stroked her chin, frowning in thought, and asked, "Isn't she supposed to enroll next semester?" Explaining this, the assistant shared her thoughts. "That's correct, but they have decided to let her enroll next week because of the incident involving her ex-lover. The Holy Empire and the Inquisition are starting to act. Originally, I wasn't going to talk about the other person, but Sir Gideon will be coming to the academy." Hearing that name, Elnor's face showed a flash of shock, and she muttered, "My father is coming here." At the same time, inside a strange room, a silhouette looked outside, speaking with a satisfied tone. "The bustling atmosphere of this city is quite pleasant." Inside the room, Saintess Lucian was smoking while complaining, "Hey, can you close the window? The light bothers me." Her words made the strange figure almost laugh out loud. "How interesting. A modern-day saintess who dislikes the light." In the back, Lucian exhaled a puff of smoke and mocked, "If you spent most of your life in a dark prayer room, you'd be the same way." Her words made the young blonde man quiet for a few seconds before replying, "Is that a bit of a dark turning point in the story?" Saintess Lucian continued to remind him, "Close the window, night." Responding to the request, the blonde guy said, "I want to enjoy this piece for a little longer." Hearing that, Lucian felt confused and mocked the piece. "A demon worshipper and a saintess in the same room, and you're talking about peace." The blonde knight laughed, "I thought we were a little closer than that." Just like that, the tension from their first meeting faded. Not letting him speak further, the saintess's face became cold, setting clear boundaries with him. "We are cooperating, we have the same goal, don't think for a second I want to be your friend. Do you think that's even possible?" Her face was full of mockery, but the blonde knight didn't feel angry. He said, "Those who hold the leash that binds you. 2 destinies are choking my life. We are all the same." Returning to Lucian's perspective, she continued to exhale a puff of white smoke and whispered, "Think whatever you want, you fool. At least I still have someone I need to protect." At that moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared in her mind. Her younger sister, the same girl Dawood had encountered before. "My beloved son, summer is coming soon, isn't it? Father heard that summer where you are is much hotter than at home. Remember to take care of your health. Father sent some fruit, remember to share it with your friends. I heard there's a parent-teacher meeting coming up, but our family is busy preparing for the harvest, so it's hard for us to make it. Instead, Father will send Heckman. If you need anything, just tell him. Everything is peaceful at home. Don't worry and remember to just blend in, just don't try to stand out. A group of students was diligently running forward. You've always been clever, so Father isn't too worried, but you must absolutely not cause trouble, just live quietly for me. Got it. If you ever get a girlfriend, bring her home over summer break to meet us. This father deserves to see his future grandchildren right. In short, take care of your health, my child. Loving Father Armin Campbell. It's a good thing Father couldn't make it. After reading the letter, Dawood looked up at his friend and asked, "So you're Heckman, probably an apprentice butler or something." Heckman adjusted his glasses and smiled, answering, "Yes, that is correct. Master, if there is anything you need, feel free to command me." Before he could finish, Dawood asked, "Hey, you, that attitude is a little too blatant." He brought a bunch of grapes to Dawood. "These are grapes the Lord sent for you, Master." Dawood put them in his mouth and asked, "Seedless grapes?" He answered honestly, "Are they sweet enough?" At this moment, some other students walked by, looking at him with judgmental eyes. That guy is just one stunt after another. Now he's bringing a butler to school, probably trying to play the noble here. Look at him eating all of those by himself. Hearing that, he wiped his mouth and pushed the bunch of grapes toward the butler. "Heckman, here we need to pretend we're close friends. Do as I say, eat all of these for me." His sudden request left him slightly bewildered. Bowing while taking the grapes, he complained, "Yes." Dawood spoke up. "I guess you're just going to be an apprentice butler your whole life. All right, that's enough. This is not the time to enjoy ourselves." What the principal said is truly unimaginable. In his mind, Atalante's words surfaced. "Charm all the demon host candidates and save humanity." The system displayed a notification. Elnor Tristan, affection level 1 reached. Quest activated. The inherited curse appearing in 7 days. Gideon Tristan, curiosity level 1. Quest activated. The inherited curse appearing in 7 days. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, put world peace aside for now. These immediate quests are more worrying, and it doesn't end there, the system showed again. Main quest, Chapter 2, the king has passed away, appearing in. The boss fight in Chapter 2 is the real problem. I have to plan ahead for the boss fight. Wait, I never met Gideon in the original story. What should I do now? Returning to reality, Heckman looked at the sky with a satisfied expression. "Master, it's terribly hot here." Dawood didn't pay much attention, as several other thoughts kept circling in his head. In the original story, he appeared as a corpse. Even though he isn't a father who is close with his daughter, a father is still a father. Originally, Gideon's death was the trigger for the awakening of the White Demon, but I made it wake up right during the Chapter 1 boss fight. Damn it, everything is a mess. The fact that he's still alive means the script I know can change infinitely. He thought to himself, "All right, Elnor's father, I will meet you. Must avoid him at all costs, yes, must avoid him. But if we do cross paths, I must definitely extract something out of him. Only then will I have a chance to deal with the Chapter 2 boss." Dawood looked at Talion, who was pinching his butler's cheek, and asked confusedly, "Hey Talion, what are you doing to my butler?" His question made the blonde guy slightly embarrassed. "A butler? I thought he was being bullied. How can a guy like this do any work?" Dawood pointed straight at his face, sounding annoyed. "Since you touched my butler, today I'm borrowing your sword for the day." This sudden attitude shocked him. "Huh, why?" But immediately after, he knelt before him and presented his sword, "Giving me such honor all of a sudden. Go ahead, Dawood, take it and use it." He was also caught off guard and immediately explained, "No, I'll return it." Not long after, our protagonist Dawood sought out Elnor to make a request. Elnor looked at him with an intrigued expression. "Interesting. You signed up for the theology department, yet you want me to teach you sword fighting." Dawood gestured to the side, explaining, "After the demon incident, I realized many things. I realized that relying only on divine power makes me too weak in physical battles. So I want to learn the Tristan sword technique, even if it's just the basics." While saying this, he thought to himself, "Thanks to the passive increase in affection for villains, Elnor will keep sticking with me for a long time." She lowered her head, smiling with disdain. "That's the first time you've said something worth listening to. If it's a constructive suggestion from a junior, I'll help out a little." Looking at the way she drew her sword, he thought, "Must seize this opportunity to copy her sword technique as much as possible." To successfully build a relationship with Gideon, there probably isn't any path other than sword fighting. Suddenly a voice rang out. What a rare sight this is. The student council president has 100 things to do, yet she has the mood for this. Elijah stepped closer. Private tutoring, huh? Elnor glanced over and replied, "They asked me." Hearing that, Elijah immediately looked at him and asked, "Really? But the president specializes in one-handed swords, while Dawood here uses." He raised his hands and smiled awkwardly, explaining, It's fine, one-handed sword or whatever is fine. Facing this attitude, Elnor shot him a look filled with killing intent. The type of sword doesn't matter. Who the teacher is the core issue. Elijah sighed, right, so let me do it. I have experience as a trainer, so it's much more logical. Hearing that, her face turned black, and she shot a look at her. Are you implying your sword technique is better than mine? How could a junior like me ever beat the president? Elijah finished and reached for her sword, slowly stepping forward. They turned toward each other, talking back and forth, but I'm sure the Tristan sword technique has a weakness. Oh, really? Then show me that weakness, will you? How about under the condition of not using any power? Seeing the situation going wrong, Heckman suggested, Master, is this what they call a duel? Elijah held her sword in front of her, her gaze incredibly determined. The power of the Tristan house is something that should never be used. President Elnor, standing opposite her, directed a cold gaze toward her. I, too, would like to see just how far this goes. Dawood, hearing the words of the two, couldn't help but panic. You told me you were going to teach me, didn't you? Why are you two lunging at each other? Heckman, standing nearby, could only offer a wry smile. It seems the two of you have been annoyed with each other for a long time, huh? Elijah gripped her sword and lunged forward. Then I'll take you up on that. Faced with her haste, Elnor remained unimpressed, casting a glance and nodding, wasted movement. As the blade was about to touch her neck, Elnor didn't react, only watching in silence. A sharp glint flashed in Elijah's eyes. Unexpectedly, she raised her sword to block Elijah's strike. Elnor braced her arm, trying to hold her ground as firmly as possible. After gaining momentum, she quickly lunged forward, pushing her away. Witnessing this display of strength left her astonished, thinking to herself, so fast, not only fast, but also very powerful. What are you doing? Elijah, are you planning to let a demon get the upper hand? Suddenly, Elnor's eyes widened in shock. Elijah, no longer on the defensive, immediately pushed back. Elijah pulled her sword back, looking extremely cautious. Elnor feared that the family she belonged to was truly a family of demons. No matter how noble the blood in her veins might be, sooner or later, she would be possessed by a demon and go insane, regardless of whether you want it or not. At the same time, in her mind, she recalled the scene she had witnessed as a child. Looking at the devastation before her eyes, Elijah seemed unable to believe the truth of the situation. Returning to reality, her gaze grew cold. In the end, she's just a sacrificial pawn for a demon. She slid her feet back to brace herself and channeled her power, a bright red flame engulfing her sword. After getting into position, she immediately lunged forward to attack. Watching the spark rushing forward at a dizzying speed left him and his butler stunned. And at the same time, a huge question mark seemed to appear in Dawood's mind. Elnor remained perfectly calm, watching the movement of the sword. Emotions are truly hard to control. Right after that, she lunged in front of him, avoiding her attack. The flames seemed to slowly subside. Elijah looked at them, her expression a mix of surprise and apology. Sorry, but Heckman was so scared he started foaming at the mouth and fainted on the spot. Dawood was incredibly shocked, eyes scanning the scene. Is this even human reflex? It's even faster and stronger than before. Could it be that she has already started to merge with the fragment? Elnor saw them not responding, so Elijah tried to explain. It's because I went overboard, sorry about that. President Elnor glanced at her, slowly cautioning. Your swordsmanship isn't bad, but warrior candidate. You need to train in other things besides swordsmanship. You can't hurt your teammates, right? Realizing she was completely wrong, she didn't persist and bowed her head to apologize. Yes, Dawood, sorry about that. When she saw he had regained consciousness, she couldn't help but be surprised. Where did he disappear to? In the middle of the large forest. Looking at Elnor's condition, it wasn't the time for delay. If I stay this negligent, everything will be ruined. I have to risk my life to get stronger. Anyway, I never intended to become a pure swordsman. To survive, divine power is essential. Not just swordsmanship, but divine power must also be leveled up. And to do that, Uriah was busily eating an apple. Suddenly his voice rang out from afar. Living well lately? You still look healthy, huh? She stared at him in astonishment. You are Uriah Greyhaunter, the younger sister of the Saintess. Now it's your turn to help me. Amidst the deadly space, a strange voice rang out. Still wishing for someone to come save you, or hoping someone will become your friend, then that very thing will only make you suffer more. You should have realized that early on. Hope is merely the prelude to despair. Accept it just like your sister did. Drops of bright red blood fell straight onto her face. Everything around her eyes began to dance. It seemed that at this moment, Uriah was falling into a deep pit of despair, and a cold gaze looked down at her, followed by a voice. You are just a cursed sacrificial pawn destined to be alone until you die. That is the path to protect everyone, and it is also your mission. It seemed a dark space was slowly swallowing her whole. Uriah startled awake, sweating profusely from the nightmare. finding herself lying on the white sheet. Her face was still immersed in fear. From above, a beam of light shone down on where she lay. Yuria reached out to pluck an apple from the tree, and then slowly ate it piece by piece. Done, at this moment, her basket was overflowing with red apples, and while chewing, she glanced to the side. Dawood stepped forward from behind and asked, "Living well lately? You seem to be in good health, huh?" Hearing his voice, she immediately turned her head. A chain suddenly appeared. Yuria held it in her hand, quickly attacking him. Dawood drew his sword, then slashed down to block her attack. "Why did you step into my attack range? You clearly knew it was dangerous." His expression flashed with triumph, and the sword slowly emerged. Not stopping there, Yuria held the chain, skillfully spinning and controlling it. But Dawood was no slouch either. He dodged perfectly. Seeing her refuse to stop, in his head he couldn't stop begging, "Please, back off. I said back off." He used his sword to push the chain away, then slid across the ground. Dawood glanced to the side, the chain suddenly returning toward him. Startled, he immediately fell. Dawood sighed wearily, glancing at Yuria with an admiring look. "Seeing you swing that around, I know you're still healthy." Yuria stared at him in astonishment. His voice rang out again. "I said it before, occasionally I will stop by to bring you food. Don't tell me you don't remember me. I didn't know what you liked, so I prepared a bit of everything. With this much, you can eat comfortably for 2 or 3 days. And hey, living apart from everyone like this, don't you feel lonely? I'll drop by to keep you company like this occasionally. You won't mind, will you?" His attitude left her speechless, but then a cold, firm voice suddenly surfaced in her memory as if reminding her. "You should have realized that early on. You are just a cursed sacrificial pawn destined to be alone until you die. Accept it." Returning to reality, Dawood looked toward Yuria and tried to persuade her. "Feel free to eat, I'm leaving now." That memory resurfaced. Him standing in front of Yuria, uttering words that extinguished her hope. "Wishing for someone to come save you, or hoping someone will become your friend. Then that very thing will only make you suffer more." Yuria stared blankly at the pile of food in front of her, then slowly picked up a loaf of bread. The weapon was tossed aside. Yuria held the loaf of bread in her hand, treasuring it like a treasure. Tears of resentment slowly fell onto the bread. It doesn't hurt at all." Time passed quickly, back to Dawood. The system displayed a notification. Fatal allure, villain affinity increased significantly. Yuria Greyhaunter, interested level. Phase 1 reward can be claimed. Dawood startled awake from his sleep. "What is it this time? I've only played with her for a few days and I'm already at phase 1. Whatever, let's check the reward." The system showed. Swordsman concentration, skill B rank, increases reaction speed and accuracy in combat. He slowly turned on the water faucet. Not bad if combined with hanging by a thread. It will be very effective. At the same time, he thought to himself, wait, is that brat Heckman still sleeping? Truly uselessly relaxed. Parents, nobles, royalty, and merchants will all be attending. I practiced hard with Yuria because today, on the system board, swordsmanship, no weapon restriction, can now unleash a low-chance armor-piercing effect. He turned to wake up his butler. "Heckman, wake up, we're late." Heckman, with a sleepy face, slowly replied, "Let's go, young master." Dawood quickly fastened the last button of his coat, his face full of eagerness. Today, just making an impression on one single person is enough. At the same time, he thought to himself, Gideon La Tristan, the swordsmanship genius who didn't appear in the original work. At this moment in town, the Iron Man looked at the old man and suggested, "Master, if the ground is uncomfortable, please step on me." The old man replied, "It's fine. Occasionally one has to take a stroll in a rustic place like this." Nearby, a few people approached with eager faces. "I heard that this year even the Holy Emperor is coming here. Could it be true? That magnificent knight group from earlier. Oh my God, it must be true. The Holy Emperor is really attending. Hey, our son is participating in the tournament. He got into the school as the second highest scorer, so how could he not participate?" In the center stage, after seeing everyone gathered, the MC began to introduce. "Dear parents, gentlemen, and ladies who have traveled from afar, our Elefante Academy is the leading educational institution of the Empire. We are deeply honored to welcome you to this observation session. The traditional welcome event, Bat to Royer, will begin soon." A man slowly stepped up, his expression unable to hide his panic. Wait, that person, could it be? Two people sitting nearby were equally shocked. "Hey, are you kidding? Why is he in a place like this? The man who is said to never appear unless there's a war. Why come to a school observation session? His daughter is the student council president here." "That's true, but rumors say even the entrance ceremony he didn't attend." "Is that true? People say that man is a cold-blooded killer who knows nothing but the sword, so no one dares to get close or talk to him." Gideon squinted his eyes as he looked at the group whispering about him. Conrad hurriedly stepped forward from the side and asked, "Isn't this Gideon? My, what wind blows you here? He folded his arms, looking calm as he spoke. Senior Conrad Balthador, don't you get tired of teaching these kids? Conrad quickly sat down next to him. Not tired. What wind blew you all the way here? Training. How is catching up with the first-generation Grand Duke going? Gideon folded his arms and sighed wearily. Just training, so I came out for some fresh air. I'm still training according to what's written in the texts. People say you have to make Mount Tai your own. Hearing this made him curious, and he asked, hard to understand. So how are you carrying it out? His face turned dark as he replied, first, I sliced the mountain. It was truly a crude and vicious method. Down below, the MC's voice rang out again. Dear guests, please pay attention. The competition will begin shortly. The students participating in the duel are all volunteers. Conrad looked down and explained. The competition will take place under the supervision of professional professors and medical staff. The MC smiled at the audience and continued introducing. All kinds of weapons everyone desires have been prepared in wood. Now, contestants, please enter the field. Right after that, the crowd immediately buzzed. Go for it, my daughter. You have to get into the top 10. He slowly stepped onto the stage, thinking in his head, damn it, why am I feeling so shaky right before going out? Did my character feel like this too? Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have participated. Is it absolutely necessary to catch Gideon's eye? Talion on the side smiled and spoke up. In this match, Dawood and I will have the final showdown. Elijah is a warrior candidate, so she retreated, so that isn't impossible. The MC's voice rang out. Now, contestants needing weapons, please come collect them. Elijah looked ahead, thinking in her mind. Dawood, why are you so stubborn to participate in this match? Is it his hobby to occasionally toy with the weak? Or is it that noble sense of responsibility? The presenter's voice continued. Choose calmly. The match will begin in 1 minute. The goal of the match is simple. Be the last one standing. That student will receive special points. Those who reach the top 10 will also receive bonus points. Heckman below cheered him on. Young master, I think just getting into the top 10 is enough. Dawood sighed to gather his spirit, thinking Gideon must be sitting somewhere, right? Look at me, look at me. Elijah was also equally nervous. I'm watching, so don't worry. Dawood, I trust you, but if anything happens, I'll help. The MC began. All contestants greet each other. Elnor, at this moment up high, looked down in silence. In the audience, Gideon looked up. She announced, prepare to begin. When the MC's voice faded, all contestants on the stage simultaneously grabbed their weapons and rushed toward their opponents. Talion brandished his sword toward him. Ooh, Dawood, I won't hold back. His strange behavior made him confused. Why does this guy keep targeting only me? Nevertheless, there wasn't a shred of time for him to ponder. Dawood reacted quickly to block his attack. Dawood stared, his expression extremely triumphant. Is this the third one? The brat Heckman watched silently from the stands. Dawood raised his sword, ready to attack. Seeing that, he frowned slightly. The two of them look happy, huh? The system suddenly displayed a danger warning. Ruru lunged and kicked at him from behind. Seeing her appearance left him shocked. Ruru looked at him, smiling triumphantly. What are you doing? Come on. Ruru Garuda, second daughter of the Alliance's great clan. A character appearing in Chapter 5. Talion was attacked. His eyes squeezed shut as he cried out, thinking in his head, and most of all, Elijah looked ahead and asked confusingly, who is that? Ruru stepped forward, her expression extremely arrogant. You didn't come, so I came. He looked at her, thinking a brat who loves to hit people. Magic is the body-strengthening technique of the Alliance. Even for me, having activated hanging by a thread, I'm not sure I can win. At this moment, she's definitely stronger than Elnor. Talion knelt on the ground, unable to stand up due to the pain. Did you protect this weakling? Dawood, you protected the opponent you were fighting against. Dawood sighed silently and looked up at the sky, thinking, why on earth is this Ruru kid participating in an event like this? This is a point in time when she shouldn't even be known to many people yet. Unexpectedly, his attitude suddenly did a 180-degree turn. I will definitely get you to first place today. Seeing this scene left him feeling helpless, thinking, if you have time for that, just run, Talion. Talion stood up and stepped forward to block his path. Hey, new face, if you're aiming for this side, you'll have to step over me first. I am Talion Arman, the runner-up of the freshman class. Think you can handle me? Ruru looked at him and asked. You're the runner-up, then I won't hold back. She suddenly pointed her finger straight at his abdomen. The system displayed a notification. Swordsman's concentration activated, reflex speed and accuracy increased. Dawood looked on with a stunned expression. Ruru smiled brightly and asked, don't go dying on me now. Ruru moved with lightning speed, leaving Talion's eyes wide with sheer terror, as he was sent flying away by a single simple move. Dawood held his sword in front of him to resist, and several others standing nearby were also blown away. Talion was struck until he coughed up blood, clutching his sword in front of him, doing his best to block her attack. It was clear that even though he had parried, the impact force surged straight through. Seeing this power, the people in the stands were buzzing. Whoa, are those freshmen? Elfante really did pick some good ones. Ruru looked at him, feeling quite smug. What's wrong? I thought you were just someone unremarkable. Are you holding back? Being able to take that hit, not bad. Then I'll use my full strength. He looked at her, internally questioning whether he could even win with his current stats. Unexpectedly, Gideon and Elnor both blurted out in unison. No way. Even in a dream, that's just too ridiculous. Ruru lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of kick attacks. First with her legs, then her hands. She rained down a relentless series of punches on him. Dawood tried to keep his sword in a defensive posture, thinking, now is not the time. Don't bother showing off in vain. Suddenly he blurted out, wait, I give up. Ruru was stunned by this. Up above, the crowd wouldn't stop whispering, what a coward, a noble with no self-respect. Did you just say you give up, classmate? He answered honestly, yes, I'm heading down. Elijah, who was observing from nearby, also commented, a wise choice, Dawood. Dawood slowly stepped down from the arena floor. What are you booing about? If you want to fight, go ahead and get up here yourself. None of you have the guts anyway. The MC felt a bit awkward. Well, it seems the winner has been determined. Isn't that right? There are still players on the field, so let's continue. Ruru didn't seem very satisfied. It was just starting to get interesting. She gritted her teeth, her face clearly showing her fury. Damn imperial bastard, who the hell are you? The system notified. Fatal charisma has planted the seeds for an explosive affection. Dawood turned back, seeing her terrifying power when she was angry, and let out a sigh of relief. Running away really was the right move. It's not like there's a rule against surrendering. Suddenly, a plastic bag appeared out of nowhere, enveloping his head, and when it was removed, he found himself in a different room. Beside him, Gideon spoke in a strange tone. Dawood Campbell, what is your relationship with my daughter? Hearing this left him panicked, thinking, wait, I'm not mentally prepared for this yet. Dawood sat up straight, his expression quite anxious. She is someone who has helped me a lot in my school life. We're just friends. Gideon sat nearby, leisurely sipping tea. Did you learn sword fighting from her? Dawood's eyes widened as he observed him. Stay calm, must stay calm. Only then will everything go according to plan. Then he replied, no, sir. The man added, then who did you learn from? The Tristan sword style. Internally, he thought, just as I predicted, Grand Duke Gideon has realized it. So he spoke up, you realized, sir? Facing his question, the man asked in return, the foundation of the family sword style, how could I not recognize it? Answer me, who did you learn it from? Dawood frowned, carefully calculating, absolutely refusing to show any signs of tension. The man in front of him was a blade. Showing any openings would mean total failure. So he cautiously answered, someone you also know, sir. The Sword Emperor has always been enigmatic, to the point where he even sought out a minor baron family in the countryside like ours. Simultaneously, he silently prayed in his mind, please believe me. Hearing this, the man suddenly spoke up, my master taught you. That's an interesting bluff. Continue, the best way to hide a tree is to create a forest. A small lie must be covered by a larger one. Dawood looked at him, solemnly asserting, it's the truth. He even had a request for me. Hearing this, the man asked again, a request for a person like you? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, precisely. He gave me a mission. Grand Duke Gideon La Tristan, please learn sword fighting from me. Gideon slowly turned his head to look at him and asked, and it was a request from my master? He replied, yes, that's right. Upon his affirmation, the man's face immediately darkened. Can you take responsibility for those words? He didn't hesitate for a moment, answering, I can. Gideon heard this and didn't refuse further, immediately accepting. Very well, very well. Can I really take responsibility? I don't know, I just have to believe in the power of the original work. After all, this is my first time meeting him. Out of all the players, he was the only one who had managed to meet Elnor's father. The rumors were endless, but his strength was undeniable. This person is evaluating me. It's only natural he would. Suddenly appearing out of nowhere and speaking such nonsense. His skepticism is completely understandable. But this meaningless silence is truly hateful. Gideon pointed his finger straight at him and asked, didn't block it, huh? Hearing his question left him stunned. Huh. The man's brows narrowed, a flash of cold killing intent flickering. You are already dead. The wooden table and the teacup on it suddenly split in two. This is the invisible blade technique. A slash unleashed without a sword. The ultimate of the ultimate techniques in the knight's skill tree, yet he uses it this easily. Seeing this scene, his eyes were filled with terror beyond words. Gideon pointed at the table. Dead again? How pathetic. With an opponent who can't even react in time, what could I possibly learn? He recalled the previous scene, thinking internally. This truly is the sword technique of the strongest knight in the Empire. He is the one said to have pierced dragon scales, but it is still incomplete. Dawood pointed at the ground, asking, "It's truly as powerful as the rumors say." Sir Gideon, but if it were in completed technique, shouldn't the physical movements be omitted? Hearing his question, Gideon was slightly taken aback. What do you know to dare say such a thing? In his mind, he recalled, I only know it because I'm bluffing. The diary found after Gideon's death in the original work recorded the entire process of how he became so powerful, including the content about his master, his family, and everything else. His face showed a hint of anxiety, cautiously looking at him. The goal you want to achieve. I heard there is such a thing. Facing his statement, Gideon frowned in thought. He added, to sever the family's curse, there is one thing that must be cut. Simultaneously, in Gideon's mind, he recalled his master's instructions. Disciple, cutting through the sea is easier. Then I will start with the sea. Back to reality, his voice rang out, rotational force is the key. At the moment the mental image is formed, the sword path must be traced perfectly. Rotational force. Sir, try channeling it a bit stronger. Gideon didn't answer, closing his eyes in silence. Truthfully, I have no idea what this is. I'm just recalling what Gideon wrote in his diary. The advice that his future self sent to his current self. The rest is up to him. Suddenly at this moment, large cracks appeared on the ceiling. A brilliant golden light flashed into the space. Gideon stared in astonishment at the source of that light. Standing opposite him, his eyes showing clear skepticism. Who on earth are you? Indifferently, he smiled and replied, I am merely someone who hopes Sir Gideon will become stronger. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, only then will you not die and Elnor won't be corrupted. Anyway, I got it. The Tristan family's immunity privilege. Even if you commit any crime, you will not be judged by the law. This is an authorization document written by Gideon himself. Gideon is currently the Empire's executioner, the one who handles the royal family's dirty work in the shadows. It's no different from a dog on a leash. Anyway, this amnesty document will be very useful when proceeding to Chapter 2. The system notified. Fatal charisma has planted seeds for explosive favorability, skill enhanced, destiny charisma enhancement. The more recognized you are by villains, the greater the reward. Dawood looked at the document, his eyes filled with astonishment. This can be enhanced too, the system kept alerting. Received enlightenment from Gideon. His butler was still soundly asleep. Enlightenment? Upon understanding a villain's ability, you receive a similar ability. The added ability can be used identically for a period of time. Looking at the notification lines on the system left him confused. What kind of skill is this? Gazing at the light through the window pane, he murmured inwardly, perfect timing. This is exactly the ability that adds wings to what I'm about to do. A moment later, Dawood looked at the letter, his expression a bit tangled. After writing down his plan, he immediately closed the book. The upcoming plan, just creating this much should be enough, right? Dawood smiled with satisfaction. Even though it's not going to be easy, I already said I'd take responsibility for Gon. The Tristan family, I will definitely protect everyone. In the classroom, the instructor was actively lecturing. So within every human body, these creations of the gods, divine power is innate. This thing has a completely different mechanism than mana. Why? Because everyone can use it without needing to be chosen. However, reaching a level where one can truly utilize divine power. Finally, the lecturer scanned the classroom, seeing many empty seats and couldn't help but feel frustrated. Did that brat come here to sleep or to listen to the lecture? Why are there so many empty seats? Ha ha, damn it. It's all because of that bastard Bach. Leading monsters into the school or bringing zombies along. I don't care about him anymore. A demon worshipper is way beyond the line, isn't he? Furthermore, these brats this semester are unbearable. They're all defiant. Then there are some who even dared to hit the professor on the head. Currently, no one knows that the relationship between me and Jay Verback has become terrible. Just endure a bit longer and then I'll quit. That's right, just quit. Anyway, here, he spoke up. I have a question. How to cultivate divine power? This made him extremely angry. That bastard, seeing his student had no interest in studying, he became a bit annoyed. Divine power or whatever, just keep using it constantly and your proficiency will increase. And you call that a question? Dawood rested his chin on his hand, replying nonchalantly, a question is still a good thing, Professor. Hearing that made the lecturer extremely angry, losing his composure. The lecture for today ended. Looking at the pile of papers under the desk made the lecturer increasingly furious. That bastard is truly a piece of trash. Why has he been like a thorn in my side from the very beginning? He frowned in annoyance, thinking, so I must quickly grab this bunch of secret information and go find a job elsewhere. That way I won't have to see those damn students anymore. And that stupid old principal, I'll leave this damn empire for good. Very well, unexpectedly, there was a loud knock on the door from outside. Professor. Hearing the call, he immediately stepped toward the door. These vermin-like brats are truly annoying. I'm leaving anyway, so I'll be their professor one last time. While opening the door, he spoke up in annoyance. The door is about to break, you guys. But as he opened the door, a wave of power rushed in, knocking him backward. Outside, a voice accompanied it. Still haven't run away yet. He turned his head and shouted angrily. What? Are you crazy? Daring to kick a professor. Eleanor raised her foot in front of the professor and answered coldly. The previous thing was just the door, and the professor is right now. You guys are all crazy. A voice from one of them rang out. What did you say, sir, professor of the theology department? Upon waking up, he found himself tied to a chair. Seeing the two people before him, he couldn't help but panic. Huh, what is this? Dawood looked on, speaking nonchalantly. It's not a joke, sir. We are currently placing you under arrest. The more he heard, the angrier he became. What kind of nonsense are you barking? Arrest me. What did I do wrong that you have the right to do this? His voice rang out. You are a spy. Hearing these words made him freeze instantly. What? Eleanor continued. Accomplice in the incident of the magic beast's escape. I have already reported this to the principal. A professor letting the Empire's students die? There is only one conclusion. Your goal was never education. One more thing, letters exchanged with you were found in Marquis Riverback's house. Finding himself exposed, he still refused to admit it, arguing stubbornly. Nonsense, what does that pathetic demon worshipper have to do with a priest like me? I was just merely building a relationship. I am also a victim. Dawood checked his watch and ordered. Too noisy, there is no time, so hurry up and confess. Start with the names of the spies like you in the school. He angrily said, Go ask your mother about that. But just as he finished his sentence, Eleanor immediately lunged to attack. Now will you talk? Then let's begin. With his injured face, he trembled and replied, Guard Badino. Cook Annie. Dawood suddenly placed a hand on his head to heal the stuttering, and then, as he spoke, Dawood placed a hand on his head and began to heal him to prevent him from dying too soon. Feeling himself gradually recovering, the professor immediately looked up at him. What are you doing, you bastard? Dawood looked down at him with an icy expression. I am healing you, sir. By divine power, you are the one who said that constant usage increases proficiency. So I have to take every chance to try using it. Seeing him about to leave made him panic. You madman, where are you going? Dawood turned his head and replied coldly, This isn't something that will end just after confessing a few names. Eleanor stood nearby, adding, Search the desk, something will turn up. He pleaded, Please don't. His body emitted a pink energy in an attempt to escape the binding. Dawood held the stack of papers in his hand, his expression filled with surprise. What is this? You teach at the theology department, yet you even know the Empire's military personnel records. If it's like this, you should have just joined the army. He rushed forward immediately, attempting to snatch the stack of papers. You madman, give it here. Eleanor, without any hesitation, quickly swung her hand to attack. He turned his head, just in time to see but not in time to react. With a single simple move, she sent him flying, his back slamming hard against the wall. Yuria nearby heard the loud commotion and couldn't help but be curious. What was that sound? An earthquake. Looking at the pieces of paper slowly falling, he smiled. Professor, is this everything? Seems like everything. Now we just hand this over to the school's night squad, right? As for him, at this moment, he lay motionless on the ground. Suddenly, he spoke up to stop her. Wait, senior, I am still a freshman. I want to learn more about divine power. He lay on the ground, his breathing heavy. Right, now I know why I don't like that brat. The last time, he was similar to the guy I met with Riverback. In his mind, he recalled a past scene. He was kneeling on the ground, respectfully saying, Oh, pioneer, first time meeting you. From above, a strange voice descended. If you ask about me, you will die. If you reveal you have seen me, you will also die. If you forget me, then dying would be more pleasant. He looked down, his expression pensive, thinking, It definitely feels like that strange, bizarre, and capricious feeling. One of their voices rang out. Now let's start the healing. Sir, he looked at him, his expression panicked, thinking as if something was being commanded. Inside the house, the voice rang out. Thank you, senior, thanks to you. My divine power has increased to the point of affecting even the soul. We've caught a rat dressed as a professor. Senior, have you relieved any of your fatigue yet? Eleanor, standing behind him, spoke up. Well, I don't exactly have a hobby of tormenting the elderly for amusement. A system notification popped up. Eleanor's frenzy is showing signs of improvement. In his head, he thought, she's clearly vented it out now, hasn't she? There's no helping it, senior. This isn't a problem that can be solved with logic. Suddenly she asked, "Hey, do you have nothing to say to me?" He was looking at the keychain in his hand and replied, "Nothing." Suddenly she stepped closer and asked, "You met my father, didn't you? Why did you meet him?" Dawood was startled, breaking into a cold sweat. "Me, why do you ask?" she repeated. "I'm asking you that." He stammered but remained clear. "Yes, the meeting did happen, but I never revealed it to anyone outside." Elnor was still confused. "Huh." Dawood, panicked, tried to encourage himself. "Damn it, a variable has appeared. Think of something. This guy." She continued to press him. Finally, Dawood managed to come up with a story. "Last time during the match, I used the sword technique you taught me. His Highness was just curious about who this kid was, so he called me in. It was nothing major." Finally, she decided to turn and leave. She knew her limits. She pulled her hat down, blushing as she reminded him, "Before you protect me, learn some manners first. Call me President." Heckman followed behind, complaining, "Young master, did you just go out with Lady Tristan again?" "Honestly, Baron said to try not to attract any attention, didn't he?" Dawood replied happily, emphasizing, "In this school I only have 3 friends and one of them is that very Lady Tristan." Heckman sounded worried. "Young master, isn't that a bit autistic?" Dawood had to correct him. "Actually, those are relationships that are hard to call friendships." Dawood changed the subject. "What about you? You're quite conspicuous for a butler. Where did you get that?" Heckman held his half-eaten ice cream and explained, "They were giving them away for free outside to cheer for the midterms. There were 31 flavors." Dawood suddenly remembered something important. "Right, the midterm survival exam is coming up. Soul, corpse, divinity fragments have met the fusion conditions. I can awaken the soul's consciousness." He turned and ordered, "Heckman, that's an order. Go try all the other 30 flavors and come back to report." Heckman quickly obeyed and left. "You got it, young master." He thought to himself that kid might not actually be a real butler. Dawood sat on a chair, deep in thought. Now I can awaken the ghost of the Gregory mansion. He recalled the important details, thanks to the boost in divine power from healing the priest. Dawood sighed, trying to find an answer. Anyway, when the ghost is awakened, the spirit of a great person will appear to help the player grow, but it's random. I don't know which of the great figures will appear. This is always a variable. What I worry about most is not finding the right person. If someone who doesn't mesh with me appears, Dawood narrowed his eyes in tension. Then that's also a loss. Afterward, he proceeded with the opening ritual. "What is this? Is this damn gas station card here too?" In the stands, flags were waving alongside the cheers. "So cool." Dawood turned pale, sweating profusely as he inspected it. "A knight? Who is this?" "Spearman Frederick Tanker Johan." He tried to search his memory. "Who are they? It feels like I've seen them somewhere. First of all, they don't seem like bad guys, just that is enough. Who is this?" Oh, that person turned around. "Guardian of the Dawn, Caliban Chrysanax." Dawood suddenly realized, in a panic, that it was Elijah's brother. He felt utterly helpless. This was a complete collapse. In the devastated scene, Caliban Chrysanax stood alone, looking dazed. "Still playing around? Come over here and help me lift this." Truly hell. Elijah shed tears over the crimson tragedy, caused by the vessel of the crimson demon. And Elijah's brother stood up. Guardian Caliban, who sacrificed his life to stop the crimson tragedy. Caliban Chrysanax became a great hero. He became a hero through that sacrifice. Images of his father, images of his mother. Elijah cried incessantly. "You said you would come back. You said if I waited, you would come back." From that event, Y also followed in her brother's footsteps. However, every death was just a tragedy for their family. On the day she lost all her loved ones, Elijah decided to follow her brother's path, becoming the one to destroy the demon that had made her an orphan. Cheers rang out, "Hit harder. The one who takes first place among you will fight Elijah." Upon reaching adulthood, Elijah was awarded the title of the only special class warrior of this National Defense training batch. Everyone gave Elijah a round of applause. The official royalty for the warrior candidate was also awarded. Since then, she had become a warrior. The teacher was announcing their test. The midterm exam will be held fairly in the form of 4-person team battles. Who is the main enemy of the Empire? Monsters and demon worshippers. Exactly. Efante is the agency established to fight them. Combat and survival ability are the main points for the midterm exam. Dawood turned to ask, "How is it? Caliban, your sister is living well here." Caliban Chrysanax seemed incredulous and asked, "So you mean the kid?" "MHM, my sister is currently a warrior candidate for the Empire," he confirmed again. "Yes, it's official." Caliban Chrysanax laughed amusedly. "This kid was just a snot-nosed brat the other day." Dawood emphasized, "Now Elijah is an adult too." Caliban suddenly uttered a strange phrase, "Truly worth it." Dawood turned, confused. Why? Deep down, Caliban Chrysanax was overflowing with happiness. Nothing. It's just that being resurrected as a spirit and seeing my little sister all grown up feels a bit unfamiliar. Dawood turned, stammering a hint. Hey, I mean I revived you, didn't I? So, Caliban, you mean I have to cooperate? Yes, can you help me? Fine, but in return don't tell my little sister about me. Dawood thanked him. Yes, thank you. Caliban turned with a bright smile. Well, that's thanks to the intuition of someone who's died before. I don't know what rules you've mastered that I don't know about. But hey, I feel like you're a good person. Keep looking after my little sister, okay? I'm counting on you. Dawood stammered, scratching his neck awkwardly. For now, my goal is not to let anyone die. He called Elijah's name. She turned around. Dawood. Dawood coughed a few times and offered, about the team for the midterm exam. If you haven't decided on a team yet, do you want to join mine? Elijah was suddenly stunned. Elijah was suspicious, hesitating as she asked, you want to form a team with me? Dawood didn't hide it. MHM, I really hope we can be in the same team. Elijah heard this and exclaimed in surprise. Last time you said we weren't that close. Dawood hesitated, then answered honestly, I already apologized for that, didn't I? She started calculating something, her eyebrows knitting together as she continued to ponder. Saying it like this, you're probably just planning to have me do weird stuff like last time, aren't you? At the same time, he stepped forward, happily pulling back the obstacle and grinning broadly. Hey, just accept it. Besides, that kid has been studying you day and night to win. Saying that, he added thoughtlessly, you guys are always teacher, don't you realize it? Dawood heard this and could only offer a wry smile, avoiding her gaze. Well then, I won't be formal anymore. Can I borrow her? She shouted from elsewhere, excitedly terrified. I'm in. Please, let's be on the same team. However, when she saw him get slammed headfirst into the ground, her face changed color. Well, that's not such a bad thing either, isn't it? Elijah rubbed her neck, embarrassed, and spoke up. But for this opportunity, let's interact and grow together. Is it really okay for you to leave your friends? I'm sure it's fine. Each one in that group is quite capable. In his heart, Dawood naturally understood one thing, he said to himself. That goes without saying, after all, it's the protagonist's team from the original work. Seeing him silent, Elijah winked, snapping her fingers at Dawood. Then, teacher and I, a collaboration after all this time apart. Dawood leaned over decisively and looked at her, refusing. Wait, we're forming a team. She heard that and seemed to lose all her strength, lethargically hearing him add. We need about one more person. Outside the luxurious palace, Dawood heard the sound of surprise from the principal. Dawood calmed down and hesitated, stating clearly, for allowing such generosity. Truly, thank you. The principal just calmly sat in the presiding chair and replied, it's not such a big deal, really. Her gaze remained expressionless, glancing at the person below. Such a strange matter. The saintess is bringing her personal knight, deliberately seeking out this place. I don't understand the emperor's intentions. Dawood smiled naturally, responding sincerely. What intentions? Lucian can't just be locked up in there forever, right? Taking advantage of this regular diplomatic mission. The child stepping out step by step. Remembering the innocent image of Lucian, the principal was still deep in thought. The saintess also needs to learn about the world, right? Hearing what Dawood said, the principal couldn't help but ponder. Even though she's called a saintess, based on my investigation. The more she thought, the more the principal saw many inexplicable mysteries. She is also one of the potential devil vessels. Therefore, I have secretly prepared for her to come to Efante one day. Sending her twin sister Yuria out was just the first step. And yet, they are actively sending the saintess here. Then she looked at Dawood. He still kept the smile on his lips as she questioned. Why, Pope Credo? Opposite, noticing the skepticism in her expression, he explained. Liyuan is a symbolic existence for both the Empire and the Holy Kingdom. I must say first that this was a bold and not easy decision on our part. Hearing this, the principal suddenly realized the hidden motive. Is the reason for such a disruptive action because of the monster event that happened not long ago? Dawood saw she had understood part of it and replied happily. That event as well, and also the fact that a priest of Efante was discovered to be a spy. This side is quite concerned about that. Finally, it wasn't clear how the principal was feeling, only hearing her ask. Then, wouldn't this chaotic situation be bad for the saintess? Inside her heart she had some calculations. Fish bite the bait. But Dawood answered the opposite of what the principal expected. No, on the contrary, it's good. In Dawood's cold gaze flashed indifference. He gritted out his words. If she is to be a true saintess of the Empire, she needs the courage to face justice without flinching where evil runs rampant. On the contrary, we hope Efante will assign tasks to Lucian. And according to what the principal knew about Lucian, she asked further. I heard the school is currently in midterm exams. I hope the child will help with the students' training. What do you mean? Dawood couldn't fully disclose it, so he closed his eyes and replied. Specific details will be communicated separately later. I only hope you understand that all of this is for the purpose of eradicating the evil spreading in Efante. The principal hesitated, looking at the expression on Dawood's face, then asked, Dear Pope, are you being sarcastic right now? A loud laugh echoed, accompanied by the memory of Lucian's cold gaze. The principal had begun to lose patience. She coldly questioned, Whatever you intend to order Lucian, no, the Saintess, to do, isn't it enough for us to just refuse? Dawood didn't show anger. He replied nonchalantly, If the Saintess volunteers, then the story will be different, won't it? At this moment, he smiled gently, and the image displayed on the orb gradually disconnected. Before disappearing, he said, That kid will definitely be useful. When he disappeared, the principal rubbed her forehead, sighing in frustration. Damn it. In her heart, she cursed Dawood 8 times over, truly inhumane. Pope Credo, that old man is as cunning as a venomous snake. Then she looked at the mirror beside her, still unable to believe it. Never did she think she could meet the Saintess so easily. But the principal still harbored doubts about the uneven conditions he proposed. So the condition is to be a puppet for the Empire. Therefore, I sincerely ask you to seduce the demon vessels. Faced with her, was Dawood truly worth trusting? The more she thought, the more annoyed she became. The principal reflexively pulled out her lipstick, but inside she was still muttering hypocritical Adelante. Currently, the principal didn't show a hint of emotion, her eyes looking far away, unfathomable if I push others for my own goals. Then I'm the same as him. Scene transition to another setting. Yuria was washing a towel by the stream, but deep down, Yuria wasn't concerned with the present at all. She pondered, eyes pensive, why hasn't he come yet? Around her there were only plants and flowers. The space was strangely quiet, contrasting with her impatient, expectant mood. It's been several days already. Her lips pursed tightly, restless beyond description. At this time, that person always comes. In Yuria's memories now, there was only the image of the masked guy always cheerfully saying, Your defense was good today, huh? Great job, I'll come back tomorrow, so wait for me. What should I bring tomorrow? Steak, cookies. Images of him invaded her entire mind, eroding her emotions little by little. She sadly whispered, No need to try bringing food, just. Turns out, for her right now, all she needed was for Dawood to come and be together. A silence in Yuria's mind. Her eyes looked vacantly ahead. The space seemed to want to tell her that it was bored with her. Yuria bored, a simple answer. Every word seemed to erode her will. She felt like she was falling into a bottomless abyss. Yuria Greyhaunter, the loner who betrayed the Holy Kingdom. However, young Yuria's mind echoed the familiar sound from the time she took her sword and fled. Haven't you prepared yourself mentally? The damn destiny to slash everyone who comes near you. An answer Yuria gave to herself. Haven't you been able to shoulder it? That person planted in her head a thought of resignation, a hidden resentment. This is the cursed life you chose, Yuria. It was a feeling of vibration due to a moment of temporary delusion, while reality hadn't changed at all. Yuria's body was small amidst the fixed void. Every word seemed to want to swallow that little frame. You're all alone. It seemed to drown out her unstable emotions. She would be forever alone. In panic, Yuria finally broke free. She clutched her chest, trying to inhale every gasp of air. Each question continuously rang out in her head. When you're left alone in an empty forest like this, who will you look for and who will come to you? It made Yuria collapse. Those beautiful eyes had filled with tears. That voice still kept urging in her mind. Someone who can't even call for help like you. It was trying to steal the bit of gentle emotion that Dawood had brought to her. It could be done. At the same time, a familiar sound rang out. Why are you crying? It was Dawood. He seemed quite tired, visible that he was in a great hurry to get here. Holding a bag of snacks in his hand, he asked urgently, Did something happen while I wasn't here? Ah, the bag of cookies he mentioned wasn't for sale. Seeing Dawood, the emotions just moments ago dissipated. Yuria happily immediately ran toward him. The notification board showed Yuria's interest level soaring from 1 to 4. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes and stammered, You don't hate me, right? You're not tired of me, are you? Dawood tilted his head slightly, baffled. What are you talking about? On the contrary, I'm here because I need to ask you for something. About to say she had to leave, Yuria suddenly sprang up, making him freeze. Are you okay? But instead of answering, Yuria broke into a radiant smile, and as if guided by an invisible force, she swung the chain in her hand hard, knocking the bag of cookies out of Dawood's grasp. It doesn't matter. I'm fine with anything. He stood there like a stunned deer, staring at the torn cookie bag in his hand. Yuria, tears streaming, pleaded. I'm sorry I couldn't control myself. You won't hate me for doing this, will you? Please, I'll do anything, don't be like that. At that moment, she lunged forward, whipping the chain as she chased Dawood. Don't go, please. Dawood panicked and bolted, yelling as he ran. You're the one making it impossible for me to stay. Yuria, hurt, kept choking out. I'm sorry. Cut to the academy, a measured voice announced. Starting today, Alphonte will begin the midterm exam. The task is to depart from this Great Plains region and reach the target location. Confrontations among students during the test are free-form competition. The more opponents' necklaces you steal, the higher your score. Elijah regarded the person before him with a judging look. On a day this important, Teacher Dawood, I have a lot of questions about the current situation. Dawood, who had just run like in a marathon to escape Yuria, was panting and tried to get the words out. We'll talk later. She cut him off. No, I want to ask right now. Elijah couldn't hold back and pointed at Yuria, who was being led by Dawood with a collar chain. Is this a fetish, or what the hell is going on? Dawood, sweating bullets, stammered an explanation. There are reasons for everything, of course. Viewed from one angle, it might look like I'm some kind of pervert. She shouted. You know that's true, don't you? Yuria hurriedly spoke up to diffuse things, embarrassed. It's my idea. I suggested walking like this because it feels both comfortable and much more secure. Hearing that, Elijah looked as if struck by lightning and glared. Why the hell would you do that? Is that part of some concept? What happened to human dignity, these perverts? She shot him a glare that could burn and warned. Look, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with my sister, but it seems we need to clear up this misunderstanding before we go on. Dawood suddenly went serious. Elijah, I don't know how this will sound to you, but... His next words stunned Elijah into silence for several seconds. Dawood earnestly said, I hope you'll absolutely not leave my side, and I strictly forbid you from approaching this friend. She frowned. What kind of perverted arrangement are you after? Dawood insisted. It may sound that way, but this is purely a strategic request, so trust me. Really, this friend has reasons to stay at a distance. A flood of embarrassing images flashed through Elijah's mind, but she stayed composed and replied, I get it, but don't you dare try to put a collar or anything like that on me. If nobody else is coming, let's depart. Elijah urged in a cold tone that cut through the air. Let's go, Yuria. While walking, she got curious again. By the way, what's her specialty? Dawood cried out in despair. I told you not to get close, Elijah. She retorted without backing down. No way, I'm not moving. This pervert teacher isn't getting me. Elsewhere, a figure limped forward, muttering in a hoarse voice that startled a nearby grazing rabbit into leaping away. That was almost the end for me. The blond man, drenched in sweat, gasped. Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt? He sighed as he looked at everyone. For now, we're safe. The person sitting against the tree struggled to say, Talion, you still couldn't handle the transfer student from the Alliance tribes, huh? Talion raised an eyebrow and stepped forward with a hint of mockery. If it weren't for me, everyone's protective magic would have broken and they'd be disqualified. The other stammered. That's true, but that girl really did try to kill someone. The black-haired guy beside him suggested. Why don't we play it safe and target the small fry like Dawood first? The man next to him, half asleep, agreed. Sounds good, that fraud, let's crush him while we have the chance. It's annoying that some rustic got into Alphonte. Let's raid him. But unexpectedly, Talion flatly refused. No thanks. This left him stunned. Why, go on, you hate that guy too. Talion shook his head. I used to, but not anymore. The black-haired man, suspicious. What, you've been won over by Dawood too? Talion's pendant swung gently in the breeze, and he replied with a worldly tone. It's just that my perspective has broadened. There are a lot of strong people in this world. Elsewhere, after knocking someone down, Ruru looked up with empty eyes and sneered. There are far too many weaklings in this world. She frowned, clearly irritated. Why isn't there a single decent one among them? Rising, Ruru lifted her leg high. Battlefield combat, a life-or-death duel. Her face seemed to sink into shadow, her voice cold. I can't find it at all. How is it maintained exactly? Ruru spat a curse. Imperial scum. Then poised to stomp on the unconscious person beneath her, and just as her foot came down, a flash of light appeared. Elnor appeared in time, her sword stopping Ruru's descending foot. The moment she saw Elnor, Ruru's lips curled into an amused smile. Well, well. Elnor returned a cold glance, her eyes probing. Suddenly a slash swept out, knocking the opponent's leg aside. White light and black streaks of lightning interlacing and erupting into a shockwave. The ground was scarred with cracks, Elnor warned coldly. A transfer student seeking refuge is already attracting too much attention, Ruru Garuda. Ruru's eyes were bloodshot with the lust for battle, like a predator that had found its prey. Got one. Inwardly, she sized up her opponent. A real girl this time. Elnor, still icy, pointed her sword at Ruru and reminded her. Excessive violence cannot be ignored in my capacity as supervisor. Restrain yourself from now on. Ruru burst into a contemptuous laugh, her voice taunting. Don't like it. What are you going to do about it? Elnor held the sword steady and said, if this were a battlefield, your head would be pierced, but since it's not, I'm only giving a warning. Unconcerned, Ruru stepped up to the tip of the blade, nearly pressing her forehead to the steel. Fine by me, this is a battlefield to me. Stab me, go on, try stabbing me. The sword barely touched Ruru, yet she remained provocatively venomous. You drew your sword, shouldn't we see blood, right? Can't even bleed when it's right at your throat? Elnor's hand on the hilt tightened. Ruru ranted like a madwoman, spitting insults. Imperial women are all the same in the end. Women like you sometimes exist in my tribe, too. They're capable but indecisive, stupid enough to only cry when their lovers are taken and do nothing. Elnor's eyes narrowed, her gaze cold as a blade. Ruru advanced arrogantly. Just seeing them makes me sick. Her lip curled, a challenging smile spreading across her face. On the surface, Elnor remained composed, but deep inside the demon had quietly awakened. Black streaks of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, causing Ruru to stare up in shock. She went blank and her father's admonition echoed in her mind. Ruru, the tribe isn't the whole world. The stronger you become, the wider and stronger the world will be. Ruru admitted inwardly. He's right, father. Seeing the black lightning converge toward her, she narrowed her eyes with grim delight. This really is vast. Ruru Garuda leaped up to strike, her face full of murderous intent aimed at the opponent before her. Meanwhile, Elnor kept her cold expression as she watched Ruru's move. Ruru's eyes had turned fully black with eerie blue irises, a triumphant smile still on her face. As Ruru closed in, Elnor said sternly, forced teleportation. But just as Elnor expected, when Ruru's foot came within striking distance of her face, there was a flicker, and she began to vanish. Ruru widened her eyes, baffled at what was happening. A moment later, Ruru disappeared entirely. All that remained was a gust of wind and Elnor standing with her sword watching. Ruru had been teleported to the hall. She fell from the air onto the hard floor, causing a painful thud. She half closed her eyes and let out a soft groan. Among the shabby group sitting in the corner, she muttered to herself, "What, me eliminated, just for arguing back?" She sighed, so that's how it's played, student council president, then suddenly paused. Wait a minute. Elnor's image flashed into her mind. This can't be chalked up to a skill gap. It feels like she was born different. Ruru bit her nails, thinking. But why did she suddenly lose composure and reveal that killing intent? What did the student council president get hit by? Because I said the Imperials are indecisive. The two who had just been beaten nervously sweated and told each other, "Hey, we won't get beaten up here anymore, right?" Ignoring the chaos, Ruru sat with her legs spread, grinning wickedly as she thought. Or maybe when I said even if their lovers are taken, they do nothing. Who was she talking about? Elsewhere, Yuria flipped into killer mode. Her eyes turned black and a message appeared. Ruru Garuda has begun taking an interest in you. Another message followed. Elnor, affected by you, has unlocked the skill, Divine Wrath. Chaos erupted as an explosion flung people outward. They could only scream in panic. What is this? Why is this happening? Dawood managed to stagger out of the blast and said, I still haven't met her again since that day. Elijah also ran through her teeth and glanced back in reproach. What is this now, Teacher Dawood? What are you muttering to yourself? Over there, Yuria was seen rampaging and slaughtering, curses echoing everywhere. That fraud Dawood, Elijah will rescue you, just wait. Elijah paid her no mind and turned to Dawood. Teacher Dawood, should we stop for a moment to clear up this misunderstanding? Dawood glanced in objection. No, absolutely not. He gripped the collar chain and pulled Yuria away from the blast. I'm busy controlling Yuria right now. He pulled and shouted, Hey, we were trying to save her from that pervert. Yuria curled her legs and blinked in bewilderment, looking adorably blank, seriously cute. Dawood sank under the weight of thought. I really do need to fix this fraud label. Elijah's fans all swarmed me alone. When suddenly Yuria flew out from behind, smiling vacantly to his astonishment. Elijah rushed toward Yuria. No, Yuria, this exam, can we end this decently? Before she could reach them, Elijah was blocked by a blue-headed fan and his stone monster, who shouted joyfully, Miss Elijah Chrysanax. He stuck out his tongue like a pervert and gushed. From the very first day of enrollment, I've admired your strength and radiant looks. Seeing Elijah's tense expression, Dawood asked, Elijah, do you have this many fans? Over here, the blue-headed guy with the pouty face cooed. For some reason you were taken by that pervert scammer, but I ranked 10th in the admissions standings, will save you and invite you to a sunset meal. Hearing that, Elijah told Dawood, That place was wrecked by the student council president already. Dawood corrected her. No, it was actually Count Riverback. Elijah scowled at the pouty brat. First of all, I was never kidnapped, and besides, this person is not a scammer. The other wouldn't let it go and asked again. So he's a pervert then, right? Elijah raised her sword hesitantly. That, Dawood interjected. Hey, why not just say he's not? Seeing Elijah ready to fight, the blue-headed guy panicked. I didn't mean to pick a fight with you people. Dawood and Uriah listened and gaped, thinking. Night school, arcane school, theology school, all charging in together. What perfect conditions to develop traits. He activated the ring on his hand, which began to glow. He sent a message to Caliban Chrysanax, who was sleeping and drooling. Big bro, wake up. Caliban replied. What's up? Dawood said into the ring. I need a favor, please come out once. Caliban snored lazily and answered. Why does it sound so urgent? Under Uriah's gaze, a group approached shouting. Miss Hero, please wait. We'll come to rescue everyone right away. A notification appeared. Dangerous situation detected, applying hanging by a thread, rank A. When Dawood didn't see a response from Caliban, he angrily asked, What the, why only reply and not show up? But the disappointing answer came back. It's just kids fighting. Who do you think I am, a guardian deity? Seeing that, Dawood used his final pleading line. Honestly, my sister is fighting a stalker right now. At the mention of his sister, Caliban suddenly woke with a start. He fumed and demanded, Elijah has a stalker, who is it? Then a blinding light appeared in the sky. It was Caliban. His anger radiated power as he announced. Skill. World projection activated. Buff will be shared with party members in the nearby space. Shared skill, hanging by a thread. Rank A, receive power. Elijah launched herself at the blue-headed guy. She shouted angrily, I don't need fans like you. The blue-headed guy, about to be attacked, warned her. Wait, that's a stone golem. Your sword will break and you'll get hurt. What he didn't expect happened next. She sliced the stone golem cleanly in two. The blue-headed guy's eyes widened in shock. Uriah and everyone around were also stunned speechless. Dawood watched and his heart skipped. Oh wow, that's dangerous. After that cut, Elijah herself couldn't believe it and gasped. How did I do that? The witnesses were utterly astonished, and the system sequentially announced that world projection had been activated. Additionally, shared skill, hanging by a thread, rank A, was applied to Elijah and Uriah. With a single sword stroke, Elijah had neatly severed the monster the blue-haired rider was mounted on. Dawood was excited. It was amazing. However, he also realized the only drawback of this skill. It consumed a small portion of his own divine power. Because of that, the buff will end after only 2 or 3 attacks. After finishing that strike, she suddenly heard a commotion. It turned out they were charging together. Even if he were a hero candidate, I won't condone someone like that. At that moment, chains whirled through the air one after another. It was Uriah striking back. She launched a series of beautiful kicks at them, catching them off guard. When it was over, Uriah innocently said, Sorry everyone, I only meant to shove a little. Elijah was annoyed. I may not be a hero, but you won't even listen to others or try to understand. Not only that, Elijah shouted angrily, How could I possibly tolerate this? Then she drew a long line on the ground with her sword and chanted the incantation, Guardian Burst. They were defeated once more. Dawood was astonished. Wasn't she too strong? Good thing all my stats are FS. Caliban Chrysanax was also startled. What that kid has gotten this strong. Elijah exhaled in relief as the system announced the party members had gained combat achievements. Curly-haired one relaxed too. Luckily, no one was hurt. The system added that trait proficiency increased. She awkwardly said she wasn't worried about him, then pretended to change the subject. Hey, where did he go? She muttered, not again. Meanwhile, Elijah thought to herself, teaming up with teacher Dawood is more interesting than I expected. Over on another team, someone cheered. That makes 9, including this one. The redhead praised. Well done, everyone. If first term midterms go like this, we must be getting full marks. The brown-haired agreed, definitely, we work well together and things went smoothly. The blonde was dissatisfied. Smooth, yes, but we're not rank 1. Someone on the team was puzzled. What, how many for rank 1? Someone answered, right now rank 2 has 15 necklaces. Hearing that, the redhead mocked, 5 or so and we can catch up quickly. Does this map even work properly? The redhead asked if there was a problem. The blonde said rank 2 isn't a group. It's just one person. Talion's group went pale. Collecting 15 alone without grouping is absurd. The blonde mentioned a name. Has anyone heard of Painal Ripich? They replied, no, never. Why is our cohort full of these monsters? The redhead asked, wait, how many does rank 1 have? The blonde panicked. 100, 111, the whole team shouted. What, who is that team? Meanwhile, Dawood's team received a system message. They gained the trait Anomalous Wind. If you perfectly block, you can reflect damage. After moving for a bit, he called out, "We're here." Elijah looked at the cave before them suspiciously. "If we secure this spot first, will the exam end?" He replied indifferently, "Why ask me that? You're the top student in the school." She nagged, "Honestly, stop talking so annoyingly." Dawood thought to himself that in the original story, this was a random event. He also wondered what would appear. Some monster even more terrifying than the last magical beast, or what? While Dawood was silently assessing the surroundings, Elijah cried out, "What is this? Even if it's an exam, this seems a bit over the top." Yuria was also stunned by the sight before her. She stammered, "Sister." Sitting before them was Lucian, motionless. System announcement. Main quest Chapter 2, Teenage King. Objective, suppress the wrath of the bearer, Curse of Severance. Protect targets Lucian Greyhounder and Yuria Greyhounder. She stepped closer, suspicious. Could this person be supplying divine power to this entire plane alone? Elijah continued, asking about the necklace's blessing and the teleportation, while Yuria still hadn't recovered. She was doubtful. "No, this isn't Elfante's way." The girl remained silent with no reaction. Elijah declared, "Hey, I'll save you right now," but a voice intervened. "Don't do that, student." A streak of light flashed past Lucian. He warned that this was the service and voluntary act of the Saintess. Would she be stopped? "This person is Klein Garrison, a senior battle cleric of the Holy Kingdom." Elijah challenged, "Voluntary." Klein frowned and replied, "This is a voluntary act the saint chose herself." He ignored Lucian, pointed his sword at Elijah, and added that out of respect for her exalted will he thought he shouldn't interfere. After all, no one is forcing her. To Yuria's surprise, Lucian spoke up, No." She stammered, I do it because I want to." Elijah snapped, "You're claiming to willingly do such horrific things on your own." She looked at Lucian and continued, "Do you dare oppose the will of the saint? Such an act is tantamount to defying the kingdom's will. Someone considered a hero candidate should understand that." Yuria's eyes widened in shock. Elijah called out, "Klein Garrison." Lucian declared, "I don't oppose. I only want to save those who are suffering." Klein coldly demanded, "If you insist on that stance, must I beg you to stop?" Dawood tightened his grip on his sword and thought, "I didn't expect to meet you here, Saintess Lucian." He recalled one of the three great powers, the Holy Kingdom. Dawood pondered the Holy Kingdom's corruption. Their high command was fanatical and unpredictable, especially the Pope, who obsessed over demons like that headmaster, and Saint Lucian was the kingdom's greatest asset, the Pope's puppet. He wondered if Yuria and Lucian were merely tools for that man's grand scheme. The system seemed to be pushing Yuria toward rebellion in this situation. Attacking a rebellious host. "Are you insane?" Dawood spoke up, "I'm in first place here. I think the saint should rest." Chrysanax replied that she would stay until teams 2 and 3 arrived. "Please wait until then." Dawood thought to himself, if you're wondering why they arrived so fast. He guessed it was probably because of Elnor. Dawood clenched his fists and recalled that the monster attack incident had drawn their attention, and the purifier incident had confirmed it. Thinking about Yuria's outburst, he wondered if they suspected Elnor's involvement since she was central to both events. What if Yuria snapped too? Dawood frowned, realizing the Pope would begin to intervene in Elfante. He told himself, no, hasn't Yuria already been exposed? If so, there'd be no choice. Suddenly, a glove flew up into the air. The glove was thrown toward Klein. He frowned and asked, "What's this?" To the astonishment of Yuria, Lucian, and Elijah, Dawood said, Don't you understand what this means in the Holy Kingdom? It's a formal challenge to a duel, you bastard." He patted Elijah's shoulder and said, "Come out for a moment." She was surprised and asked, Dawood is issuing a challenge. Chrysanax challenged a duel? Why accept it? Dawood stepped toward Chrysanax and said, "Stand aside and face me. Elijah, tend to the saint and take her to the infirmary." Chrysanax cried out, "Oh my, this again." He raised his sword into a stance and threatened that if you advance further, this could become an international diplomatic incident. Dawood said, "Then I'll report what you've done to the saint." Chrysanax arrogantly demanded, "May I ask your title, student?" Dawood calmly answered, "Title? I'm just an obscure count from a province. Is that a problem?" He looked toward Lucian, who was panting wearily. Chrysanax introduced himself. "I am a high cleric, so I cannot casually accept a challenge to duel anyone." Dawood was surprised. "Oh, then why did you draw your sword?" Chrysanax frowned and asked Dawood, "The hero candidate Elijah is over there. Why are you so wary of me?" Dawood thought again that to break this stalemate he needed a bold move. He placed his hand on his sword and taunted, "Look, I'm drawing my sword now." Klein hefted his greatsword and replied that with such a rude student, outside intervention might be necessary. He swung his sword high, aiming straight at Dawood. Dawood seized the opportunity, drew his blade from its scabbard. Now. Then he delivered a splendid slash forward. Klein was injured. Dawood inwardly rejoiced. Excellent counterattack activated. Under his assault, Klein was sent flying. He recalled the shocked looks on Elijah and Uriah's faces, while the headmaster's voice rang in his ear. "I want to know what you intend, Dawood Campbell." She told him to do as he wished, so he did. She admonished that she didn't remember instructing him to provoke the Holy Kingdom. This isn't a brawl, it's an official challenge. The man got riled and charged first. She worried that he's not an ordinary priest but a battle high cleric. Student Campbell, Dawood produced a paper to reassure her. "It's fine. I have an exemption letter from House Tristan. The royal family will take responsibility for my actions." The headmaster sighed honestly. "Student Dawood, the saint belongs to the Holy Kingdom, so I must yield." She asked if he was sure about such a sudden challenge. Dawood replied calmly that she had told him to secure demon hosts. Among her candidates was Uriah Greyhounder, and he'd persuaded her 50%. He recounted that the issue was Uriah's presence with the headmaster. The headmaster exclaimed in surprise, "What? No, why is she there?" Dawood explained he brought her to ensure the top spot was overwhelming, to attract the attention of the hosts. Make it blatant, half measures won't do. Save the world from demons first, diplomacy comes later, right? He recalled the relationship between Elnor and Elijah, then said, consider personal ties before international relations." Dawood folded his arms and asserted that he held no grudges against the headmaster or the hero candidate. The headmaster, at a loss for words, said no. She meant pay attention to school life too. Make some friends, don't get tangled up in weird affairs. Dawood thought of Gideon and muttered that he had utterly failed at that headmaster. He frowned and brushed the image from his mind. The headmaster warned anxiously that since the challenge report has reached the Holy Kingdom, the Pope might come personally. She didn't know what he intended to do, but Dawood pictured Uriah and Lucian as two test subjects, the headmaster's voice still echoing. "The Pope is very dangerous, you should reconsider." In the dark room, harsh sunlight slanted through the window and lit a small table where a single vase held one yellow rose. Lucian Greyhounder sat on the floor, one hand holding a cigarette sending up curling smoke, the other propping him up as he turned his head to gaze at the window. She exhaled a plume of smoke, her expression indifferent. Suddenly, she heard a knock at the door. Lucian shoved the cigarette into the ashtray and said, "Come in." Uriah entered looking quite surprised. She pointed toward Lucian. Lucian straightened and frowned in surprise. Uriah was stunned inwardly. "Sister," she whispered, "Sister Lucian." Lucian lowered his head, sorrowful. Her feet moved forward slowly. Uriah's face showed horror, her mouth agape, speechless. She trembled and stammered, don't come closer." Watching Lucian approach, her hand rose instinctively as if to block her, thinking inwardly, "Don't come near, sister." Lucian's expression was completely cold now. In Uriah's head, she thought of the curse of severance. Uriah's face was conflicted. If her sister took another step, the chain around the hilt seemed about to slip free. Sister would be hurt. Seeing Lucian fling the knife aside, she thought to herself, "Thank goodness." Lucian gently caught the chain and swung it, saying calmly, "Because you and I are twins." The steps led down to an arena surrounded by a large audience. The announcer's voice rang slowly. "The rules are as follows. This is a simple match to determine ranking. Lethal force is prohibited. If severe injury occurs, stop immediately and determine a victor. Otherwise, the match continues until one side surrenders. Do you both understand?" Dawood's face looked tense. Delaying Uriah's awakening required Lucian absolutely. Otherwise, the obsession and the curse would gnaw at her mind like they do now. They stared at each other. Meanwhile, Klein Garrison watched him fairly calmly, seeming unconcerned. Uriah's mind would collapse. The headmaster's gaze was fixed intently on the arena. For that reason, this match was very important. Images of the tense guards outside, continuous intervention by the Holy Kingdom regarding Lucian, must be stripped away. An image of Pope Credo closing his eyes serenely, just for a single match. He sat calmly on the throne chair with an imposing eagle emblem on his chest. "We must make an impact like that." The headmaster folded her arms, thinking that even if Pope Credo couldn't come in person, he would never miss matches like this. Klein's hand tightened on the sword hilt. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Klein wore an arrogant look but still offered a chance. "Surrender. The sooner you surrender, the fewer bones you'll break." His voice was full of provocation. "Hear me, young Master Campbell." Heckman watched from outside, his hands rising to his mouth, trembling. "Okay, surrender at the start. You must not strike straight." Dawood replied calmly with a curious tone. "I was just about to say the exact same thing." Klein frowned. A voice echoed in his memory. "Do not use killing intent." The scene shifted back to a room. Klein didn't turn around. "What do you mean?" The man behind immediately answered, "The stronger the killing intent, the harder the opponent will react. It's that kind of ability." Klein was astonished. Is such an absurd possibility real? Credo smiled and explained, I've seen it before. I didn't expect to see it again. Klein glanced back solemnly. I was felled by my own attack. He clenched the sword hilt with determination, not just killing intent. I must completely erase the enemy's will. Back in the real battle, Klein bowed his head slightly and murmured. Immediately sparks of light appeared around him, blessing. Klein swung his sword forcefully, his legs bending as he spun the blade in a full arc. His cloak billowed, and the energy he released flared brilliantly. Klein frowned, his gaze razor-focused. His voice rang with menace, while Dawood remained calm and watched, to teach an arrogant noble a lesson. Then Dawood narrowed his eyes and smiled. Klein began to gather power and lunged into an assault. The movements of the blade sent Dawood's hair flying in the wind. As Klein charged, Dawood closed his eyes and murmured a chant. We'll use guidance, skill available, divine wrath. Klein's eyes were tense. Both men stared, focused on not missing a single move of the other. A sphere of light flashed forth. The air above the arena roared like a storm. Dawood thought inwardly that the fallen heaven talisman was reacting. Klein dropped his stance and dashed forward. Meanwhile, Dawood still stood upright and raised his sword. The two blades collided, sparks flying. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The whole stance erupted as if inflamed. The headmaster's eyes widened in shock. Outside, the guards felt the tense atmosphere and grew alarmed. Everything happening here seemed premeditated by the Pope. Credo's expression was extremely composed. Usable skill, divine artifact fury. A wave of energy enveloped him as the threefold fallen heaven talismans reacted. After Dawood's powerful slash, Klein used his pommel to parry. The released energy cracked the arena floor. Demonic energy swirled around the fallen heaven talismans, kicking up a violent vortex. Everyone gaped in astonishment at the wild surge of power. A fracture appeared in the sky, as if a stream of dark energy was pouring out. Elnor manifested in her fiendish form. Dawood flinched. Where did that come from? Sweat beaded on his brow. When the demonic power manifested through Elnor, everything around froze. He frowned. What the hell is this? Just holding it with my strength makes it hard to breathe, such malign pressure. Whatever, fight on. Dawood looked up while dodging Elijah Chrysonax's attack. Elnor's demonic power tried to flow into him. He widened his eyes in panic. Stay away from me. Elnor the fiend advanced slowly. Don't make me see you anymore, you irritate me. Elnor's fiend hand touched the sword Dawood held, and dark energy formed black lightning around the blade. Elnor shouted, give back what you stole. Klein charged at Dawood, thinking to himself that in that moment something was off. How on earth did this guy block my strike? Dawood suddenly released his sword. Dawood declared, I'm furious. I said so long as I don't kill you, it's fine. Klein was startled. Dawood, as if merged with Elnor's power, threw a punch that contorted Klein's face. The devastating blow sent him flying into the air, surrounded by a wave of dark energy. The recoil cracked the arena floor beneath Dawood's feet. Klein was almost rendered incapable of fighting. The Pope, as if having predicted the outcome, remained calm with his eyes closed. Then he said, while I wasn't paying attention, Elfante's level has far exceeded expectations. A pale golden light wrapped Klein. May I speak as the victor? Dawood asked. Fine, speak, came the reply. Those brutes are harassing the Saintess. Stop them. Everyone was confused. What did you say, student Dawood? What are you looking for? Don't waste your effort. It's mine. Consider this your first and last warning. Chairman Adelante, what's going on? How dare you provoke such behavior in front of the Pope? How do you teach your students to cause an incident like this? Someone demanded. They didn't just send a night train to deal with greenhorns. They even molested the Saintess. This man is Hatao Yuzul, minister of the Blue Dragon clan of the Tribal Alliance. What terrible character. Dawood kept staring straight toward where the argument came from. Even those brats openly criticize you. Shouldn't you be stripped of your Holy Kingdom title? Dawood spoke up. Hatao, watch your words. This concerns the Pope's safety. What do you intend to do? If you're angry, come down and fight me. What can you do? The Pope pondered, then said, understood. It's not a match, but I'll handle it for you. The headmaster flinched. Your Holiness, you're not only skilled, you're an extremely perverse student. I must admit that. Then those people at that position began to vanish, and suddenly a voice shouted, Hey, you planning to run, Holy Kingdom? A man in royal attire appeared. He ordered his follower, Siraz, deploy agents around Dawood Campbell of Elfante. Siraz, holding a cup of coffee, answered as he drank, understood. He smiled widely, drawing the attention of 3 nations with a match. The more I look, the more I like that guy. Dawood was still dazed, thinking, are they all gone? So the winner is Dawood Campbell, a voice announced. The headmaster exhaled lightly as if relieved of tension. Then Hatton Ujul spoke up. I quite like him. He has the makings of a true warrior. Take this. Hatton handed Dawood a charm ring bearing a lion face, the lion heart necklace, rare. It increases vitality and physical strength. Dawood snatched it and probed, "This is." Hatton smiled, "Come visit the training forge when you have a chance. I'll entertain you properly. And that strange power earlier, I'd like to see it again. That's all from the Tribal Alliance. I'm leaving now." Dawood took the necklace and pondered. Watching Hatton's retreating back, Dawood thought, in the original story, this item was meant for Chapter 3. I've just been acknowledged by the Alliance's strongest madman. "Campbell, I have a question," the headmaster suddenly asked. "Did you use the power of the vial to win?" Dawood bowed slightly and replied, "Yes, I was just lucky," the headmaster continued. "The Pope and Hatton must have noticed. The news will spread soon. Many groups will try to approach you because of this." Dawood suddenly remembered the Pope's brother. The headmaster lowered his glasses and warned, "You should prepare yourself. Things will get much noisier from now on." "Yes, I understand." A peaceful night passed. Scene shifts to the next morning. System chime rang. Main quest complete. Blessing +1, Seed of Sin. So I've collected 4 Seeds of Sin so far. There are special skills that can only be bought with this rare currency. For example, something like Mind's Eye once per day allows me to view an opponent's stats. Dawood clicked purchase. The system sound confirmed the purchase. Dawood thought the information from this skill cannot be tampered with or faked. Great. It has no drawbacks. I'll test it. Cannot scan Trisha. Can't scan the professor either. Elnor's face was glistening with sweat. She was training with enhancement exercises. Nearby, the students training around her all panicked and shouted, "President." Only her echo remained. "If you don't want to get hurt, move away." Dawood thought actually the priority now should be to get information on Elnor or Aaliyah first. Both are key characters in this plot. "All right, let's see." He was excited. Activate Mind's Eye. The system displayed. Elnor Tristan attributes. Grey Mage's Vial, Power S, Agility S, Stamina S, Luck C, Authority A+, Fusion compatible with 1 Demon Shard, Fusion Chance. 180%, Corruption level 2%. Oh, an 80% Fusion Chance. The incident at Riverback must have affected this. Luckily, the corruption level is still low. If both were high, she'd have become a demon. Suddenly, Elnor glanced at him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Dawood was startled. "Vice President. How did you know I was here?" Elnor replied, "I just felt a suspicious gaze on me. Anyway, now that we've met, I have a letter to give you. The man I was asked to watch is not an ordinary person." Dawood answered, "Oh, you found him. I already figured out his action plan, but from now on you should handle this kind of thing yourself. Being student council president isn't idle work," Elnor said, hands on her hips, clearing her throat. I'm sorry," Dawood stammered. Dawood continued, "First of all, well done. The opponent wasn't easy. It's partly thanks to my position as president," Elnor replied. "Oh right, I heard the Holy Kingdom is expanding and needs an unprecedented diplomatic delegation. Do you know anything about that?" "Ah ha ha, actually I'm not sure either," Dawood replied awkwardly. "All right, everything will become clear. And here, the file records the target's actions during the midterm exam." "Oh, that's excellent, President," Dawood praised sincerely. "In the original story, I had to follow every step myself. You really did very well, President." "I'll repay you later, definitely," Dawood exclaimed, hugging Elnor, leaving her stunned. "Great, so he's at the clock tower right now. I'm off." Dawood's voice rang out, and she was still in shock. He panted as he rushed through the tower, so he stayed in the clock tower until 7 in the evening. I know he enrolled with the Saintess. With that personality, he'll push to get out as much as possible. But eventually he'll want to go out for air. Dawood climbed to the upper floor of the tower, panting from exhaustion. "I should train my stamina a bit more. This is the young King Valkarthus." Valkarthus turned and glanced over when he saw someone approach. "Are you Dawood Campbell?" Dawood panted, trying to speak. "Yes. Do you know me?" "Sit down, catch your breath. The seer told me to pay attention to you. How could I not be interested? The seer sent people even though he clearly knows about me. Your spy did well. Actually, I've been waiting here every day. I'm not someone who can formally request a meeting first, you understand? We're enemies, right?" Dawood frowned, thinking, in the original story, the seer was just a common demon worshipper. He never directly intervened like this. Valkarthus's gaze was cold. "His assessment of you is that you will be the greatest obstacle I have to face here. Answer me, Dawood Campbell, will you stand in my way?" Valkarthus radiated intense killing intent. Dawood, on guard, thought that he already knew who I am and what I'm doing, and he's issuing orders about me despite never having met. This is the same method but used on me. Valkarthus, a young man with blonde hair and regal attire, faced someone. Behind him, a terrifying shadow beast with blazing red eyes took shape, hinting at the sinister power he commanded through forbidden magic. Dawood, a young man with black hair, listened intently as Valkarthus challenged him, asking whether he intended to block his path. Dawood's expression was serious and contemplative. The massive clock tower stood tall against the warm sunset. casting long shadows over the grand architecture and creating a dramatic stage for the confrontation. Valkarthus expressed curiosity about the extent of Dawood's knowledge of their plan. Inside the lavish hall, Valkarthus revealed that he knew about Dawood's investigations, asserting that he was fully aware Dawood had gathered significant information about them, and came to this meeting having already confirmed Valkarthus's identity. Dawood, with a bead of sweat running down his temple, reassured Valkarthus, insisting that he was certain Valkarthus meant no harm despite the tense situation. Valkarthus's yellow eyes gleamed with calculation as he spoke of a plan to turn everyone in the academy into undead, even if it meant ruling over them afterward, revealing the wicked nature of his intent. Under the blazing sky, the clock tower signaled that the deadline was near. Valkarthus confirmed his plan would take place in 3 days and revealed that the seer had taken a strong interest in Dawood. A mysterious figure appeared, cloaked and masked, with blazing orange hair and penetrating red eyes, embodying hidden forces interested in Dawood's true nature. Valkarthus elaborated on the threat Dawood faced, revealing that the seer was still investigating Dawood's true nature, and warning him that he might ultimately have to face all of the chosen. Dawood, surprised and confused, questioned Valkarthus's motive, asking why he would reveal such important information to an obvious rival. With eyes burning bright, Valkarthus introduced himself as the last king of the Armada Kingdom, a tragic figure who had merged his entire people into his own body through forbidden magic, revealing the immense and dark power he possessed. However, Dawood quickly interrupted, sharply reminding Valkarthus that they were enemies and he should not disclose unnecessary information to his opponent. The Academy's skyline at dusk, with ornate buildings and reflective pools, unfolded as Valkarthus's voice echoed, coldly expressing displeasure at anyone who would sabotage his carefully laid plans. Dawood clarified his stance to Valkarthus, asserting he had no intention of sabotaging the plan and only wanted things to be fair. Intrigued, Valkarthus questioned Dawood's definition of fairness. With a subtle smirk, Valkarthus agreed that a game should be fair, but quickly reminded Dawood that regardless of what knowledge he might have, he was still at a complete disadvantage. Against the dark, oppressive architecture, Dawood wisely inferred Valkarthus's true motive for the meeting, to confirm that Dawood was not a coward. Dawood, calm in expression, calmly confirmed Valkarthus's assessment, admitting the inference that Dawood was not a coward was entirely correct. Dawood activated insight vision. Protective goggles appeared over his eyes and a blue light radiated out, indicating he was about to reveal something deeper, suggesting his assessment went beyond mere bravery. Valkarthus, eyes closed and a faint smile on his lips, confidently challenged Dawood to look closely, implying he had nothing to hide from Dawood's special sight. The surrounding background shimmered, hinting that the nature of his power was being analyzed. Through insight vision, Dawood sensed the horrifying truth within Valkarthus, a grotesque dark entity composed of countless blazing red eyes and threatening mouths, a chilling manifestation of millions of lives absorbed by his forbidden magic. Dawood's insight vision revealed astonishing data. 2,134,423 forbidden spells were active within Valkarthus's body, each an ancient and distinct magic with different powers, and chillingly, each demanded the price of a human life. The grotesque, monstrous faces of the forbidden spells were exposed in detail, each with a blazing red eye and a gruesomely stitched mouth, demonstrating the enormous human cost behind Valkarthus's power. Valkarthus, now with eyes open, commented that such a technique, referring to his forbidden spells, would not be easy to employ in battle, perhaps attempting to downplay its practical applicability or hint at its weakness. As night fell over the academy and shadows stretched across the majestic clock tower, Dawood acknowledged Valkarthus's words, knowing that forbidden magic of that kind is usually used in secret given its nature. Standing firm, Dawood asserted that he was also ensuring fairness in this exchange. From off-screen, Valkarthus's voice replied with a cynical sneer, commenting on Dawood's noble stance. A large shadow of the masked, mysterious figure loomed over the small Dawood, symbolizing Valkarthus's deeper motives. Valkarthus revealed he personally wanted to verify the seer's appraisal of Dawood's true ability, adding that he now had his own thoughts on the matter. Valkarthus looked at Dawood with a hint of disdain, telling him not to take it to heart, though Dawood did not seem to be much of an obstacle to him. Dawood's hand clenched, a clear sign of rising determination as he directly challenged Valkarthus, proposing they make a wager. Dawood, with unshakable determination, laid out the terms of his wager. He would allow Valkarthus to carry out his plan to turn everyone in the academy into the undead in 3 days, promising not to intervene, provided one crucial condition in return. Valkarthus's gaze sharpened when Dawood declared his counteroffer. He would stop Valkarthus with everything he had, formally accepting the challenge and initiating the 3-day countdown of death. In a split panel, Valkarthus expressed surprise that Dawood didn't back down even after witnessing his forbidden spells. Dawood, eyes blazing, boldly proclaimed his intent to stop Valkarthus in 3 days, not only to save the academy, but to save Valkarthus himself and his kingdom. Valkarthus gasped in shock. Valkarthus turned his back and walked toward the large window, saying, "Then," accepting Dawood's audacious challenge. Dawood faced the viewers and restated his resolve with "if I win," a silent promise hanging in the air. A cold smirk crossed Valkarthus's lips as he issued a brutal warning. If Dawood lost, he would become the 2,134,424th life absorbed by the forbidden spells. Valkarthus departed through the large window with a confident "see you," leaving Dawood to call out desperately, "Wait, Valkarthus!" as he seemed to vanish into the night. Dawood watched as Valkarthus's dark silhouette, eyes glowing red and menacing, rose into the night sky, leaving an unsettling impression of his departure and the immense power he wielded. Left alone on the parapet, Dawood's initial shock turned into deep concern as Valkarthus's chilling warning about becoming the 2,134,424th life, consumed by the forbidden spells, began to sink in. Dawood collapsed, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of panic as he contemplated the terrifying possibility of losing to Valkarthus, fearful and asking himself, "What if I lose?" Under the full moon shining over the academy, Dawood chastised himself and banished the fear. He firmly reminded himself of the most important rule to win: never allow yourself to envision failure. The great clock tower stood silently under the moon, the only lit window a beacon in the still night, marking the passage of time as a new scene unfolded. Yuria, a striking blonde woman with a cigarette at her lips and a sword at her hip, looked up at her sister, Yuria, a black-haired girl sitting above. Yuria asked if she was dressed, and Yuria simply replied, "Done." Yuria took a drag of her cigarette, a faint smile crossing her lips. She apologized for teasing, admitting that Yuria always responded via speech bubbles, then changed the subject to ask her sister about the outfit. Yuria looked away shyly, cheeks flushed, as she hesitantly began to voice her feelings about the outfit to her sister. Sitting on the floor in a white pleated nightgown, Yuria confessed her embarrassment, revealing she'd never worn anything like it before. With a generous gesture, Yuria offered her sister anything she wanted, simply saying, "Take whatever you want." Yuria reacted with a surprised "ah," likely deeply moved by the offer. In a touching moment, Yuria, cigarette still between her fingers, expressed regret over the pain her sister had endured as her talisman, believing that giving her anything was the least she could do. Yuria gratefully accepted. A hand flicked open a classic flip-top lighter to light a cigarette, as the speaker offered a moment of comfort, assuring the other they could relax, if only for a little while in their company. Yuria smoked pensively, revealing her past fear that Yuria's heart might have been damaged by the severing curse. Relieved to see her sister still pure, she admitted a darker truth, that she herself was rotting from within. A chilling close-up revealed a black collar with a chain around Yuria's neck, as she emitted an eerie, kikek laugh, suggesting a darker, more unsettling reality beneath her innocent appearance. Yuria's eyes widened in surprise and worry as she asked her sister, "Yuria, what are you doing?" Yuria hesitated, struggling to explain her actions. Kneeling, Yuria innocently explained that the black collar and chain around her neck were a gift from Sir Dawood, something she had to wear at all times to keep her relationship with him smooth. Yuria added that Dawood wouldn't meet her without the collar, so she tried it on and asked her sister if it suited her. Lucian remained silent, shocked by the revelation, while Yuria quickly added that she valued her sister more than Dawood's gift. With a cheerful, almost naive smile, Yuria reiterated that she had to wear the collar if she wanted to see Sir Dawood, seemingly unaware of how troubling the situation sounded. Lucian clenched her jaw around the cigarette, anger rising as she desperately pleaded, "Don't get me wrong." A wave of fury washed over Lucian. The cigarette burned fiercely in her mouth, surrounded by a red and black aura of wrath as she cried out her sister's name, "Yuria." Enveloped in a violent purple aura, Lucian inhaled hard, her face twisted in a mask of pure rage as she demanded to know where that damn Satan was, clearly referring to Dawood. Against the tense atmosphere, Dawood Campbell hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. He admitted the situation looked strange, but insisted it was really just a misunderstanding. St. Lucian closed her eyes and explained that Dawood had to do that to keep his distance from Yuria, to avoid the effects of her severing curse. Dawood continued, saying the reason he used a chain for Yuria was simply because it was the only thing he could find in the emergency. There was no time to be choosy. Lucian took a drag, her gaze distant. She revealed a shocking truth. Yuria was her sister, the only family member she'd been reunited with after many years apart. Dawood gave a thumbs up, feigning understanding. Of course, St. Lucian, I know that well. But Lucian immediately cut him off. That's exactly the problem. Lucian stared straight at Dawood, her eyes sharp and full of suspicion. She growled, asking how someone like him could possibly know these things. Dawood's smile turned forced. He realized he'd slipped up. At first, Lucian had only been angry about the chain, but after hearing his story, her doubts had only deepened. Lucian pressed further, questioning how a man from a backwoods barony could know about her relationship with Yuria and even best a holy knight in single combat. She was curious about the source of Dawood's knowledge and skill. The true answer flashed through Dawood's mind. It was all from memories of playing the original game. But he quickly covered, saying, "Well, Saintess." Yuria looked up in surprise. Dawood hurried to correct himself, saying that it was something he had discussed with Headmaster Adelante and therefore couldn't freely disclose. Dawood tried to reassure Lucian. "One thing's certain, I'm on your side, and on Yuria's side too." He affirmed his support for both sisters. Lucian stubbed out her cigarette, her expression pensive. She called his full name, Dawood Campbell. After a moment's thought, Lucian decided to let it go for now. She acknowledged that Dawood had fought for her, helping her escape the Pope's clutches. And the truth was he had taken good care of Yuria. Dawood looked toward Yuria, who still kept her head bowed. He knew he couldn't reveal everything, but Lucian wasn't easily satisfied. "Even if that's not your true identity, I need to know what you're planning and how much you know. I need to know everything." Faced with Lucian's demand, Dawood began to reveal a shocking secret. He explained that, for the Pope's plan, Yuria and Lucian were essential pawns. The scene shifted to a mysterious laboratory. It was called the Homunculus Project. The title Saint wasn't something Lucian was born with. She had been created, assembled from various materials. Dawood continued, explaining that Lucian's divine power had been artificially constructed, and Yuria existed to support and amplify that power. That was how the Pope planned to build his own paradise, a heaven ruled by his own definition of justice. Back in the present, Dawood concluded, but everything fell apart when Yuria escaped. He warned that the Pope wouldn't stop. He was only loosening his grip temporarily while they were here. Yuria and Lucian sat side by side, listening to Dawood's warning. He stressed that they needed to prepare thoroughly during this precious time. The scene shifted to the Academy building. After hearing all the secrets, Lucian looked at Dawood and asked the question she'd kept inside for so long. "Who are you really?" Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Dawood. "Main quest Child King. The Academy will be attacked in 3 days." Aware of the looming threat, Dawood led everyone to a heavily guarded area. He introduced them to the Heart of the Star, a giant glowing crystal. Dawood explained it was a sacred device, a relic left by a seraph, functioning as a protective barrier for the entire Academy. The group entered the Great Hall. Although Dawood admitted he used his authority to get in, Lucian skeptically asked whether it would actually help them. Dawood responded calmly. He flipped the accusation back at St. Lucian, asking her if she had criticized him for leading someone with a chain. But wasn't her action even worse? Struck at the heart, Lucian looked briefly flustered but quickly regained her composure, saying it was because she couldn't ignore the severing curse. Lucian explained her plan. She would hood Yuria and lead her by the chain, pretending to escort a demon-possessed person for an exorcism. That way they could enter the sanctuary without suspicion, since ordinary students never came here. Once inside, Dawood asked Yuria to remove the hood. Then he told St. Lucian and an orange-haired girl accompanying them to wait outside. The orange-haired girl, Aaliyah, a knight, immediately refused. She declared her duty to protect the saint and to keep an eye on Dawood. Lucian agreed with Aaliyah. She admitted she couldn't fully trust Dawood yet. The group stood in a vast hall facing the glowing Heart of the Star. Aaliyah demonstrated her knowledge, explaining that the Heart of the Star was made of the same material as Yuria's sword and was a sacred artifact not to be approached, let alone touched. Dawood praised her as a hero candidate, which made Aaliyah feel relieved and a bit proud. Still, Lucian smiled and said the reason she brought Dawood here was because faith in the Creator had guided their meeting. Yuria clasped her hands to her chest, expressing gratitude to Lucian. She understood the saint's position and was thankful to have been brought this far. Lucian gently handed the chain to Aaliyah, asking her to take good care of her sister. A symbolic gesture of entrusting responsibility. Aaliyah took hold of the chain and solemnly promised to protect Yuria well, thanking Lucian for her trust. At that point, Yuria began explaining the rules of the world. She said demons could intervene in the human realm without restriction, but angels were different. Dawood added that angels had to follow the rules that maintained the world, so they couldn't intervene freely like the low-ranking angels he had encountered. Lucian decided to wait outside. Now Yuria was connected to Aaliyah by the chain, while Lucian stood apart. Yuria smiled confidently, asserting that if anything happened she could protect herself, because the hero possessed the purest and strongest heart among humans, and angels would intervene in the world through them. Lucian looked at Aaliyah with understanding. It was the natural reason a saint like her would trust Aaliyah. Aaliyah blushed slightly, deeply proud despite still being only a hero candidate. Aaliyah vowed she wouldn't let anything happen here. Yuria replied she wouldn't let anyone come near her. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. At that moment, a burst of blue energy suddenly exploded from the heart of the star. Dawood reacted instantly, drawing his sword to block the surge of power. Dawood stood before the giant, brilliantly glowing heart of the star, sword ready to fight, protecting the two girls behind him. Aaliyah froze in shock, a small black smudge from the energy blast staining her nose. Dawood's expression hardened, angry and worried. He hadn't anticipated the sudden incident. Yuria was equally startled, her eyes wide with fear at the scene. Meanwhile outside, sensing the chaos within, St. Lucian calmly lit a cigarette. She drew a long drag, contemplative, as her thoughts began to link the events. Dawood's mysterious role and knowledge once again occupied her mind. She thought to herself that if Dawood knew about the homunculus project, his intelligence network must be formidable. Although she still couldn't fully trust Dawood, Lucian realized there had to be some reason both Yuria and hero candidate Aaliyah believed in and followed him. Lucian concluded Dawood wasn't the reckless, troublemaking type. Suddenly, a figure of an angel with vast white wings appeared above Dawood, radiating brilliant light and signaling a major event. Aaliyah screamed in terror as a blinding light appeared. She couldn't believe her eyes. An angel had descended. Yuria was equally stunned, her eyes wide at the sight of the enormous pure white wings beside her. From above, an angel with pink hair and splendid wings radiated a solemn halo. Dawood recognized it as an inverted Class A angel, a much higher rank than he'd expected. Dawood briefly recalled the angel he'd met before, but this presence was entirely different. Aaliyah was also surprised. She had expected only a low-ranking angel, not such a powerful being. Dawood had to admit the situation was completely out of his expectations. The angel looked down at Dawood and the others, speaking in an authoritative voice. "I understand." Aaliyah could only exhale. She understood that matters involving heaven were always unpredictable. The angel gently descended. Where her feet touched, the ground seemed to tremble. She looked straight at Dawood and said, "I remember you." As she stepped closer, the angel added, "You have met my soldiers before." Dawood asked in astonishment, "Wait, were you the angel then?" The angel calmly confirmed, "Yes, I was there then as well." Dawood immediately grew wary, guessing her intent. "So, now you're going to attack my mind and implant rights in my head, aren't you?" The angel only stared at him in silence, prompting Dawood to ask again, "Isn't that so?" Dawood gripped his sword hilt tightly. He knew the angel wouldn't let him go easily. According to precedent, they couldn't intervene in the physical world, so they'd attack the mind. Their aim wasn't brutal punishment, but just enough to deter anyone who dared act recklessly. Dawood thought that an ordinary player would be removed from the game at once. But why was he still standing? There had to be something unusual. Unexpectedly, the angel spoke, cutting off Dawood's thoughts. "I listen because your thoughts are quite interesting." Dawood froze, stunned, stepping back as his sword slipped from his hand. He hadn't expected the angel could read his mind. Dawood gritted his teeth, furious at being seen through. The angel seemed to sense it too, thinking briefly, "At first I intended only a simple warning." The angel looked at Dawood with cold eyes and said, "But the blasphemous act you committed seems very deliberate." Dawood growled, no longer hiding his defiance. "HK, whatever it is, hurry up and do it." The angel curled her lips in a smile. "Good. I believe you are ready." Immediately, an invisible force slammed down, causing Dawood to cry out in pain. A strange sensation enveloped Dawood as his mind was pulled into another space. The scenery spun wildly. Dawood found himself thrown into an abstract space. He stood on a floating slab of stone, surrounded by countless gigantic cubes that resembled circuitry. Contrary to the initial pain, Dawood was now completely calm. He looked around, sharp-eyed as he analyzed this strange world and realized, this is his spirit space. Inside the spirit space, the angel was utterly bewildered. She wondered, what is this? Why? Why is there nothing here? She scanned around and saw only emptiness. A spirit space should reflect a scene tied to a person's moral leaning. The angel looked toward Dawood, arms crossed, unable to understand. So why is it in this empty state? She began to doubt her judgment. So he's neither good nor evil. Regret crept into the angel's mind. Was I wrong to handle this myself? The more she thought, the more irritated she became. I should have just let my soldiers handle it. The angel bit her nails, completely at a loss. What now? How do you punish a human like this? I can't believe someone like this exists. Meanwhile, Dawood remained extremely calm. He thought the formation of a spirit space means my soul has a gap. This is exactly what I aimed for. Back in reality, Dawood's body lay unconscious on the floor. His plan was unfolding in his mind. Once a space connecting to my soul is formed, someone will rush in like mad. Yuria could only kneel silently, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the spirit space began to change. The angel asked in surprise, "What? Did you close the spirit space yourself?" Dawood replied, "Impossible, I can't even create it myself." The cube started shifting to a deep purple, and strange veins of energy spread everywhere, signaling a terrifying transformation. The angel sensed another source of energy intruding. She tensed and stared into the darkness. Dawood stared into the void, his eyes lighting with anticipation. "It's coming." The angel turned, bewildered, asking, "Coming? What is coming?" She looked into the pitch black before her but sensed nothing. I don't feel anything." Strange. Slowly appearing just behind the angel was a figure. A girl with long white hair, black horns, and a bewitching smile. She was a fragment of a white demon. The moment the demon manifested in the mind, a scythe-shaped mark blazed on Dawood's chest. He strained to endure the connection of power. The angel recoiled in shock, horrified to realize a demon was present here. The white demon fragment's eyes flashed with deadly light. Immediately, bands of purple energy ribbons bound the angel and covered her eyes. A system window popped up announcing, "Lethal charm activated." The demon's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Ah, found you." Another notification appeared. "A white demon fragment has taken notice of you." Dawood smirked. The mark on his chest grew clearer. "Good, proceed with the plan." The demon laughed seductively, fangs bared. It whispered to the bound angel, "My mate." The scythe-shaped mark on Dawood's chest blazed, symbolizing the dangerous bond between him and the summoned white demon fragment. The demon's voice continued to echo in the spirit space, haunting and full of yearning. "I have waited endlessly, just to see you." Demonic ribbons also wrapped around Dawood. He gritted his teeth and endured. The demon's voice still echoed. "To behold you." Dawood told himself, "Just follow the plan, KH." The angel was nearly completely bound, only one eye left, wide with shock and panic. The demon's bewitching laughter rang out, signaling its victory. A system window popped up, announcing, "Divine power, temptation, and skill, lethal charm have collided." The white demon fragment, clutching the angel, was fully enchanted and declared possession. "I want you." Within Dawood's spirit space, the divine power, enchant, and the skill, killing attraction were violently clashing. A demonic entity with white hair, black horns, and a long tongue watched hungrily. The white demon hovered, looking down at the bound Dawood and saying she desired him. Dawood could only ask back, bewildered. The white demon drew close and licked Dawood's cheek with her long tongue. He gritted his teeth and endured, thinking that if he yielded here, he would immediately become a slave to his own soul. At that moment, a voice cut in. A girl with short blonde hair and pure white angel wings appeared, ordering the demon to stop. The angel yanked a strand of energy hard, throwing the white demon off balance, who let out a startled scream. The angel turned and ordered Dawood to stop struggling and stay still. Dawood worried whether an ordinary angel could face a demon like this. Interrupted, the white demon snarled, baring her teeth in anger, warning the newcomer not to interfere. She lunged madly at the angel, screaming in rage. A thunderous punch was launched, aimed straight at the angel's face. The punch hit, producing an extremely powerful impact. The white demon roared in fury, her hair flying from the strike. A few feathers fell from the angel's wing. An explosion of energy erupted from the clash of the two mighty beings. Contrary to her opponent's fury, the angel merely clicked her tongue, her face showing clear annoyance. The white demon somersaulted in the air, a mask appearing on her face. A blinding beam of light struck the wall of the spirit space. While the two of them fought, Dawood slipped free of his bonds and smiled calculatingly. He called to the white demon and warned that if she dared touch the angel, he would not let it slide. The white demon, pinning the angel down, immediately turned to Dawood and asked if he was the one she truly wanted. Dawood shouted, ordering the white demon to release the angel at once and saying he'd deal with her afterward. He emphasized that they would meet again anyway, so she was better off obeying. The white demon looked intrigued, her eyes glowing red in the dark. She asked if this was a promise. Dawood confirmed it was a promise, but he also didn't forget to threaten, saying that the promise would come true sooner or later if she didn't comply. Dawood played his trump card, asking where a soul goes if someone dies in the spirit space, and saying he'd jump off right then. Dawood's threat seemed to have an effect. The white demon glanced at him and uttered a suggestive call. Instead of anger, the white demon burst into delighted laughter at Dawood's audacity. She asked if he was threatening her, and Dawood calmly admitted it. The white demon giggled, agreeing to Dawood's promise. Seeing that, he ordered her to leave at once. Before departing, the white demon reminded Dawood to keep his word. He replied coldly with a single, The white demon slowly dissolved into the space, leaving a message that she would surely return later to claim his soul. Back in reality, Dawood thought to himself that everything had gone according to plan. With this, the angel now owed him a favor. He gave a triumphant smile, confirming his thought. The angel, clearly annoyed, asked Dawood what he wanted in return. What Dawood requested was a starsteel ingot, an extremely rare item. Afterward, Dawood met Yuria, older sister, on a long bench. She was astonished to learn he had received the starsteel ingot directly from an angel. Dawood explained he would use it to craft an item to weaken the severing curse. Another girl, Yuria, stepped forward and asked Dawood if one ingot would be enough. Dawood reassured her that he had prepared another ingot. He added that starsteel amplifies holy power, is nearly indestructible, and can only be damaged by itself or hellmetal. Yuria realized the gravity of the situation. To break the strange curse on the saint girl's sister, they even had to meet an angel. Dawood confirmed the real battle hadn't begun yet, prompting Yuria to ask in surprise what battle he meant. Yuria looked Dawood over with a probing gaze. She felt he was hiding something and asked him directly. Dawood fell into thought. A system window appeared, announcing an upcoming event. King's Boy Academy Attack Incident D1. All three girls, including Yuria, younger sister with black hair, demanded Dawood tell them the truth so they could prepare as well. Dawood's expression hardened. He decided to tell them everything and asked them to listen carefully. The scene shifted to a vast school with an old clock tower. Dawood resolved that they must save this academy. The view swept over students at the school. A silver-haired girl was intently taking notes with a brush pen. Another girl with purple hair and safety goggles was focused on welding something. A blonde male student stood with his face hidden in shadow, exuding mystery. Two other boys were chatting. One red-haired youth confidently claimed first place would be theirs, since no one could beat them in tomorrow's final outdoor training. While the other students walked in groups, Dawood quietly strolled alone across the campus. He reflected on the students here, living ordinary lives unaware of the truth or the looming threats. He thought about himself, someone with no memory of school life in the outside world, so he couldn't truly relate. His train of thought was interrupted by a strange voice. Someone asked if he was used to always being alone like that. Dawood looked up and saw a mysterious woman in a tight black outfit, cloaked and masked, with blazing orange hair. He asked her in surprise who she was. The masked woman stared at Dawood with sharp eyes. She answered mysteriously that she was a butterfly effect. In a great hall, Dawood, a young man in a neat suit, stood on the staircase looking down. In response, a mysterious girl in full black stood below. She spoke, saying that all the passion and effort Dawood had invested was what brought her here. The mysterious girl looked directly at Dawood, her eyes sharp. She reiterated that his efforts had led her here, then called his name, Dawood. Dawood showed surprise at the girl's words. He muttered about that little pupil, then asked bluntly, "Who are you?" Suddenly, the mysterious girl appeared right behind Dawood in an instant, startling him. Playfully, she said that seeing him always think one step ahead, she expected a cunning strategist, not someone who looked so ordinary. The gloved hand of the girl touched Dawood's collar, leaving him stunned. She continued to taunt, wondering if it was precisely that unremarkable appearance that made him different. Dawood was shaken. He couldn't believe someone like her could manipulate him so easily. He wondered if the original story had a character like this, and how she could understand his situation so thoroughly. Against the backdrop of an ancient castle, Dawood loudly demanded the girl's identity. She only smiled and replied that she was his most ardent fan. Still reeling, Dawood was drawn close as the mysterious girl looped her arm through his. He blushed and felt annoyed. The girl insisted on her position, saying she wasn't one of the nuisances always crowding him, but someone who loathed them. Dawood racked his brain, trying to recall demon factions to trace the mysterious girl's background. but it seemed all in vain. The mysterious girl suddenly produced a white card, the one she had just taken from Dawood. "Aha, here's the key," she said, as if she'd achieved her goal. Holding the card, she mocked Dawood for leaving too many gaps. Dawood immediately realized and shouted, demanding she return it at once. Dawood was frantic and anxious. He shouted desperately because the situation was urgent, yet he couldn't understand why the system hadn't issued a danger alert. The mysterious girl changed the subject, mentioning the supporting female and those who always surrounded Dawood, calling them clingy pests. She declared she wanted to sweep them all away to clear her view, since they understood nothing of Dawood's true self. With a sharp gaze, the girl asserted that only she truly understood Dawood. Holding the card, she continued her claim that she alone in the world existed to do this. Only she could. Then the mysterious girl tossed the card away, leaving a streak of light in the air. The white card floated midair, carrying some mysterious significance. Dawood was stunned when she said that to stand proudly opposite him, only a villain like her was worthy. Even demons weren't on that level. Her sharp eyes fixed on Dawood as she said, he must be ready to face the minor warlord. Perched on a high rock overlooking the city, the girl revealed a staggering truth. Valkis's invasion set for tomorrow would completely fail, but if it struck today, could Dawood handle it? Dawood was utterly dumbfounded by this. His plan had been completely disrupted, and now he faced an unforeseen danger. The mysterious girl looked at Dawood provocatively, saying she truly wanted to pin more expectations on him and was sure he wouldn't disappoint her. Terrifying cracks suddenly spidered across the city's sky, signaling imminent collapse. Smiling with delight at the chaos she caused, the mysterious girl whispered, "Make me adore you even more." In stark contrast to the ominous sky, in a corner of the academy courtyard, Trisha, with orange hair, calmly enjoyed her meal, murmuring that the sauce had a gentle sweetness and savoring another peaceful day. A girl in a nun's habit with blonde hair struck up a conversation with Trisha, asking if her workload was too much and mentioning she'd heard Trisha was taking a private training course. The two girls sat at an outdoor table. Trisha admitted that even the Holy Academy was gossiping about her as a prime candidate for champion. The nun habit friend teased that she was the school's star acting innocent, but Trisha simply replied that she didn't care about such things. The girl in the habit added that she knew Trisha dedicated herself to training thanks to her fan club, and everyone praised her. Truly the bearing of a champion candidate. Trisha was a little surprised and embarrassed to learn her fan club hadn't disbanded. She hadn't realized it could inspire other students so much. The nun habit girl shifted the subject to Dawood, saying he had clearly quelled a skirmish last time. She cheerfully noted their relationship was progressing and teased Trisha that she probably wasn't shy around him anymore. Trisha grew slightly flustered and stammered. The conversation lulled and moved into a deeper perspective, how a normal person sees things. Trisha was silent for a moment, then admitted she felt she still had much to improve, showing her humility. The nun habit girl began listing examples of extraordinary power, subduing and slaying a great demon beast, or wiping out enemies in the blink of an eye. Trisha closed her eyes and listened. Her friend concluded that compared to such superhuman figures, a champion candidate was only a bit stronger than average. A simple yet harsh truth. Suddenly a strange noise made Trisha start in terror. She panicked, asking, "What's happening?" Chaos spread everywhere. Other students looked up in fear, shouting that the protective barrier had cracked. They didn't know what was happening and wondered if it was a drill. A blonde student and another girl with glasses asserted this was definitely not a drill. The situation was dire, and they yelled for everyone to get inside immediately. The barrier rupture seemed to cause a powerful shock of energy, making even a purple-haired student who was sleeping bleed from the mouth. In another room, a red-haired girl with small horns also sensed the danger. An order was issued for everyone to grip their weapons and prepare to fight. From below, the city's hexagonal protective membrane shattered like glass, revealing a pitch-black sky. Trisha looked up at the sky in despair. She knew once the seraphim barrier cracked, demons would soon scent and come. She realized in horror. This wasn't in your plan, was it, Dawood? Amid the chaos, a dark-haired girl with an eye patch acted quickly and dashed toward the tier in the sky. The dark-haired girl concentrated energy. Both her hands emitted a powerful green light, indicating she was preparing to cast some magic. A massive green energy beam was fired, colliding with the crumbling barrier in what looked like an effort to mend or slow the collapse. Hovering in the air, the eye patch girl shouted Dawood's name, announcing that everything was happening much earlier than expected. She looked at the tier with worried skepticism, thinking that if even this was part of Dawood's plan, he'd have a lot to explain. Beneath the cracking sky stood a towering clock tower, Its hands still moving, time was running out. Atop the clock tower, a huge dark purple magic circle appeared, shaking violently, signaling the invasion gate had fully opened. From the dark magic circle, countless dragons and grotesque monsters began pouring out, their roars echoing across the sky, heralding a slaughter about to begin. On the ground, chaos reigned. Amid people screaming and fleeing, a commander tried to restore order, loudly commanding everyone to follow Talion's instructions to organize the defense. Amid the chaotic streets, orders were given for everyone to run indoors immediately to take shelter. Monsters had flooded in, and the top priority was protecting the freshmen at all costs. A roar sounded as a giant clawed foot slammed into the ground, signaling the arrival of an even larger monster. Before them stood a gigantic humanoid monster, muscles bulging, earth-yellow skin, and numerous blood-red eyes atop its head. It bared razor teeth, towering amid a horde of imps, presenting an utterly terrifying sight. At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared, his hand radiating a dark purple energy. He muttered, wondering how the enemy could have announced the attack time in advance like that. That figure was Talion, a young man with blonde hair whose eyes emitted purple light. He smiled arrogantly and tauntingly, calling toward Dawood, "Whatever tricks you've prepared, don't make me wait long. I'm bored of waiting." A lizard-like monster with blue scales and a white skullcap on its head roared ferociously. The scene signaled a sudden, chaotic assault. Immediately after, a male student screamed in panic for help as a grotesque yellow monster with countless eyes and a jagged maw lunged at him. A close-up of the student's face showed utter terror. He was truly facing imminent death. In the crisis, a figure dashed forward. It was Professor Elfin, who moved quickly to rescue the endangered student. Professor Elfin shouted at the student to calm down and ordered everyone to evacuate indoors immediately. Another red-haired professor restrained the student as well, warning him not to perform pointless acts of bravery in this situation. Professor Elfin stood there with a vexed expression, realizing the situation was worsening. Just as he feared, the Academy's magical shield began to crack. The problem extended beyond the monsters inside the school. Professor Elfin, acting as headmaster, tried to sustain the barrier. He worried that if the shield broke, the kings of corruption targeting Elfante would converge, and that energy surge could affect the Void Zone. Someone who saw Elfin's actions shouted, not understanding why the headmaster was doing that, highlighting internal tension and lack of information. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man and a nun hurriedly shouted for students to run faster and get inside to ensure their safety. Ferocious monsters had poured everywhere. Warnings continued to ring out, ordering people not to fight but to evacuate immediately. The Academy Guard units took position. The captain ordered Team 1 to continue evacuating students while Team 2 held the line here. The guards formed ranks, bravely facing the mass of monsters charging in. They were determined to stop them at all costs, but the horde's strength was overwhelming. They swept through the guards' defenses easily. A soldier was bitten and died on the spot. From afar, the protagonist Dawood Campbell witnessed it all. He was stunned to realize this was not what he had planned. All his plans had completely collapsed. Dawood stood frozen amid the chaos, unable to believe what was happening. Monsters scattered, and the barrier shattered. This situation shouldn't have existed in the scenario Dawood had foreseen. Dawood sank into despair. If things had gone according to his plan, this tragedy wouldn't have occurred. At that moment, a voice called his name. Dawood Campbell. A sword swung, dripping with monster blood. The newcomer coldly asked Dawood, "Didn't you hear the evacuation order?" It was Elnor, student council president. She appeared in a military uniform, full of poise and strength after slaying a monster. Elnor looked at Dawood with sharp, calculating eyes. She knew she had to think and find a way to resolve the situation. Dawood's eyes also shone with determination. He knew he had to find a way to turn the tide. They faced each other amid the chaos. Elnor demanded to know what Dawood was doing there instead of evacuating. Dawood, meanwhile, kept calculating, convinced there had to be a way out. At the same time, a student council member, a bespectacled girl, rushed over and shouted that the entire student council needed to assemble. The council member kept calling to Elnor, but Elnor coldly replied, "Go ahead," her look showing she had made up her mind. Dawood turned to Elnor and pleaded, "Can you trust me this once? If you follow me, we can save this academy." Behind them, the council girl screamed for Elnor to come back at once. To persuade Elnor, Dawood began listing incidents he'd resolved before. "Please think about what I've done so far. The Count affair, the monster incident, the assassination, and the terrorist attack on the ship." Dawood admitted he was an odd one, but insisted Elnor knew he wasn't someone who acted recklessly. The bespectacled council girl didn't relent, shouting, Elnor, take that guy and come here now. She continued, what are you doing, student council president? Elnor fell silent, bowing her head in thought and torment. After a moment of hesitation, Elnor finally made her decision. She apologized, then turned to Dawood and said, this is my last trust in you. Thank you this way, Dawood exclaimed and led the way. The two ran off, leaving the council girls standing dumbfounded, calling after them in vain. Hey, Elnor, Elnor. Watching their retreating backs, the council girl could only mutter helplessly, idiots. On the way, Dawood explained to Elnor that the monsters originated from the clock tower, and that stronger creatures would be clustered around it. He added that the two of them alone couldn't handle all the monsters, so they would need assistance. Suddenly, a group in black cloaks appeared and blocked their path. Dawood asked for their help, but one of them coldly replied that they were merely envoys of the holy state. Dawood immediately recognized their status. He snapped that there was no time to argue about rank and pointed at them. You're exorcist mages under the Pope, sent here to oversee me, aren't you? Facing the cloaked group, Dawood demanded they stop pretending. He knew their true purpose. Dawood said bluntly, I know I've provoked the Pope recently, and that's why you were dispatched. The real delegation must be with the professors now. He turned to Elnor and made it clear the group's sole purpose was to monitor him. Then he faced them and shouted for help, claiming he was the one the Pope was watching and was in danger. But Sekab, the masked woman leading the group, replied coldly, even if that's true, isn't it enough if you alone survive? Those words stunned Dawood. He realized they were willing to let Alphonte fall as long as he lived. Even if he survived this, he'd lose the war against Valcassus. In desperation, Dawood reached out mentally to someone else, calling the name Sira's Dreamer. He said he knew where the item she sought was. At the same time, in a recording studio, Sira's heard his call and commented, but this is not a game. A close-up of Sira's eyes showed her telling Dawood from afar that his life was real. Dawood screamed in despair, knowing that in reality countless people would die. He begged Sira's for help for his own sake. Elnor watched Dawood in silence as he declared he would not hesitate to use any means to win. Dawood continued his plea, accepting that even if every villain in the world clung to and tormented him, he would still do it. He shouted, Sira's Dreamer, answer me. At Dawood's desperate, determined declaration, Sekab, the masked exorcist mage, clicked her tongue softly, seeming mildly intrigued. Sekab, the masked exorcist mage, stared straight at Dawood and warned, you'd better be telling the truth, Dawood Campbell. Right after Sekab spoke, a system panel appeared before Dawood, deadly charm activated, and Master Assassin Sira's shows interest in you. His plea had been answered. After confirming Dawood's resolve, Sekab ordered her subordinate, Bisla, intervene. Immediately, Sekab and her two subordinates shed their heavy cloaks, revealing sleek, form-fitting assassin outfits underneath. They were ready to move, ending Chapter 50 with a sudden twist. The scene opens on the Big Ben clock tower looming against a cracked, purple sky, heralding an impending catastrophe. A massive jaw with slimy, razor-fanged snarls, ready to devour everything. Countless grotesque monsters begin to appear, from malformed golems to savage orcs. From above, three cloaked figures in black face off against a giant wolf-shaped beast, preparing for an uneven battle. Meanwhile, Dawood Campbell looks flustered and worried. He says, I don't know what you know about me or how you found out. But Elnor cuts him off decisively. We'll deal with that later. Her eyes show the situation is far more urgent. A masked female swordsman with blonde hair draws her blade, which flashes with a brilliant golden light, ready to fight. Suddenly, a cat-eared figure with purple hair and a malicious grin appears, taunting. Then you'll have to answer for what you said, Dawood Campbell. Immediately, the masked swordswoman launches into battle, skillfully taking down one monster and moving on to strike others. One of the cloaked figures is also fighting fiercely, exclaiming in astonishment, this power is absurd. Dawood turns to Elnor, whom he calls Chairwoman, and urges, we don't have time, Madam Chairwoman. We need to get to the clock tower now. He points toward the tower and adds, an enemy is waiting at the top. Elnor questions skeptically, waiting? You mean he's intentionally waiting for us? Seeing Dawood falter, she snaps, if you're going to make excuses, stop. She looks straight at Dawood and says, since I met you, not a single word of yours has been sincere. You always hide things or dodge them. Then her tone softens. But there's always a reason for that attitude. That's why I'm at your side now. They head toward the clock tower together in the sunset. Elnor says, you don't need to come up with fancy reasons. Just focus on what you need to do. Dawood thanks her for understanding. Elnor studies him and remarks, you certainly have many strange sides, but you also seem to be kind in your own way. The unexpected compliment leaves Dawood a bit surprised. He falls silent and listens, his face showing slight embarrassment at Elnor's perceptiveness. Suddenly, a gigantic, deformed monster blocks their path. Dowd explains it's a creature from the original Flash Terror with nearly limitless regeneration and thus cannot be killed. The only option is to lure it away from the clock tower. Dowd anxiously asks Elnor, "Can you draw its attention?" Contrary to Dowd's worry, Elnor coldly draws her sword and declares, "I'll cut right through it." True to her word, she charges at the giant monster and delivers a powerful slash. Determination lights Elnor's eyes. Dowd can't believe what he sees, wondering in shock. Is she really going to cut it? Elnor unleashes a series of golden slashes toward the creature. But at that moment, Dowd spots another danger and shouts a warning. Chairwoman left. Hearing Dowd's warning, Elnor's eyes widen in alarm as she realizes the incoming threat. A giant arm from the monster swings down from the sky, aiming straight at Elnor's position. Dowd can only scream in horror as he sees Elnor about to be crushed, the ground beneath her beginning to crack. In that critical moment, Elnor reacts in time, creating a blinding burst of light to dodge the blow. Immediately, a streak of blazing red light flashed, seeming like a sharp counterstrike against the monster. Elnor successfully parried the attack. Her face showed resolve. Her sword had halted the crushing blow. Her hat flew off, white hair streaming in the wind. Elnor gathered her strength and swung a devastating blow at the monster's body. But the impact snapped her sword. Surprise registered across her face. Dowd realized the harsh truth. A monster even Tristan's swordsmanship can't handle. He understood this creature had been designed from the start to be unkillable. Dowd found himself trapped. "No time left, I have to get up the tower, but I can't leave Elnor here alone." Just then, Elnor called his name, Dowd Campbell. Exhausted and wounded, Elnor still spoke resolutely. "Even if I have to die, save Elfante." Dowd was stunned by her words. He could only stammer, "What?" With eyes like knives, Elnor shouted, as if to rally him. "You aren't going to lose your fighting spirit just because my sword broke, are you?" She loudly intoned her full name like an oath. Elnor Araniriza la Tristan. In that moment, a horrifying truth flashed through Dowd's mind. He thought to himself, regardless of the system, regardless of the original story. He looked at Elnor with a wholly new realization. She is someone who must never show weakness. And then the final truth revealed itself in Dowd's mind as he watched her back. She was destined to become the final boss of this world. He addressed her. "Chairwoman." Elnor replied, "Yes." Then in a low, sorrowful tone added, "This may be the last time, so I'll say one thing." Dowd asked in surprise, "What?" and leaned in to listen, while Elnor kept a calm but mournful expression. After hearing Elnor's whispered words, Dowd fell utterly silent. He was speechless, staring at her in shocked disbelief. The monster let out an earth-shaking roar, a reminder of its terrifying presence. Elnor's eyes flared a frightening red. She was ready for the final fight, a battle she knew she could not retreat from. She poured her remaining strength into the assault, charging the monster and unleashing her fiercest attacks. The monster's blood spattered everywhere. Elnor, like a true goddess of war, used her own life to buy time and create a path for Dowd. With eyes blazing red and steely determination, Elnor bore the mission of sacrifice, holding the monster back so Dowd could move forward. While Elnor fought for her life, Dowd reached the top of the tower. From there he could clearly see the source of the catastrophe, a gigantic golden magic barrier enveloping the entire city. At the tower's summit, a blond man with an arrogant expression awaited. He curled his lip and said, "I just wanted to say this to that face. Youth is truly something." Breathing hard, exhausted, and forced to his knees after climbing the tower, Dowd was mocked by the blond enemy. "Even now, you actually came to stop me." He continued, "Come to think of it, we had a bet with each other, didn't we?" Dowd lifted his head, eyes blazing, and ground out each word. "That bet. I came here to win it." In a vast hall, Valcassus, known as the Young King, faced Dowd Campbell. A dark purple magical aura swirled around Valcassus, showing his tremendous power. He spoke, initiating a fateful confrontation. With a look of hatred, Valcassus declared that he despised demons and those who worshipped them. His eyes were filled with long-suppressed rage and suffering. Dowd gripped the hilt of his sword, answering with understanding. He knew Valcassus had endured millennia shackled by demons, but Dowd also pointed out the contradiction of Valcassus allying with an enlightener who sought demonic power. Valcassus narrowed his eyes and revealed the true reason behind his choice. It wasn't for power, but for a certainty, the certainty that he would obtain a free death, a release from an immortal life of torment. The scene shifted to the past, revealing a secret in the original tale. A figure called the Enlightener made a pact with the young king, exploiting his lifelong wish. The offer was, "I will give you the death you have longed for," and the price for that wish was horrific. The young king must utterly wipe out Elfonte Academy. The image of the Enlightener in a hooded cloak and mysterious mask appeared, symbolizing a cruel conspiracy. For the young king, it was an escape. A life where death was forbidden, voluntary or not, would finally have a certain end. His face, scarred though it was, broke into a satisfied smile. That wretched life, choked by his own people like golden chains, could at last end. The image of him standing alone in the inverted hall represented the solitude and burden he bore. After much deliberation, the young king had no other choice. He had to decide one decision that would alter the fate of many. He tormented himself, wondering if it was right to entrust a life bound by demons to a villain. His inner self was torn between the desire for release and his responsibility to the world. At last, he made his choice. A surge of dark power erupted, showing the young king's decision was sealed. He accepted the pact despite the consequences. Back in the present, Dowd questioned Valkassis. He asked whether Valkassis really knew the method to save his kingdom when he made that promise. Dowd answered confidently, asserting that if he didn't know, he wouldn't be so sure. His sword flashed with magical light, ready for battle. Valkassis understood that Dowd would not back down. He also understood Dowd's stance. Since Valkassis would only accept death in an all-out fight, Dowd had no choice but to attack. Gruesome dark souls rose from Valkassis's blade, primed for battle. He challenged Dowd, demanding his opponent fight with everything he had. The scene cut to a group of girls. Trisha, the orange-haired girl, warned them as the only one experienced. She told the others to be careful not to bite their tongues. Yuria, the black-haired girl, cried out in shock. She couldn't believe how fast everything was happening. Panic showed clearly on her face. Meanwhile, Lucian, the blonde, remained extremely calm. She puffed on a cigarette, advised everyone to leave behind anything that could fall, and confidently claimed she had excellent balance. The three girls lay on a strange device. Trisha said to go with the flow and that only experience would teach them. It seemed they were about to undergo a special training session. Yuria, terrified, reached to press the start button but hesitated at the last moment. She yelled that she needed to brace herself first. Instantly, all three were flung into the air by a chaotic surge of energy. Trisha screamed in anger, cursing the so-called guidance of the experienced one. Clearly, it was no pleasant experience. Back in the battle, Valkassis in his demonic form challenged Dowd. He demanded Dowd prove his words were not empty boasts. Dowd suddenly panicked. Reality hit and his mind froze. He wondered what attack pattern Valkassis would use, as if he'd forgotten their tactical plan. Fortunately, the panic lasted only a moment. Dowd quickly regained his composure, his brain analyzing the situation like a pro gamer. 223 tentacles, laser beams zipping. Phase 1 is super easy. He had grasped the attack patterns. With a clear plan in mind, Dowd tightened his grip on the sword. He told himself he'd parry easily with Tristan's swordsmanship. Though he spoke tough, could he truly be as confident as he sounded? Dowd tightened his grip on the sword, but inwardly mocked his own confidence. He knew his brave words were just a mask for the anxiety within. Instead of charging in, Dowd chose to evade. He kept moving, slipping through Valkassis's dark strikes, following the plan he'd laid out in his head. Only dodge. The demonic eyes from Valkassis's attack taunted Dowd, asking why he wasn't fighting and whether he was fleeing. They tried to provoke him to break his plan. Another massive wave of dark energy was unleashed, producing ear-splitting sounds. Valkassis's power seemed endless, engulfing the space. The monstrous mouths showed frustration at Dowd's evasions. They began firing laser-like energy beams, increasing the pressure on him. Dowd kept moving, hopping between the hall's pillars. He thought to himself that a veteran gamer's dodge instincts were kicking in. His goal was to force Valkassis into a different combat mode, though he worried about his all-F stats. Was he really going to die? A pitch-black sphere of energy shot toward Dowd at terrifying speed. A powerful attack from Valkassis. Suddenly, a grotesque humanoid appeared and let out a horrific scream. Dowd recognized it as the flash terror move and cried in astonishment. Elnor did it, indicating outside intervention. Dowd was stunned to notice a difference from his knowledge. He remembered that in the game when this monster died its brain or heart would explode, but here that didn't happen. In the midst of battle, Elnor appeared with long platinum hair. She moved like the wind, cutting through the ruined battlefield, ready to join the fight. Meanwhile, one of Valkassis's demonic eyes opened wide, gathering a massive amount of dark energy, preparing a devastating strike. Elnor charged valiantly, her sword meeting a burst of light and energy head-on, showcasing her formidable power. Despite Elnor's efforts, Dowd was slammed into a wall by an attack. Valkassis mocked him, asking if he finally wanted to fight for real. Though wounded and covered in dust, Dowd's gaze did not waver. His determination grew stronger than ever. Valkassis in demonic form approached the panicked Dowd. Dowd shouted for him to wait, as if he wasn't ready for a direct confrontation. Valkassis's demonic eyes gleamed intensely. He declared that once this form was revealed, he could not stop. This battle had reached its climax. Dowd was struck by a powerful blow. Valkassis looked at him with contempt, saying as expected Dowd was no match for him, but he would remember Dowd's courage. Dowd was hurled backward by an immense force. His body could not resist Valkassis's overwhelming power. Valkassis's final attack, a sword bound by chains, suddenly stopped right in front of Dowd. Even Valkassis was surprised by the unexpected intervention. From above, two figures dove down. It was Yuria and another ally. They declared they would stop Valkassis, the demon worshipper. Dowd's reinforcements had finally arrived. Lucian, the stylish blonde, appeared with a cigarette at her lips. She calmly told the surprised Dowd, "I'm here to save you." Yuria, now wearing a golden crown, was overjoyed to see Dowd safe. She shouted his name in relief. Trisha, the orange-haired girl, landed forcefully, creating a circle of energy beneath her feet, demonstrating her power and readiness to fight. Trisha landed hard, then smiled at Dowd. She praised him for holding on well and teasingly asked if he remembered her. Dowd's eyes swept over the teammates who had just appeared, Trisha, Lucian, and Yuria, standing there safe. He smiled in relief, admitting they had arrived just in time. Though outwardly calm, inside he was sobbing with joy, thinking that if they'd been 1 second later, he would have been done for. Yuria happily stepped closer to Dowd. She realized the iron ring he had given truly worked. Now she could approach everyone without the curse holding her back. She hesitantly thanked Dowd, her face lighting up with happiness. The chains that had bound Yuria shattered and transformed into a radiant stream of golden energy that wrapped around her. Her curse was being converted into a new power. Witnessing that, Trisha and Lucian were astonished. Dowd looked at Yuria and said this was not all, hinting at a greater secret about the ring's power. Dowd explained further. The curse released when wearing the ring didn't vanish. It was merely transformed into another form of energy. Then Yuria appeared in a completely new form. Dowd explained that the instant the curse disappeared, it would be converted into an extremely powerful offensive buff. What remained was not a curse, but a protective blessing. Yuria now shone in golden armor, becoming a powerful and magnificent female warrior. The battle with the dark entity Valkassis officially began. Faced with the monster's taunts, Yuria, younger sister, in resplendent golden armor took a fighting stance. The enemy sneered, thinking it was time to end empty words. Amid the tense atmosphere, Dowd Campbell remained eerily calm. He recognized the opponent's attacks were following the pattern he knew, a huge advantage thanks to his metagame knowledge. Dowd roared, rallying the team's spirit. He asserted that if everyone followed his instructions precisely, victory would be within reach. His confidence was the spark for their counterattack. Aaliyah panted, but her eyes still burned with the will to fight. She shouted, reminding teammates not to leave their positions even a step, because in this battle formation was the key to survival. Lucian looked at Yuria, younger sister, seriously. She knew that the smallest mistake would lead to disaster for all. This was no longer a stroll, but a life-or-death battle. Lucian's gaze sharpened as she focused intensely to prepare for the next move. It seemed she sensed the dark power gathering from the enemy. Yuria, younger sister, smiled, a smile of freedom. It was the first time they truly fought together unrestrained, and she was ready to unleash her full strength to protect everyone. Suddenly, Dowd shouted a warning. A deadly purple energy laser was barreling toward them. It moved so fast it seemed to rip the air apart. Undaunted, Dowd began coordinating a brilliant combo. He ordered Lucian to prepare prayer number 37 and told Aaliyah to ready herself for a breakthrough leap into the enemy's encirclement. The three girls moved in sync under Dowd's direction. Yuria, younger sister, surged forward leading with her gleaming sword, ready to cut down any obstacle on his command. The monster Valkassis opened its maw full of sharp teeth, amassing an enormous wave of dark energy. A wide area attack was about to be unleashed, threatening to swallow all who stood in its way. Facing the incoming laser, Lucian maintained the elegant poise of a saint. She mocked the enemy's doubts and placed absolute trust in Dowd Campbell's plan. Boom, the energies collided violently, producing an explosive purple light. Clock Tower Square shook under the tremendous force of the monster's blow. Yuria, younger sister, braced herself. Despite immense pressure, she stood firm, her sword and armor blocking the destructive energy. She exhaled in relief as the strike was successfully halted. But danger was not over. Dowd shouted again about an incoming tentacle assault. He carefully instructed Yuria how to dodge and counter, turning their combat movements into a deadly dance. Calling on all her strength, Yuria, younger sister, swung an arcing slash, repelling the enemy's attacks. The force of her sword's swing made the very air tremble. Though exhausted, Yuria insisted she was fine. Her resilience was the strongest bulwark for the group at that moment. At that moment, Dowd ordered the team to withdraw to prepare for a new counter-strike. The sudden tempo shift began to confuse the monster. Aaliyah, trusting Dowd absolutely, charged straight at the monster despite his earlier warning that even a scratch could be fatal. She would risk her life rather than miss the attack. Lucian quickly cast a support spell. Under Dowd's instruction, she poured all her mana into an attack buff for Aaliyah, creating a radiant aura around the orange-haired girl. Empowered by the saint's strength, Aaliyah surged forward like an arrow. She knew the monster was recharging its laser, and this was the golden moment to finish it. Across the shattered courtyard, Aaliyah aimed straight for the dark entity's core, preparing to unleash her strongest move with her teammates' support. Rapid slashes, a flurry of blazing cuts tore through Valkasis's defenses. Aaliyah struck at terrifying speed, giving the enemy no chance to retaliate. Valkasis began to tremble as it realized it had been fully read. The monster couldn't comprehend how these small people coordinated so seamlessly that every counter was stripped away. Doubt showed on Yuria, younger sister's face. She knew Lucian was powerful, but the group's harmony, fighting as if they'd trained together for years under Dowd's direction, was astonishing. The team's coordination was so perfect it was unbelievable. Under Dowd's command, every movement and attack meshed together, leaving no gap for the enemy to exploit. Lucian, cigarette cocked defiantly on her lip, was also amazed by the synchronization. She quickly urged Yuria, younger sister, to maintain the pressure and corner the monster. Dowd surveyed the situation with the keen eye of a master strategist, silently praising the team's effort as everything unfolded according to his plan. Sensing the moment was ripe, Dowd decided to ramp up the tempo. He told Aaliyah to prepare a major strike to summon the power of a true guardian. Burst stream. A massive stream of fire erupted, ripping through the darkness and racing toward Valkasis with unstoppable destructive force. Amid the choking smoke and flames, the monster's maniacal laughter still echoed. It refused to yield, struggling to rise amid the square's wreckage. By now, Aaliyah had complete faith in Dowd. She realized his directions weren't empty words, but the real key to defeating an overwhelmingly powerful foe. Dowd gave a knowing smile. This battle proved his metagame knowledge could make the impossible possible. We will win, he thought. Dowd's confidence made Valkasis tremble. It screamed in desperation, daring the group to kill it if they could, even as it was losing control. A giant purple magic circle suddenly flared above Clock Tower. Magical power surged, shaking the space around the battlefield. The air began to crack like shattered glass. The impact of this confrontation was exceeding what the world could endure. Xena, the girl with a distinctive monocle, appeared abruptly and announced that 10 precious minutes had passed. The situation had become more urgent than ever. She warned Dowd Campbell that human strength has limits. The countdown had begun, and they didn't have 3 minutes left, but only 2 minutes to finish everything. The time pressure weighed on everyone. Within less than 2 minutes, they had to deliver the decisive blow to settle the score with this cunning dark entity. Lucian and Yuria, younger sister, continued to showcase top-tier coordination. Magical beams and Yuria's sword slashes formed a dense web of attacks, besieging the foe. Dowd shouted for the team not to worry, even if the monster changed attack patterns. Every variable was already accounted for in his calculations. He urged Aaliyah to stick close and prepare for a final finishing blow. Aaliyah vaulted into the air, her radiant sword poised to descend. Valkasis smugly judged Aaliyah's attack as too predictable. It prepared a counter-strike but suddenly froze, realizing it had fallen into Dowd's trap. "Aaliyah, flip out now!" Dowd's shout rang out just as a tendril of shadow lunged. Aaliyah executed a graceful somersault and narrowly escaped. Seizing the moment, Dowd ordered Lucian to fully buff Aaliyah's attack power for the next coordinated strike. This was the time to play their trump card. Counter, Yuria, younger sister, roared as she launched a flash counterattack. Magical chains coiled around her with a shriek, ready to lock onto the target. A powerful direct impact slammed into Valkasis's face. The dark entity groaned in pain as its defenses were torn apart by holy force. Thick iron chains began tightening around the creature's limbs, pinning it in place. No retreat, no escape remained for Valkasis. Lucian stepped forward with the bearing of a superior, her eyes glowing red as the holy fire swirled around the binding chains. She reiterated her vow to protect Dowd at all costs and prepared to unleash her ultimate power. Exhaling a plume of arrogant smoke, Lucian coldly declared, "Time for repentance, Valcassus." In the terrifying silence before the storm, the saint began concentrating magic for the supreme punishment, ready to turn Clock Tower into the place of judgment for this cunning dark entity. A pure holy light exploded, engulfing the entire Clock Tower as Lucian unleashed her ultimate power. Proof of faith, the testament of belief, became the final punishment raining down on Valcassus. Bound by the chains, Valcassus let out a pained roar. Golden and dark energies simultaneously erupted from its body. A massive surge of energy blasted outward, throwing both the saint and Lucian aside. Valcassus's power had completely spiraled out of control. Witnessing this, Lucian clenched her teeth in worry. She couldn't understand how Valcassus could still endure after taking a mortal blow. Inside the madness, Valcassus screamed in his mind. He told himself he could not die like this alone, for otherwise he would be unable to save the kingdom. Lucian immediately took up a combat stance, swinging her chain as she was determined to find a way to restrain the monster before her. Dark power from Valcassus poured forth relentlessly, overwhelming everything around with mad howls. At that moment, Ilya let out a breath, her eyes flashing with determination. She assumed a ready stance, realizing this was the only chance to end the battle. Ilya analyzed the situation. If a mortal wound to the heart couldn't fell him, the only remaining option was to sever his head. But just as Ilya prepared to rush in, a voice stopped her. Dowd appeared unexpectedly and ordered her to stand down. He looked at her and gently said she had done well. He ordered Ilya to lead everyone out of the clock tower and let him finish the battle. Ilya couldn't believe her ears. She shouted, asking if Dowd had gone mad. Given how strong the foe was, why would he want to face it alone? A calm voice answered, asserting he was not mad and that he knew exactly how powerful the enemy was. But if Ilya didn't retreat, everyone would be dragged into the fight. The saint and Lucian stood watching from afar, both silent in the tense situation. Ilya froze. Dowd said she had followed the plan very well, and from this point on it was his part to handle things. Suddenly another voice rang out through the sea of flames, urging Ilya to trust. A man with long orange hair stood there, his silhouette radiating confidence. Ilya stood still, turning her back to the battle as if wrestling with inner conflict. Finally she turned back, eyes blazing. She declared that as a hero candidate she could not let the trainees die. She would stay and fight. Her face shone with unwavering determination. The long orange-haired man smiled and asked enigmatically, "Who said anyone will die?" Dowd turned back to look at her, smiling confidently. He promised that even if it seemed impossible, he would win and return. His promise made Ilya burst into tears. Tears began to stream down her cheeks. Dowd turned his back and strode toward the kneeling Valcassus, declaring that death was not part of his plan. Dowd's silhouette advanced steadily forward, facing the mighty enemy alone. Ilya could only stand silently and call his name softly. Now she could only place her complete trust in Dowd. Lucian turned to Ilya and urged her to go down. She said the stairs were too slow and told Ilya to take her hand. After a moment's hesitation, Ilya tightened her grip on the sword hilt and agreed. She turned to the saint and told her to come along. Lucian and the saint grabbed Ilya's hand, and the three of them jumped down from the tower's peak, placing their full trust in Dowd. Dowd explained his plan. The condition to break Valcassus's chains was to win a fair one-on-one duel. And in this situation, the only person who could have a fair match with Valcassus was Dowd Campbell, the weakest, with all stats ranked F. To execute the plan, Dowd activated Soul Linker. The system notified that the number of demon marks on him had increased by 1. Before starting, Dowd turned to ask the Night Spirit Caliban a question. He said that since Caliban had experience, he wanted to ask one thing. Dowd asked a strange question. "Does dying hurt?" The Night Spirit Caliban stood silently behind him. Caliban, with a mournful expression, slowly answered that, "Of course it hurts." Hearing such a bluntly obvious answer, Dowd muttered that he would never ask Caliban for advice again. He ignored it, raised the pendant, and activated the skill Sacred Soul. Dowd knelt, held the pendant toward Valcassus, and began the process of intruding into his mind. Immediately, Dowd's consciousness was pulled into a pitch-black space. Purple streams of energy began to whirl around, signaling a dangerous intrusion. Dowd braced himself. Valcassus's soul energy resisted fiercely, causing him excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure the skin-tearing pain to delve deeper into the opponent's memories. At last he saw a faint light. A tiny figure in an orange cloak sat in the dark space. That was Valcassus's true self. Dowd clenched his teeth, his body trembling under the immense pressure of maintaining the soul link. But he still persistently reached out, determined to touch that shattered soul. The silhouette of the young Valkassus appeared, a solitary figure amid the desolation. The scene around Dowd changed. He had successfully penetrated Valkassus's memory, a once glorious kingdom now swallowed by flames. Young Valkassus's eyes shone with deep sorrow. This was the tragedy that ruined his life, a prosperous city incinerated in an instant. Young Valkassus silently looked ahead, where another boy in an orange cloak sat alone, a different fragment of his memory. Suddenly Dowd appeared right behind him. The young Valkassus turned in shock at the intruder and asked whether Dowd knew he could be trapped in this memory forever. In reply, Dowd asked back, "In a one-on-one match, is losing all you think about?" Dowd smiled. He hadn't come to defeat Valkassus, he came to save both the boy and his kingdom. Valkassus closed his eyes, a peaceful smile appearing for the first time. He realized that despite the danger, Dowd wasn't someone who would look away and leave. Valkassus admitted, "You win." He bowed to Dowd and offered a sincere thank you. The battle ended not by force but by empathy. A blinding light tore the space apart, creating cracks like shattered glass. Then the barrier completely collapsed. A voice rang out, unable to believe what was happening. It was the one-eyed girl with glasses, stunned and wondering if Dowd had really succeeded. The barrier vanished, its last fragments dispersing into nothing. A brilliant light enveloped the clock tower, signaling that something had ended. The purple energy orbs also dissipated into the air. Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared. Main quest completed. Dowd received points, demonic essence, a hero fragment, and unlocked interaction with the tribunal. Dowd slowly opened his eyes, still dazed after the fight. But as he cleared his head, he realized he was looking straight at Elnor. Turns out he was resting his head on her lap. Realizing the situation, Dowd called her name, a bit embarrassed. Elnor asked if he had arrived right after clearing the monsters. Dowd hesitated, confirmed, then worriedly asked if she was angry for being left with that buffoon. She admitted she was upset, but not for that reason. Dowd was surprised, not knowing what else he had done wrong. Elnor's tone turned cold as she recounted meeting the hero candidate and the saint outside the tower. She mocked that their roles should have been reversed. Dowd should have taken her to such an important battle. Dowd sighed, unsure what kind of person she thought the student council president was. Noticing Elnor's attitude, Dowd probed, asking if she was jealous or merely wounded pride. Dowd teasingly taunted, bluntly asking if the president was jealous. Elnor glared and snapped, "Want to die?" prompting Dowd to apologize immediately. At that moment, Dowd suddenly realized something. He looked at the pendant around his neck. He murmured that all curses binding the body had been lifted. The young King Valkassus was finally free, and those people might now rest in peace. In his mind, he recalled the pleading of the children's spirits, begging him to stay and help avenge those who harmed them. Lost in thought, Dowd didn't notice Elnor's gaze. He asked blankly why she was looking at him like that. Elnor just smiled and replied simply, "Because I wanted to." Dowd sat up and asked Elnor about her upcoming plans. She was surprised and asked what he was talking about. He explained that news of him single-handedly defeating the Flash Terror would surely spread. That also meant the level of assassins targeting him would steadily rise. However, Elnor seemed unconcerned about that danger. She brushed it off and repeated his earlier remark about making it up with a dinner they'd missed. Meanwhile, at the academy, earth-shattering news was spreading. A blonde student shouted, announcing to everyone that the headmaster had decided to let them leave early because of the clock tower incident. The courtyard immediately erupted in cheers. Students buzzed, some not even knowing what had happened, only that someone had cut a building in half and repairs were needed. On a balcony, two sisters were enjoying the peaceful air. The older sister lit a cigarette and said they could stay at the academy for now. She exhaled a plume of smoke and murmured that this was an official announcement from the holy nation, wondering if Dowd had really uncovered their weakness. The black-haired girl, Yuria, replied that it was very likely, since Dowd was highly calculating. Yuria smiled and said that in any case, she was just happy as long as the two of them were together. But the older sister still appeared worried, reminding her that the holy nation would not give up, and the homunculus plan was not yet finished. Yuria insisted that even so they would no longer run. Now both of them were much freer than before. The older sister smiled, agreeing that the holy nation would dare not take them lightly anymore, teasing that at times like this she didn't know who the real elder was. Yuria cheerfully answered that they were twins anyway, even if she had been born 2 minutes earlier. Suddenly a voice cut into their conversation, telling them to be quiet. A red-haired elf student with thick glasses appeared, complaining that they were disturbing her reading and demanding the older sister stub out her cigarette. Cut to another room where a family photo sat neatly on the table. In the room, Ilya lay on the bed and asked her friend Trisha whether she really deserved to be a hero candidate. Trisha was surprised and asserted that of course she did, reminding Ilya that she had handled the clock tower incident well and asking if she felt pressured by everyone's gaze. Or was it pressure from the title hero itself? Ilya whispered, wondering if she truly wanted to become a hero that much. Trisha worriedly said that if there was any trouble, Ilya could share it with her, since she missed her family and didn't want to get stuck in vengeance. But Ilya thought differently. She wondered if she was blindly chasing traces of her family until someone could fill the void they left. Trisha sensed something off about her friend and anxiously called Ilya's name. She asked if Ilya was unwell, but Ilya hastily denied it. The shot returns to Dowd, who was talking with the headmistress. She warned him to be prepared, because from now on cultists would constantly target him and he must not let his guard down. Dowd replied wearily that he was used to it by now, but he added that people couldn't be on edge all the time, implying he needed rest. The headmistress smiled and said that's why she proposed a break, also to repair the buildings after the incident. She thought Dowd should rest a bit. Dowd agreed. He admitted it was time to rest and recharge, since he had only just finished Chapter 2 of the game. He also needed time to think about the Enlightener. A worrying thought arose. Could the leader of the cultists actually be a woman? He tried to dismiss it because it conflicted with his memory. While Dowd was still lost in thought, the headmistress suddenly said, "Let's go together." Dowd was startled, not understanding what she meant at all. She repeated calmly that they should return to his hometown together, adding that she had informed the hero candidate, Ilya, and also the student council president, Elnor. Hearing that, Dowd completely fell apart. He screamed inside, unable to believe he had to return home with both Ilya and Elnor. His old excuse that the world will be destroyed if I don't go suddenly seemed ridiculous.